What's up, folks? What's up? Everyone ready to go? Everyone ready to go? Redemption for Wednesday. Redemption for Wednesday, Friday. Redemption for Wednesday, Friday, ladies and gentlemen. And what's up, folks? How is everyone doing today? Hope everybody had a good Thursday. Sorry I wasn't live on Thursday. I had things I had to do. I had to go to physiotherapy to get some things fixed in my body. And it's also Abby's last day of school, so I went and helped her pack up. So I wasn't live yesterday. But like I said, there's no promises that we're going to be live on Thursdays and Tuesdays. I'm setting some boundaries at the current moment. And all right, let's just do one thing real quick and we should be good to go. Click the go live on the shorts. We put the slow mode on the shorts, so that should be a little bit better. Pray that we have no issues with the computer. I think I found the culprit, and hopefully I fixed the issue. The culprit was the video signal I was sending to my call-in program was using all my bandwidth. So I went back to the old thing I was using, and hopefully that's gonna fix the problem. So yeah, please pray for me. Speaking of praying, let's do that right now. Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the blessings. Thank you for all that you've given. Thank you for the opportunity to do this live and have these conversations. Lord, I ask that you do what you will with this life, that we just put it in your hands, and then whatever you desire for to happen, just let it happen. Allow the Holy Spirit to move through us. Allow the Holy Spirit to move through me, so we only speak things that are good and edifying and right in your eyes. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And with that being said, we have to do it.
Just keep it real. Big John Steele. Tell me how you feel. Convince me where the top goes.
If you haven't yet, smash the like button, share the live. Let's make sure we get out to the people that we want to get out to, or that we're supposed to get out to.
Slow down a second, it's making you tense. When I be talking,
yeah, he wrote this. Walk with the Spirit wrote this.
Give me an argument, not an assertion. I'm almost convinced that you're not a real person. Why are you galloping? What do you gish? Topic to topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise. Still got my taco, I ain't.
It's bars, bro. It's bars. All the internal references is so good. Hey, that's the homie right there. This is the guy who made this right here. Convince me when a taco. All right. It's good. It's good, but we don't have to do the whole thing every time. All right. Today's topic is it's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco. We had a lot of Fedora atheists found my last video last week, or the video I posted last week. They got mad. They got big mad. Anytime I make fun of an atheist in a thumbnail, I will always get 20,000 atheists click the video and be like, you don't even know, blah, 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 blah. And then I was starting to troll them. I was having fun. Just so you guys know, if you go read the comments, I was trolling. I was having fun, but it's hilarious. Actually, do go read the comments on that video. I challenged every one of them to come up here. And we're going to see if anybody's actually going to take that. They're all like, you're just not worth the time. Let me hide in my comment section. So we're going to see if actually any of them come up for the conversation. I doubt it. I doubt it's going to happen. Maybe one. So we'll see. But yeah, smash the like button, share the live. Let's get this out to the people that we need to get it out to. Rationality is pretty subjective. Sure, I can actually grant that. The problem is, then you can't say anybody's irrational if you're going to hold to that stance. If you're going to hold to that stance. Am I researching ecumenical councils? Not currently at the moment. I said hi. Well, hi back, Aaron. Hi back. Jeez, you guys. Oh, look, we got the TikTok chat back. I didn't do anything. It just started working again. Everyone here should read The Case for Christ. Yeah, but that should be like a starting thing. It's not where you end. That's not where you stay. There's so much more good information out there. A lot of good stuff with Trinity there. In which? The Case for Christ? Hold on, I'm lost. Yes, I can. Or the ecumenical councils. Yes, I can, because that's my opinion. I could say you're irrational if I want. I mean, you can, but then you're hypocritical. And that's perfectly fine. If you're going to say it's a subject-based stance, and to each individual, it's going to determine whether or not it's rational, then you really have no grounds to say anybody is irrational. And if you do say people are irrational, you're technically holding a hypocritical stance because you're saying it's subjective based, but then not actually holding it to being What is going on with my mic stand? Look at this. Why? Let's start a new fund. Mic stand for John fund. Mic stand for John fund. There we go. I think I got it working. All right, guys, smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do. Let's get out to the people that we're supposed to get out to. You can't have a face-to-face discussion out of your channel where you control the discussion. I'm willing to discuss with you out of your channel, please. You're a coward. If that's your stance, if like I'm not going to talk to you unless it's like in a specific situation, then you're a coward. Right? Don't hide in comment sections and then call people out on specific scenarios. Come up onto the channel, have a conversation. I won't mute you unless you're steamrolling, and I won't hit any buttons to make fun of you unless, again, you're steamrolling. If you come up in good faith, I promise you I will have a good faith conversation. But yeah, don't say I'm only going to talk to you on different grounds. How tall am I? I am 3'1". 3'1". That is my height. Can I argue being Muslim is rational too? No, I actually don't think being Islamic is rational. That's Monday's topic though. Monday's topic is Islam is irrational, and I do think it's irrational. I don't think there's any basis or any reason to hold to Islam. Guys, if you want to join the conversation, it's tinyurl.com/BigJohnSteele2. Big John Steele 2. tinyurl.com/Big John Steele 2. If you think it's irrational to be a Christian, come up, prove me wrong. You can win a taco. What about Judaism? I think there's some rationality in Judaism, sure, but I don't think it's rational to disregard the messianic prophet that is Christ. Rationality is irrational. I'm Christian and I love Jesus. Can I have a taco? I don't want to prove you wrong. I just want a taco. No taco for you. No taco for you. You get no taco. No taco. None whatsoever. Let's pull up our thing so when people start saying, what do you mean? We can get our definitions. Yep. Beauty. Beauty. Okay. Excuse me. I think it's irrational to be an atheist. I agree. I think it's irrational to be an atheist too. I think it's rational to be agnostic. I think it's rational to be agnostic, but nobody comes to a conclusion for atheism based off the definition, based on accordance with reason or logic. They just assume it's the default and then take that stance. I'll make my own taco then. You do it, bro, and I bet you it's going to be a delicious taco. Good morning, Fresh. How you doing, bro? You know the best best part is that you can't prove him wrong because he's a liar. Well, come up and have a conversation, my friend. See if you can prove that I am a liar. I'll actually give you, listen, George, if you want to come up and have a conversation, I will put a timer on a clock and I will give you however long you need to make a case to prove that I am a liar. I will allow you to do that. I will not interrupt you. I will not mute you. I will not do anything against you. You tell me how long you need to make your case. I will put it on the screen and I will allow you to make your case to prove that I am a liar. I give that open invitation to you. What's the taco? Any taco you want from any place that you want. It's all fear of death, fear of the unknown. Even if it was, that wouldn't change whether or not it's rational or true. If somebody comes to the knowledge of truth because they're afraid of it, right? That doesn't mean it's wrong. So for example, if somebody finds the cure for cancer because they're afraid of cancer, that doesn't mean that the cure is false, right? Somebody can come to the knowledge of Christ because they fear the death and they fear the unknown. That doesn't mean that he didn't resurrect. Doesn't the Bible have contradictions? I haven't seen any Christians be able to prove that there aren't any. I can grant there are contradictions. That doesn't change anything. Agnostic is the same thing as atheist. Nope, they're different. Agnostic says, I don't know. You can be agnostic atheist, or you say, I don't know, but I don't believe there's a God. But if you're to say that you're atheist, you're saying there is no God. You're making a positive claim at this point. Therefore, you have a burden of proof. And I've never heard anybody assume a burden of proof for no God whatsoever. Who's excited for the fights tomorrow? I'm excited. We're going to be watching the fights. Oliveira versus Iliad. I actually don't know who I have my money on. We got an excellent boxer who has really good ground game, but we don't get to see it too much lately. And then we got some guy who's got really good ground game, but's really stepped up his boxing. Really good fighters. I think Iliad. Iliad's on a roll right now. He's been doing really good. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Who do you guys think? What do I mean? So contradictions don't disprove the Bible. Contradictions don't disprove anything unless it's a direct contradiction to the thing that you're proving. So for example, there's a contradiction in the scripture that says, what color are Jesus's robes? Were they red or were they purple? One gospel says red, one gospel says purple. So the contradiction is making a statement on what color his robes were, but there's no contradiction on whether or not he was crucified. That happened. No contradiction there. So the contradiction will only disprove the color of his robes. Can't disprove all gods, but disproving Jesus is easy. Awesome. Why don't you come up and have a conversation about it? I would love for you to come up and disprove Jesus. Let's see if you can do it. I don't see any contradiction in the Bible that hasn't been reconciled. People can reconcile it. I think the simplest explanation is that just some things are contradictions, and that's okay. Brian, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, John, I'm 42.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
No, I'm just popping in quickly. No debate today. I don't know if you remember me from...
Oh, yeah, I remember you.
Maybe a week and a half ago.
Yep.
Yeah, no, you were very kind to me, and your chat was very kind as well. I just wanted to pop in to let you know that, unfortunately, Mercury declined very quickly, and we took him on his last vet visit.
I'm sorry to hear,
a couple of
man.
days ago.
How you doing?
It comes and goes, but I mean, he was surrounded by his family, and he went peacefully, knowing he was loved. We should all hope for the same.
How old is he?
13.
This is a good age. Was he a big dog?
He was a big dog, so
Yeah.
It was a good age for him. Yeah.
I'm sorry, man. That's tough. I know how heartbreaking it is to lose a dog.
It is, but the other reason I came up was I wanted to say to everyone watching, anyone who watches in the future, because too many vets have said it, that people do it. I can't believe people do, but stay with them. It's hard as hell, but how much harder is it for them being alone and scared at the end?
Yeah, stay with them. I know exactly. Like when we had to put my dog down, man, I was holding her, and it's rough, but it's important. Yeah.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. But before I let you go and get into the debates, because I'm not in the headspace for debating.
Of course.
You mentioned last time, because obviously I'm atheist, so I'm okay and at peace thinking that he's just gone. But you mentioned last time that you do believe animals go to heaven, and my in-laws are very devoutly Catholic, and they're also big pet lovers. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering, so I could help them if they lose pets in the future. Is there a scriptural basis or something for why you think animals go to heaven?
Yeah, scripture says that in heaven, the lion will lay next to the lamb, and they won't fight each other, right? So it gives a standard of like animals being in heaven. And then there's, I wish I had my friend.
I always thought that was just more metaphorical.
I think there is. I think there's metaphor to it, but I also think it's the fact that there's animals. But I think the biggest part of this is that in Genesis 1 is the standard of what God wanted us to have, right? And what did the first thing that God do when he was with Adam? He said it wasn't good for him to be alone, so he made him animals, companions. That was the purpose of animals, was to be the companions to Adam, right? The standard of what we were supposed to be in was the Garden of Eden. The New Jerusalem is the second garden, and that's what our next life is. So it's not heaven. It might not be heaven per se, but when we get our new bodies, when we get new creation, we will be there as it was supposed to be in Genesis 1. And this is going to be with our companions, with our other humans, and with animals.
Okay, yeah. No, I hadn't heard that interpretation of it before. There was something else. Again, my brain's kind of all over the place. Oh, yeah, no, I did just want to say I don't have much truck with the Catholic Church, but since we're on the subject of animals and religion, the Franciscans.
Say that again.
I might not have much. The Franciscan order. St. Francis of Assisi. They're the monks. Catholic monks follow the teachings of St. Francis of Assisi, the patron saint of animals. So I might not have much truck with the Catholic Church, but the Franciscans, they love animals, they love nature, and they make great wine and beer. I can get on board with that.
Yeah. Well, Pope Francis had the view that he was hopeful that animals ended up in heaven. So.
Okay, I'll let you go and get into the debates. I'll be listening in though. Take care of yourself, man.
All right, Brian. Take care of yourself, man. Be with friends and family.
I'll do my best. Time.
God bless.
Bye bye.
Oh, breaks my heart, guys. Pray for Brian. That's a hard thing to go through. So. All right, Aladdin. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 60 plus.
You're 60?
I'm 61.
You're 61 years old?
Yes. And you just called me coward, so therefore I join you to show you how coward I am.
Okay. All right, so it's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, Minataco.
Actually, I join you for two reasons. Number one, because you called me as a coward.
Okay.
Because you told you I would love to have a discussion with you out of your channel, because you won't give us chance to speak in your channel, because I spoke with you in the past. Maybe you forgot, and I was muted several times. Then at the end you removed me. I don't know why.
Yeah, so you could just see in the most conversations I have, I generally don't use the mute button. I only do it when people are steamrolling and they refuse to engage in conversation.
It's not that. With all due respect to you, that's not true.
Let's just ask the chat. Chat, do I usually mute people?
You see, I'm talking to you, not the chat. So please, you muted me. If you go back to your old videos, one of your videos, I joined you and you did that to me. For no reasons, actually.
Most people in the chat are saying, no, I don't. Now, I do sometimes. I'm not going to say I don't. But yeah, if you steamroll, I'll mute. But no, usually I don't.
Actually, I joined you a while ago because you were asking someone to join you. And you told him, I'll give you the time. I'll have my time. You'll have your time. Make your case, prove that I lie. So therefore, I joined you.
So is that your goal? Is you want to prove that I'm a liar?
No, actually, you are.
Okay. Is that what you want to do? I just want to be clear on what we're doing here. Is your goal to prove I'm a liar?
Yeah, I'll give you an example.
Well, hold on. Just clarify for me, please. Is that your goal here is to prove I'm a liar?
One of the things is to prove that you're a liar.
Okay. So how much time do you need to prove I'm a liar?
It's not. I don't need that much time, actually.
Well, how much? I want to make sure I'm not interrupting you or muting you, because this is what you're claiming. This is the offense. So I want to give you a specific amount of time, and I guarantee you I won't say anything for that time. How much time do you need?
You see, I can't say this in 1 minute right now. Can you just give me 1 minute?
1 minute? Okay, hold on. I'll put a timer on for 1 minute, and I'll allow you to make your case to prove I'm a liar.
No need to put time. No need to put time. I'm
going to put on a timer for 1 minute, right? So you guys want to make these accusations on me that I don't allow people to speak and that I'm not fair. So I'm going to put on 1 minute timer, and I'm going to be fair. And I'm still going to show that you guys are nonsensical. Ready? Go ahead. Make your case for how I'm a liar. You got 1 minute and go.
Okay. In one of your stream, you showed God Logic, one of his debates in England, and you said you can't have the guts to do like him and talk to the people face to face because you don't have that much knowledge like him. And you agree with him that he said that the Quran confirmed the Bible. That's what you said. So this is one of the lies that you made. Prove to me that the Quran confirmed the Bible, as you lie when you played the video of God Logic in your channel just a few days ago or last week. That's all.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. So define a lie for me, because it seems to me that the way you're defining a lie is just we disagree.
It's very simple. You claim that the Quran confirmed the Bible.
Okay. So can you define a lie for me, please? Can you give me the definition of a lie?
No, you see, now you're interrupting me. You see,
because you're not answering the question. So can you define a lie?
Therefore, I told you I would like to talk to you out of your channel because you keep interrupting.
What's the difference if I do this out of the channel? I'm still going to interrupt you if you don't answer the question. It doesn't matter where we do it.
Out of your channel, with all due respect to you, are not moderator. You cannot interrupt me. We have a moderator who control you and control me, and we can speak freely.
Just answer the question. Why are you so scared of answering the question? Can you give me the definition of a lie?
You see, that's one of the things that you see. Don't be scared. No, you are.
Okay, so what I think is you're just a little child and a baby that's upset that when they don't have an argument for an answer. So.
No, lie is what you are doing.
So I'm once again, how much time do you need to answer this question? Give me the definition of a lie. How much time do you need?
Lie is what you are doing now. Lie is what you are
doing now. Can you define the word definition?
Until I'm giving you a definition for the word lie is what you are doing now when you are talking
That's an example, not a definition.
So whatever your definition, I'll accept it. Give me the definition.
a definition is the actual purposeful intent to give false information.
Very good. So when you spoke about the Holy Quran and you said the Quran confirmed the Bible, you lie and you give false information
Okay.
about the Holy
So
Quran.
you think
Because the
you
Holy-
think so hold on. So
Can
you
I-
think so just to
Can I-
clarify, it's a clarifying question, right? So you think I genuinely believe that the Quran does not affirm the Bible?
You said that the Quran, you agree with God logic when he said that the
Mm-hmm.
Quran affirmed the Bible. Do you agree with him? Yes or no?
Yes, I agree with him.
So this is a lie for me. Prove it.
Okay, so a lie by your definition is we just disagree.
Lie. You said if you give a false information about something.
No,
So when
no,
you said
an
the Quran,
intentionally giving false information.
now you are intentionally giving false information. When you
So
say the Quran.
are you claiming that I genuinely believe that the Quran does not affirm the Bible? Because
Quran does
that's
not
was what would make it a lie, right?
Yes, the Quran does not affirm the Bible. Yes.
I'm not. So again, so your definition of a lie is we disagree.
I mean, excuse me. With all due respect to you, why you are playing with the words? Why don't you go straight? Prove me wrong. Prove that you are not lying.
But you're calling me a liar.
Show me
Remember,
that the-
hold
yes,
on. No,
I'm
no,
a
you're
liar.
changing the topic. You're changing the topic,
No,
right? The
you are
topic.
changing the topic.
The
You are
topic
changing
was
the- you
hold
are
on. The
changing
topic
topic
was
to
Linda.
philosophy.
Linda, listen. I've let you speak. I've given you timers, right? Let me speak. The original topic was you were going to prove I was a liar, right?
So finish. It's my
Yes.
turn to speak.
Yeah, but you have
Very
to
good.
address what I'm saying.
Very good. Prove that you are not a liar and show me where does the Quran affirm the Bible.
Okay,
Nice
so,
and clear.
so is your definition of liar we just disagree?
Definition of liar is giving false information about subject matter. So you give
Intentionally
false
giving
information-
false information.
Yes, intentionally.
So-
with
so-
all due
so-
respect, you know.
So if we
can I-
disagree,
can I
if we
finish
disagree,
one sentence?
hold
Can I
on.
finish one sentence?
If we
I'm out of
disagree,
fear. No, I'm out of fear. You don't want to let me speak. You see, therefore I told you.
okay,
you
how
don't have
much
the
time
guts
do you
to
need?
talk
How
to
much
me.
time do you need?
It's
Seems how
not
you
how-
never want to answer
I
my
will not
questions. How much
interrupt
time do you need?
Do not interrupt me.
How
Don't
much
tell me
time
no.
do you need?
I will not interrupt
How much
you.
time do you need?
Can you answer my question,
How
please?
much time do you need?
I need only 1 minute for
Okay.
you to answer my question. Go straight and
One
answer.
minute timer. Go ahead. I will not interrupt you. Go.
Now, you claim you gave false information about the Holy Quran. You said the Quran confirmed the Bible. So to prove to me that you are not a liar, show me where does the Quran confirm the Bible? Go straight to the point. Show me from the Quran that the Quran confirmed your Bible according to Islamic sources. Can you do that? Don't go to philosophy. We are talking about divine words of God, the Quran. Go for it and show me, please. Or otherwise, that means you are a liar. And I made my point. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Okay. So again, I'm going to ask one more time. Is your definition of liar we just disagree with each other?
I don't need to repeat myself. It seems to be that your comprehension is very slow. I did answer the
You
question,
haven't
but-
answered that question.
No. You are not listening to me. You are listening to yourself. So why you are running away
I
from
am
my-
listening to you. I can steel man the
You are
question. I
running
could
away
prove
from my
to
question.
you I listened to you. I can prove to it. I can prove it. I
No,
can
you
steel
are
man
running
what you
away
asked
from
me.
my question. Prove your point. Show
Roland
me-
came in 1 Corinthians 1:27 KJVS, but God hath chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise, and God hath chosen the weak things of this world to confound the things which are mighty. This is not rational to unbelievers. So once again, my friend, is your definition of being a liar we just disagree with each other? Also, by the way, you were mistaken. I never said that I wouldn't go to Speaker's Corner because I had no logic. I said I wouldn't go to Speaker's Corner because I have no confidence. By the way, so that was one point that I wrote down that you were wrong about. I never said I didn't have logic or I didn't know. And I'll actually give you $500 if you can, clip me or quote me saying I didn't know. If not, listen, I'm willing to say you were just mistaken, but I can actually do the same thing you're doing and just call you a liar.
You'll give me $500. I'll give you $1,000 in cash, and I will give it here in your screen. Donation from me if you show me from any Islamic sources that the Quran affirmed the Bible, and I'll do it now. I'll give it to you right now. If you give me Islamic sources says the Quran affirmed the Bible, and you are not lying about that. Very simple.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Well, obviously, you just don't want to know what the definition of a lie is. So you haven't proved I was a liar. So you concede that first point, and then I can move on to the next one. Easy money. Can you guys in the chat? I don't have it memorized. What's the Islamic dilemma verse again? So I don't have to look it up.
You're asking the chat. I'm asking you. You're asking the help of the chat.
Yes, I am asking the help of the chat.
Wow. So you don't know it?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So in this case, you lost the 1,000 because it's not you who's answering.
547.
It's
Thank
your
you.
chat. So that's mean all of you, including your chat, versus me alone. Very good. I love that.
Yeah, and
I love
it's just a reference to where it is. Doesn't change the
I love
argument.
so please next time don't say something that you do not know about. So this is proof that you lie. You made a claim about the Holy Quran which you do not even know what is it in the Quran. So
Okay.
this proves that
All
you
right.
lie.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. You're a big man. Got it. All right. So let the gospel. So let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed in it, and those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed it, truly rebellious. What I have revealed to you, O Prophet, the book of truth, as confirmation of the previous scriptures and supreme authority on them. So judge between them what Allah has revealed, and do not follow the desires over the truth that has come to you. To each of you, we ordained a code of law and a way of life. Allah had willed. He would have made you one community, but His will was to test you, which He has given each of you, so complete with one another in doing good. So Allah will return, He will inform you on the truth regarding the differences. And judge between them, O Prophet, by what Allah revealed, and do not follow their desires, and be aware, so they do not lure you away from some of what Allah has revealed. If they turn away from Allah's judgment, then know what is Allah's will repay them for their sins, and that may people be indeed rebellious. Is the judgment pre-Islamic ignorance they seek? We could have better judge Allah for the people of faith. O believers, take neither Jews nor Christians as guardians. They are guardians to each other. Whoever does will be counted as one of them. Surely Allah does not guide the wrongdoing people. You see these people as sickness in their hearts, reaching the guardian, saying, in justification, we fear a turn to torture, fortune for the sakes, but perhaps Allah will bring it about you, victory. Yeah, anyways, you get the point. We can keep going.
You finish?
Yeah, so let the
You
people of the
finish?
gospel judge by what Allah revealed in it, and those who do not judge by what Allah revealed in it are truly rebellious.
Just a minute. Can you give me the chapter and the verse, please? Because I cannot see.
547.
My
Hold on. Oh, you don't know. That's what you said. You have to ask the chat. You
وليحكم
don't
أهل
know. I have to debate the whole chat.
وليحكم
So
أهل
hold on.
الإنجيل
Am I
بما أنزل
debating
الله
myself right
فيه. I
now?
memorize it by
Am
heart.
I debating
memorize it
myself
by
right now?
heart.
Because you had to ask me.
وليحكم أهل-
You just got mad at me for going to the chat and asking where the verse is, and then you asked me where the verse is.
Relax.
You just asked me where the verse is.
I memorize it by heart. وليحكم أهل الإنجيل بما
Well, why did you ask me
I
where the
know,
verse
but
is?
I want you to give me the source. So
Why did you
will
ask?
post the correct source. Can you go back, please? Go back to the screen. Why did you have the screen?
Hold on, I'm pulling
Keep the
up another
screen.
thing.
No.
No,
We are not
you got
yet
your
done.
own Quran. Pull it up on your own Quran.
Excuse me. Can I talk or you want me to step out? You keep interrupting.
You
That's
step
why you
out.
don't have
I don't
the
care.
guts.
Do your own
No.
thing.
That's why you don't have the guts to do it out of your channel. You are playing smart here. You are playing your games. You lie, and you are trying to be. So
You haven't even given me a
showed in the
definition of
screen-
lying yet. You claim to me to be a liar.
all you
You're a
showed in the
child.
screen
You're a
doesn't-
small little man. You're tiny.
Excuse me. You see-
Surah, here's another one. Surah 3:3. He was revealed to you, O Prophet, the book and truth,
You are
confirming what
very
came
rude, by
before
the
it,
way. You are
as he
very rude.
revealed the
You are
Torah
very
and the
rude. You are very
gospel.
rude. Calling a 61 years old man, you are a child. You are very rude.
Yeah, you're a small little man.
No,
You're
you are
a
really
tiny,
rude.
you're a
I'm
tiny,
very-
insignificant
I'm very
human being.
respectful- I'm very respectful to you. I'm talking to you with respect.
Bro,
and I always
how
say-
are you being respectful to
You
me
are
when the
very
first thing that
rude.
you came up to was to prove
are
I was a
very
liar?
rude.
How's that respectful?
No, because it's a fact.
Well, okay,
Now,
it's a
can I
fact that
answer
you're a
you?
small, tiny
Now,
little
can-
man.
Can I answer you? Can I teach you now to prove to you that you
It's
lie?
hold on. If it's a fact that I'm a liar, it's a fact that you're a small,
Can
tiny
I
little
answer
man.
you? You see, that's it. You don't want me to speak because you're gonna be exposed.
What
Can
are
I
you?
speak, please?
Everybody. Oh, you don't let me speak. How much time do you need to speak again?
Can I speak, please?
How much
Let
time do you
me
need to
answer.
speak again?
Now, what
How
you
much
post
time
in
do you
the
need to
screen-
speak again?
What you post in the screen?
How much time do you
has
need to
not-
speak again?
Give me 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, 3-minute timer. I never want to hear anybody ever complain about me never allowing them to speak because I'll give them exactly how much time they need. Go ahead.
Now, let me tell you something. You see, you just lied and you proved that you are lying. The verses that you quote from the Holy Quran, chapter 5, verse 46, 47, 48, it does not even speak about the Bible. It doesn't say even the word Bible. There is nothing there called as Bible. So you corrupted the verse. All you have done is this distortion, and you based your argument based in your distortion. Now I will school you about those verses from Islamic sources. Chapter 5, verse 47. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, let the followers of the gospel, it's mean Injil, it doesn't say the Quran, it doesn't say the Bible, judge by what Allah has revealed to them. And those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are the transgressors So therefore you are the transgressors. This verse actually is a condemnation verse. Allah told the followers of the Injil to judge by what Allah has revealed therein, because they were judging according to the corrupted gospel, not the Injil that Allah has revealed to Jesus, peace and blessing be upon him. The first word in the verse in Arabic, it is وَلْيَحْكُمْ. Grammatically, according to the Arabic grammars, Arabic language, which you are totally ignorant about, we call this as a command verb. Allah is commanding the followers of the Injil, the followers of Christ, to judge by what Allah has revealed therein to Jesus, because they were judging according to the corrupted gospel, not according to the Injil that Allah has revealed to Jesus. This verse is an evidence that what they had in their hands during the time of Prophet Muhammad actually is a corrupted book. It's not the Injil that Allah spoke about. And you read this in all tafsir and interpretation of the Holy Quran. This is for you in 547. Prove me wrong. This verse. Prove me wrong now. Please refute me.
Okay.
Mike is yours.
Yeah. So again, the debate topic is I'm a liar. So again, is your definition of me being a liar that we disagree?
You cannot refute me. Why you're running away from my question? I just
Because
proved
again,
that
why are you
liar.
running away from the original topic?
No,
Because
no.
remember what I asked you. Hold on, I gave you 3 minutes to speak, so shut up. Right? So remember the original topic was you came in. I specifically clarified to you.
Don't say
Shut up, Linda. Shut up, tiny little small man, and stop speaking. Let me speak. Right? Okay.
You are really rude. I don't want to waste
Listen
my time.
here, listen here, tiny little man. Listen here, Linda. Listen here, tiny small little man that's
Thank you
afraid
for
to let
being
me
kind.
speak,
Thank
right?
you
And
for
wants to
being
call me
kind.
a liar, right? And all these things. He left. I didn't even kick him. He just left on his own. All right. So this man goes in the comments, calls me a liar, says that I am afraid to speak to him on any platform, that all I will do is mute and not let him speak. I gave him many options to speak. I gave him the timer. I gave him a platform to even prove I was a liar. And then when I call him a small, tiny little man and a coward, everybody's like, oh my God, you're so rude. Don't throw hands if you're not willing to get hands thrown back. I'm sorry. So if you want to call me a liar, and I give you an opportunity to prove I'm a liar, and you can't even define what the word liar means, it's not a good look, bro. So again, the original topic was, like all Muslims do, is the original topic was, is John a liar? And we were trying to prove John is a liar. That was the original topic. But no, he wanted to move it to the Islamic dilemma debate. If you wanted to do Islamic dilemma, we could have done that. But I started at the beginning of the conversation. What did I say? I say, is this the topic we're debating? I said, is this the topic we're debating? He said, yes, this is the topic we are debating. So I focused on the topic. He wanted to run in circles because he got cooked. Once again, he got cooked. But he wants to take me out of my channel. I don't know why, because again, I gave him an amount of time that he wanted to speak, as much as he wanted to speak. All right, Scott, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, am I muted or not?
I can hear you.
Okay. Good morning or good afternoon. I don't know what time is it for you right now.
It is afternoon. All right, just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 22.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Okay, I just want to ask first, what do you believe? Because I earlier stated the difference between Gnostic and agnostic, so I want to know if you are a agnostic or Gnostic Christian.
Those two things don't go hand in hand. Agnostic is the claim that you do not have the, you can't make a positive claim one way or the other. Gnosticism is a specific type of faith that I wouldn't call Christianity. It was the belief that God is all of us and we are all part of God. This is a dead belief. It kind of died out in the 3rd century. So I'm not sure what the question is you're asking me.
Okay, let me just simplify it. Okay, so you claim that you are certain that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, or do you just believe?
I'm convinced that Jesus Christ is God. And through that, I also trust the scriptures, which I think are historically reliable. And this confirms that he was the Messiah.
Okay. So, now having the beliefs, I gotta talk about myself as well, if you are interested to know what I believe.
Sure.
If it's okay. So I would call myself agnostic atheist. Well,
okay.
That would be the term. That means that I do not believe in any particular God. However, I do not claim 100% that I know there's no God. So it might be Jesus Christ, the real God. It might be, I don't know,
I know
or
what agnostic atheist means. Yeah.
all right, good, good. So back to the original question that you put on your banner. It says that it is rational to be a Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So I earlier typed out that rationality is, or logic, is defined as having a validity, sorry, having a validity. Man, English is not my first language. Sorry
You're
for
doing great,
my
bro.
spelling. Okay, so here in Google, it's stated as reasoning conducted or asserted according to strict principles of validity, right?
Well, I'd say I just go off the Oxford, which is based on in accordance
Okay,
with reason or logic.
okay, reasoning and logic. So let's see what means reason. Sorry about. Okay, so contradiction. What is contradiction defined in terms of logic?
Or there's three forms of contradiction. There's the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, and the law of identity. Right? If I'm identical to me, nothing else can be identical to me. Law of excluded middle, something cannot be both true and false at the same time. Law of contradiction, two contradictory things cannot be true at the same time.
Okay, about the excludental, how is it called? Sorry again, I didn't listen well.
Excluded middle.
Excluded mental. Okay, so about that one, I want to focus on that one and try to focus on some contradictions that have been found in the Bible. Let me get a real fast document, and I want to know what's your explanation about
Yeah, I'll
said.
grant every single contradiction that you have. I don't see this as a problem.
Okay, let me just get the.
Well, you don't have to, because I'm granting it. I don't care what your contradiction is. I'll grant that it's true.
Oh, okay. Oh well. So yeah, how do you explain these contradictions if there's the law of excludental contradiction? Like, how would it be logically viable
Right?
if
Because you
it?
don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. A specific contradiction just proves that a specific event cannot have, like, one cannot be true and the like one's probably true and the other one's false. But that doesn't mean you throw out everything. You don't throw out every bit of information that you've received. So basically, I have a syllogism here that goes into the historical evidence. It basically says, A, if there's enough historical evidence to believe certain aspects of Jesus, then there's enough historical evidence to believe other aspects. If you simply posit contradictions, then you have to throw out A as well. So the syllogism goes like this. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. So just the fact that Jesus was crucified. Most people don't disagree with this. I don't know. Do you disagree with this?
Well, I don't know, man.
Okay.
I gotta be
Well,
honest, I don't know.
Sure. So I'll just tell you that the scholarly consensus is that Jesus was crucified. There's nobody who teaches antiquity that says he wasn't. Now, that is a bit of appeal to authority, but you can look at the data yourself on your own time. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater for the resurrection. So I'm basically stating that the Bible, even contradictions and all, and I don't actually believe there's many contradictions, I'm just granting them. Contradictions and all, if there's enough evidence to say that Jesus Christ was a real person, that he's crucified, the tomb was empty, all these types of things, then I think it's rational to also say that he resurrected, and the contradictions have zero effect. So if you're going to say contradictions defeat premise 2, then they also must defeat premise A. Or premise 1, sorry.
Okay, I see. So going back to resurrection, you mentioned resurrection, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we look at the natural world, we see that resurrection, as how it is described in the New Testament, has not been observed. So one would make the assumption that logically it can happen. So what
Well,
will be
not
your
logically. You'd say metaphysically it can't happen. Logically it can happen, right? There's no logical contradictions. Metaphysically, you'd say it couldn't. You don't think it's possible metaphysically until you see it. And then you'd be like, okay, it can happen. So you're just simply stating, I haven't seen it, therefore it's not true. It's kind of a weird claim, or that it can't happen. Because there's a
Okay.
time that nobody's seen anybody travel to the moon, yet we've seen it now. So if I was to ask somebody like 1,000 years ago, is it possible to travel to the moon? They would all say no. But then we did it, and then now it's just normal knowledge.
Okay, let me rephrase that question. It has not been shown or verified that it can be possible by the ways that the Bible has described it. Like
Why?
there's no why?
Mm-hmm. You're
Well,
just
because
repeating the same thing that you said, and you're just saying, I haven't seen it happen, so therefore it doesn't happen. But there's a whole list of problems with that because there's a whole bunch of things that you believe are true, but you haven't personally seen happen. And then again, we can simply use like presentism arguments where I say that certain people in certain times did not see people travel to the moon, yet we did travel to the moon, and it's definitely possible.
well, yeah, but in order to travel to the moon, people didn't believe it was impossible. I mean, yes, some people might have believed it. However, the engineers, scientists, anyone in the team, like work out the numbers, the calculations, they knew stuff. And because of that stuff, like learning things, they knew it was possible and they made it possible.
Yep, that's
And
completely irrelevant to my argument. My argument was it was possible. It became possible once we realized, we've seen it. We're like, yep, this could happen. But if I was to ask somebody 1,000 years ago if it was possible, they would certainly say no, it's not possible because we've never seen it. How could one do that? So I'm simply just taking the argument and flipping it around. You're saying we've never seen anybody resurrect, so it's not possible. Yes, somebody resurrects. And I'm just saying if you've seen someone resurrect, your mind would change. So you can't say it's not possible, right?
so I can say, oh, well, I have never seen a man fly by himself, so it's
Mm-hmm.
possible.
Okay. Have you ever seen anybody land on the moon?
Yes,
You've seen it?
we have records of that.
You have records, but have you
Yes.
seen it?
No.
Okay, so then why do you believe it?
Okay. Do you see me being born?
But I've seen a birth.
But have you seen me being born?
Right, this is analogous. I understand where you're going, but it's not analogous because the claim that you're making is
Well, I
nobody's
have
ever.
seen a landing
Have you
on the
seen
moon.
anybody ever land on the moon?
Yes, we have pictures, we have videos.
How do you
We
know
have
those weren't
action.
doctored?
I know they weren't doctored
Mm-hmm. Because if we have pictures
like
and videos, I seen Optimus Prime land on Earth.
because we know they are not fabricated.
How?
So we are going to land on conspiracy theory stuff, right?
Well, I think we did land on the moon. I'm just challenging your epistemology, right? Because you're making the claim that you have to see it to believe any. You're positing the principle of analogy.
No,
Right? You're
we
basically
don't
saying,
only have to see it. We have to see it, know that happened, and verify it if it's possible for it to happen.
right? So you're offering the principle of analogy, like I was saying before you interrupted me. The principle of
Sorry.
analogy is basically stating we need to see it in our own time to believe anything in history. That's the principle of analogy. I think it's unscientific. I don't think it works. Because again, have you ever seen someone land on the moon?
Personally, no.
Okay. Most people alive today haven't seen anybody land. Actually, there's only like a select few of people that's seen anybody land on the moon. Why do we believe people landed on the moon?
Because we have data.
What's the data?
Okay, so we have the numbers, we have the physics, we have images, we have recollection of material from the moon, we have the equipment, we have the machinery.
Yeah, so we have the temples, right? We have the recollection, we have the witnesses, we have the documentations from the surrounding people, all of Jesus Christ resurrecting. So
You know that witness, what is it called? Like witness observation is not data.
it is
Because
data. It's
as
absolute
well, like
data. I'm going to show you how it's data. So let's imagine that you see somebody on the street and they have a knife in their belly and they're just on the ground. What do you conclude?
okay, I'm gonna give you that. It is data, however, it's fallible. It's not
All data
100%.
is all data is fallible. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's testimony or whether it's just a piece of evidence because somebody could have
However,
tampered with it, something could have happened to it. So
it can be how you say validated by other outside sources.
mm-hmm. Great. So again, using the same example, somebody is in the middle of the street. There's a knife in their chest. What do you conclude? That's all you know.
That somebody said that there was a person with a knife on its
No,
chest.
nobody said it. You walking down the street. You see somebody on the street with a knife in their chest.
Okay, I saw it.
No, you didn't.
But
You
I'm
didn't see it happen. You just see somebody in the street with a knife in the chest. What do you conclude?
that I see someone in the street with a knife on the chest
How do you conclude that the knife ended up in their chest?
because I saw it.
No, no. How do you conclude? Like how do you conclude like the method in which it ended up in the chest?
Oh, you mean how did it got in there?
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay. Now you walk down the street and you have 21 people all say that they saw somebody walk up and stab them.
Like one person stabbed everyone.
No, no. The
Sorry,
21
sorry.
people, 21
The 21
individual
people.
people, right, all
Okay.
witnessed another
Okay.
person stab this person in the chest.
Okay.
Now what do you conclude?
Well, I conclude that many people have the same, how you say,
Be genuine,
witness.
my friend. Be genuine.
No, yeah. Do you know how law works?
I'm just asking what you would conclude. Would you then conclude that, maybe they slipped and
I
fell?
would conclude that there's a high possibility that it has happened. And also, I will ask and question every single witness in order to discard if the eyewitness is fake, if there is
You're not a,
any,
you're
how
not
you
a police officer, right? You wouldn't do an investigation. I'm just asking what you would conclude in the moment.
no. I wouldn't conclude just by looking at it right away. Like that,
I
I
think
wouldn't
I
do
think
it
you, my
that
friend, are
way.
dishonest. You're not arguing a good faith. Maybe you are being honest, but I just don't believe that you would not conclude that that person was stabbed.
I mean, it will be, yeah, of course, it will be the preliminary observation and conclusion if you don't take in consideration other factors.
Right. So again, I think you're being disingenuous. I agree that there is a processy in which one should investigate and really go through the testimony of each individual person and see if all of it lines up. And I agree. I agree. They should go through the testimony and see if the testimony all lines up and to make before they come to a conclusion. But I think you walking down the street, if you saw someone stabbed in the chest, and 21 people say we just witnessed somebody stab this person in the chest, they're all standing. I saw him do it. Yes, absolutely. We're all here. We do it. You wouldn't sit there and go, I think you would just say they were stabbed in the chest, and I think you're being disingenuous. Maybe you're not. Right? Maybe I can maybe I can assume you're being, genuine, and you would literally go, well, maybe these 21 people are wrong. Maybe you're that type of hyper skeptic,
Oh, no,
but I
no,
don't
no,
think
no,
that's
no.
true.
No, I don't call out, I don't believe they're wrong. I mean, I say there's like a 99%
Okay,
possibility
yeah.
that
So,
it's true. And yeah, I know. And there are also
so
other ways.
I'm sorry. This just proves that you're being disingenuous. This you just proved it to me because like you were trying to make an argument that of course it's possible it could have happened a different way and it should be an investigation, but you concluded that it's a 99 percentile that is most likely they got stabbed, and the way you
Yeah,
came to that conclusion is through the testimony.
no. Well, yeah, the 99. But you know how I can like be certain he was stabbed? I
You
could
can't
look
you
at
can't have
the
100% certainty on anything.
I could look at the wound and know that he was stabbed. Because how else would you get a stab?
Hello? You still there?
Yes.
Okay, I say that again.
Okay. So eyewitness is one part. However, how would I know if he was really stabbed? Well, there's such thing as a stab wound. And if there was a stab wound, well, how else could have it happened? Like that's another part of information
Yes,
I
sure.
can
That's
get.
fine. That's all fine. Listen,
Yes.
I'm not arguing that you got to go through the method. I'm just saying you're being disingenuous because you literally just admitted that you'd be 99% certain that they were stabbed if through just testimony alone. Yet you're just positing a whole bunch of different possibilities. Of course, maybe it was magic pixies that flew down and stabbed them, right? Maybe the knife fell out of the sky, bounced on the ground, and hit them. There's so many different possibilities could happen, and of course, it warrants investigation. I'm not denying that, but you would be convinced that the person was stabbed through testimony. You admitted that.
You gotta also realize that the first question, like the very first one, was one person being testimony. Now then you said 21 people. So
No,
yes,
my whole argument, you said that testimony is not evidence. My whole argument was testimony was evidence. You can't say it's evidence if it's 5 people, but not evidence if it's one. It's either evidence or it's not.
the probability of it being reliable increments.
Of course, yeah, probabilities go up, but it's
Yes,
not
but
evidence, right? It
as
can
itself, it shouldn't be how do you say, defining evidence. It helps corroborate.
You agreed at the start that if you walked up on the street and just saw somebody with a knife in their chest on the ground, that you couldn't make any conclusions. But if 21 people said that they all saw them get stabbed, it'd raise the probability they got stabbed to 99%.
Yes. And also,
So which is the strongest
in,
piece of evidence here?
in the first one, you said that I was a witness. In the second,
Okay.
you said that
I
other
appreciate your time, man.
21.
I'm going to jump on. Appreciate your time. Thank you. God bless. Brigardi, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey man, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, awesome. It's actually Brigadier Badger. It's a bit of a handle.
Sorry, can you say that
My
again?
name's Brigadier Badger.
Brigadier. Got it. All right.
It's a handle. I'm being incognito. I'm 41. Can you believe it?
Okay. You do. I can hear you, but you got some crazy background noise.
Got some noise. Sorry. Yeah. Is that better?
Speak again.
Is that better? Yeah.
Much better. Okay. Yeah. Awesome.
Cool.
All right.
Sorry, man. I've been listening to you for a while. Just a comment before I started. I mean, before I try win a taco. The talking to the Muslim guy just made me, realize, the analogy of trying to play chess with a pigeon. This analogy, yeah, and that's common cause here. So I'm going to try my very best not to be a pigeon, and just warn you that is what is going to happen every time you talk to a Muslim person. It just seems to be part of the thing. I'm not having a go at Muslims. I'm just saying it seems to be a cornerstone of their faith to be, and also that thing of like, you're not understanding my question. It's like they make you try to patronize you in order to win the argument, and it's a very common tactic. So anyway, let me pause there and
just real quick before you go, I just want to read the super chat. Gabriel came in with $2, says, like Tim said, I'm here for my apologetics fix. Well, I'm glad to be your dealer, bro. All right, bro, go ahead.
So just to get some background from you, so that I can understand and not make a silly argument. As a Christian, do you believe that the Bible is the source of the fact which you believe? So, is everything in the Bible fact, or is the Old Testament not fact? Like, where do you draw the line there as a Christian?
So yeah, I'll answer. I just want to answer this question real quick. John Doe said, 21 people tell you that a donkey was talking to them. John is 99% sure donkeys can talk. No, and this just shows that you got how many of you atheists out there, and not this guy, but a lot of you guys are just disingenuous. That was his argument. He said he'd be 99% convinced. I never made a positive claim there. I was challenging his worldview. So I asked him if 21 people said it, how convinced would he be? And he said 99%. So actually, you should be talking to him. So when we're looking at the Bible, my main source for like historicity is going to be the New Testament. That's my primary focus of study. I think there is some good historicity in the Old Testament as well. So for example, we found Balaam's tablet, which corroborates the Bible. We found Joseph's temples, the Temple of Blessings and the Temple of Cursings. We found writings in Egypt that talk about the Israelites wandering through the desert. We found writings in Babylon that talk about King David. So David was most likely a real person. And then we also found the Moabite tablet, which talks about the specific war between Canaan and Israel. So we have a writing in Kings about that battle, and then we also have a writing in the Moabite tablet of that battle. So that battle most likely happened. So I think there's a lot of historicity in the Old Testament, and then lots of arguments of silence. But I think the historicity of the New Testament is like astronomically huge. Now, a question of like what do we conclude is true and what we conclude is false is simply by textual criticism. You have to go through each bit of text and then figure out, is this allegorical? Is this hyperbole? Are they using poetry? Are they giving an historic account? Are these historic accounts accurate? So you look at each individual text and come to that conclusion.
So we morph from a kind of form of historical fiction into something, or historical poetry, metaphysical, metaphorical stories, into something more factual in the New Testament. That sort of?
So let me give you an example. I think Job.
I'm not trying to gotcha either, man.
No,
so
no,
don't.
no.
I'm just trying to understand where you come from.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you an example. I don't think Job is a literal story that actually happened verbatim. I think Job is a real person. I think he went through some real things. But
That he lived inside a whale.
No. That's Jonah. That's Jonah. I'm talking about Job.
Oh,
the
Job.
whole book of Job.
I don't. Yeah, you'll have to. I can't remember. I know that he had some crazy patience. That's all I know about him.
Yeah. So I think Job is most likely parable in the way that Jesus teaches parables. But then when we get to the biographies of Christ, I think they're telling an actual story of things that he did. And the way we can come to these conclusions is through textual criticism and understanding how literature was used in these time periods.
Right. Yeah, that's perfectly rational. Got you there. Still withholding my tucker. Got you. So on the point of like what might be true. So do you think the Bible therefore is vague or inconclusive with regards to like evolution? And that's why I'm going. Do you believe that evolution is true or not true?
I'm agnostic towards evolution. I used to be an evolutionary theist, where I was like, "Yep, evolution is a thing." I've actually started looking into evolution recently, and now I'm agnostic. I actually don't know if it's as convincing as I thought it was.
Okay, and I think that it's, and I'm not having a go. Like I don't think people who believe in Christianity are stupid at all, and I've totally set my compass by it, and it's a really tough question, but it is irrational to believe it because the evidence that points towards evolution as a fact, and if you're talking to Muslim people, they'll tell you, no, but it's a theory of evolution. No, it's not a theory, it's a fact. It's a theory in terms of like how they describe it in scientific language. Okay, sure. Like there's a theory of evolution, but it's a fact. And okay, it's pretty damn convincing.
So let me ask you then, because I'm agnostic towards evolution. Convince me of evolution.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm convinced vicariously through the arguments of people that are far more skilled and expert than me in the field. I've been to I happen to live in South Africa, so I've been to.
Can I pause you there a little bit on your rhetoric? Then is because you're making a claim towards Christians that it's irrational for them to deny it, but yet you can't give an argument on why they should accept it.
No. Fair enough. But my argument would be like, that's like saying, look, what's the thing like? Prime numbers are irrational, right? And then you say, give me a proof on that. I'll say, look, I'm not a mathematician here, but look at this textbook, read this thing, go to this museum, look at the facts that I've looked at, which I can't spit out verbatim because I'm not a student of it. I'm like an amateur, but it's convincing enough. And believe me, if you look at it, like you've just admitted, that you're agnostic based on what you've looked at, right? Mm-hmm. You've looked at things. So there's very compelling evidence. And let's use an example, right? To say, okay, the remains, multiple remains that have been found of earlier humanoid species like Australopithecus, etc., Lucy, the hominid, all of these things are human-like, but we know they're not human. And they share DNA with Neanderthals. You know, there's all of that.
So let me give you two issues.
Animal world, etc. There's mountains of evidence.
Yeah. So let me give you two issues with that piece of evidence that you brought forward, right? Because you're jumping to a conclusion of evolution. So the first issue is a correlation fallacy. Me and fish both have eyes, yet I wouldn't conclude that I have common ancestor with fish, right? So seeing similarities doesn't necessarily mean that we're the same ancestor. The second problem is we share DNA with Neanderthal. Hold on. Let me address it, right? I let you speak for a very long time. The second issue is that we shared. The second issue is that we shared. The second issue is that we share DNA with Neanderthal. We also share DNA with a banana. We have 46% DNA relation with the banana. Yeah, I don't think that I have the same ancestors as a banana. Now I've spoken to people who are more educated in evolution with me, and they actually say, yeah, we have similar ancestors with a banana. So simply saying we have similar ancestors with Neanderthal doesn't make sense if we literally have similar ancestors with literally every single living organism ever. So I don't see how we come to this conclusion of like this great grand scheme of evolution just through a couple correlation fallacies. And again, I'm not denying evolution. It wasn't more than a month ago. I was firm on 100% evolution. I'm just taking an agnostic viewpoint. I'll let you respond, but just before you go, Witherstorm came in with $5, says, well, I believe that Christianity is not only rational, but beneficial to human flourishing. That does not, however, mean it is true. Correct. Correct. That is a correct statement. Just because it's rational doesn't mean it's true. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. So no worries. So I mean, I say that, if you, like you were talking to the guy earlier about the knife in the finding a stabbed person, the evidence is beyond a reasonable doubt. But bar there might be inconsistencies in the testimony of the witness.
I lost you. Are you still there? Okay, I think he's gone. Yeah, he's gone. All right, man. God bless. Thanks for the cordial conversation. We'll try again in the future. Ahmed, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey man, I'm 19.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
You as a Christian believe that Jesus is God, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that he worshipped or submitted to the Father?
Yes.
How can you explain to a person that in your standard, an all-knowing, all-powerful person submitted to another all-knowing, all-powerful person?
I just want to point out to the chat again, it's always fun day. We do Muslim Mondays and we get all the atheists on Monday. And then we do Fedora Fridays, which is for atheists, and we get all the Muslims. I'm not too, why is it that you guys come in on Friday, not Monday? Just curious.
I just like to say no.
I'm sorry?
No, nothing.
Why is it that you guys all come in on Friday and not Monday when I'm specifically doing the Muslim argument?
I just got to a stream on my For You page on YouTube, so I just joined.
Do you guys like, but is there like a specific, like, I don't see you guys ever show up on Monday. Are you guys doing something on Monday? Like, should I change the day?
No.
Is there like a Muslim religion on Mondays that I don't know about?
No. On the contrary, it's on Friday. We have a Friday prayer.
Oh, is it, maybe because you're hyped up because of the prayer. I don't know. All right. Jared came in with $5, says, keep up the good fight, man. Yeah. So very simple. Very simple to answer your question. Three persons sharing a singular nature. The second person of the Trinity, Jesus, took on flesh. And it says in the scripture, God is God of all flesh. And so because he took on flesh, he made himself a servant. And so therefore he submits to the Father.
Yeah, okay, but I'm not talking about Jesus and the Father. I'm talking about the fact that an all-knowing, all-powerful person submitted to another all-knowing, all-powerful person. Like, why would they submit to each other? Why would Jesus, all-powerful, all-knowing, is a God?
Yeah, why the why is completely irrelevant.
How is it irrelevant?
Because whys don't conclude truth. He could have just done it because he thought it was funny. Like it doesn't change the fact of whether he did or didn't do it.
But you should follow Jesus. He according to his actions, you do the same.
Can you just repeat what I said to you?
What do you mean?
Just repeat what I said to you in my argumentation, because it sounds like you didn't listen to it and just jumped onto another topic. So I want to make sure that we're having an argument in good faith.
You talked to me about the Trinity, about the.
Just repeat what I said to you and prove to me we're having a conversation in good faith.
Yeah, you said that you tried to prove me wrong, or to answer my question by saying that God came in the human flesh. So they have a Trinity like relation. So that's why he submitted to the Father.
No, I appreciate your time. God bless. Have a great day, man. Agnostic, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Doing well. I'm 30.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Sure, I'd love to win the taco. Okay. First question is, when did you become convinced of Christianity?
4 years ago.
Oh, wow. How old would that make you?
I'm 34.
If you want to say again.
I'm 34.
Okay, so hey, my age. Cool. Maybe today will be the day for me.
Well, I came to my faith when I was 30. Maybe today, though.
So when you were 12, if I asked you God exists, what would you have said?
At 12, I probably would have said, I don't know. I was really not interested when I was 12. I was kind of like an asshole kid doing my own thing.
Did you go to church or anything then?
I went to church a few times when I was a kid, but I wasn't going to church. Like, my family's not Christian, if that's what you're asking.
What religion is your family?
Agnostic.
Agnostic. So they don't go to church, like not even Easter Sunday or?
No. Like, My mom took me to a church when we were a kid, but it wasn't a church. It was a coffee shop that was run by a lady who had preached something. So it was more like a social. I'd go and get poutine. I don't even know what they talked about. They showed me a picture of Jesus once. That's all I remember of it.
Are you Canadian?
Yeah, I'm Canadian.
Sorry, you mentioned poutine. I am listening, unlike the last guy. I listen to what you say before I speak. I'm doing the questions as you say it. So I don't have a script. I just need your feedback. Do you want to leave Christianity?
No.
Okay. Well, that makes it a lot tougher. When you were 30, what convinced you of Christianity being true?
I had a Christophany, an experience that I consider supernatural. I don't want to go into the details of it. If you want to know that, I have testimonies on my video. But what kept me there was studying the faith and realizing, is this true or false? One of the things that I did when I became a Christian, I got my wife in the back, she can confirm this, she was there and she saw it, is that I wanted to disprove it. I wanted to disprove it was false and prove that I just had some sort of like psychotic episode.
Do you know the Pine Creek theorem?
No.
Well, then I'll ask a question. I can tell you now, but it'll be explained with a question or two. What is your wife's experience? As long as you're okay with saying it, was your wife religious growing up?
Yep, she was a lifelong Christian.
Okay. The Pine Creek theorem is men often come to religion because of their spouses. That's the Pine Creek theorem.
Yeah, and even if they did, that wouldn't change whether or not it's true.
True, correct. It's not fallacious, but it is.
But I guarantee you, I didn't come to the religion because of my wife.
Well, and yeah, I'm not saying it is that, but yeah.
So she just laughed in the background.
Well, I'm glad that you're married. And
sorry, one sec. What'd you say?
I said flirt to convert, baby.
She said flirt to convert, baby.
Well, thank you. My next question. Well, would you like to ask me a question now?
No.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you some of my problems that pushed me away. My first push away was when I was about 18. And what I realized was, you mentioned probabilities earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that somebody born in this day and age to a religious family who is literate, who goes to church growing up, has a higher probability of being a Christian than somebody born 300 years ago, let's say in China?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think we would be lucky to be born to Christian families today?
Lucky?
As in, go ahead.
No, I think everybody has to wrestle with their own faith. There's certain people who are going to be Christian, but don't really understand what it means to be a Christian and have a true love for God. So simply stating, I am a Christian, I go to church every Sunday, doesn't necessarily mean that you have a good, intimate relationship with the creator of the universe. It might even be a detriment to some people. I don't know. It's hard to say. You'd have to get all the data and see what the outcomes are.
Well, we do see higher propensity towards religion in countries like the United States versus China. And so I would say...
Yeah, I don't think you understood. I don't think you understood my contention. My contention is...
We don't know someone's heart is what you're saying. We don't know someone's heart.
Yeah,
and everyone messes with religion. I listened to what you said. But
okay, cool.
Go ahead.
No. I was just affirming that you did hear what I said.
Yeah. No, I'm listening to every word you say. I promise not like that last year. I think, and you may disagree, that if there are true Christians, let's assume that, there are more true Christians in the United States today than there is in China 300 years ago.
Yeah, sure. I can give that.
So with that, time and place plays a key factor in your eternal salvation, in the soteriology.
No, I disagree with that. No. Yeah.
But if go ahead.
Yeah, so the Christian theology traditionally is that you can't make a claim towards somebody being saved or not. Jesus makes the claim in John that those who did not know were not held accountable, but those who did not know, there is no excuse for their sin. And then Paul makes the claim in Corinthians, I think it was, where he says, the Gentiles who do not have law are law unto themselves with their own conscience bearing witness against them. So salvation doesn't necessarily come from just getting the knowledge here and now. You can get the knowledge in many different ways. You might even get it post-mortem. 1 Peter 3:16 says that Jesus went to those who were in Sheol and gave them the gospel when he died. So he literally went to hell and told people what the gospel was. So God is not going to be unfair and unjust. He's not going to send people to hell out of ignorance.
You brought up a lot of really interesting stuff, and I assume you're not a Calvinist, right?
No.
Oh, good. I know 1 Peter 3:15. 3:16 I wasn't aware of. Next, after I should read more on it. But You're saying there could possibly be post-mortem salvation.
Yeah, well, not possible. It happened, right? It happened when Jesus went to Sheol and gave to the gospel to the people of Noah's time.
So after I die, in your worldview, which I like this, after I die, I could get the chance to accept Christ.
Right. So this is the exception, not the rule. That's something to take into consideration, right? You can't just like, oh, I'm just gonna hear everything about the gospel, deny it my whole life, and then the last day I'm just gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna take you, right? This is obviously for people who didn't have the gospel before, because before Christ died on the cross, no one went to heaven. No one at all went to paradise. They all went to Sheol, which was the holding place. And then Christ dying on the cross allowed for salvation. But how do you give it to people before? Well, you had to go and give it to them. So it's a possibility, but that's the exception, not the rule. And there's this idea in apostolic churches that you may be like on the path, like you could be like one of those like lukewarm, quote unquote, Christians. I don't really like that term, but it drives my point. That you're not fully in the knowledge of salvation, and you go to purgatory, and you still continue your process to sanctification. Jimmy Harris came in 499, says, God bless you, bro. God bless you too, Jimmy.
Well, and I think there's a small correction. I think Elijah, and I always get Elijah and Elisha, the prophets, two similar names, confused. I think he went up to heaven in chariots before Jesus, right?
Elijah.
They need to get different.
Yeah, Elisha was the first one. He went in the chariots. Elijah was the one that came after, the successor.
Is that the one where it was in the tomb where they threw the body in and it touched? The stories are interesting. But more on topic to what you were saying, your Christophany to start, I would accept, you kind of went into personal and special revelation with the verses in Peter, I believe, and Corinthians. If I had a special revelation, which it seems you have had, I could not deny it. And if you look at the stories in the Bible, it fits with it, where with the fires. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, before you continue on a tangent, you absolutely could. Judas denied it. That's it. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah, some people denied it and some people didn't. If you look at the fires from the heaven, when people were sacrificing to Baal, then it says many people converted that day. So I don't see anything inconsistent with asking God for evidence, because God in many ways has given us evidence. Those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I think the evidence is in the crucifixion.
Okay, so yeah, if we want to talk about this, I don't think there's enough evidence to believe. I think we can believe Jesus was crucified, but I don't think there's enough evidence to believe, which you were kind of getting to with the other caller, but we can go down that route. I don't think there's enough evidence to believe that he rose from the dead.
Okay, so can I give you the syllogism, or did you hear it?
Actually, I came in right when you're talking to them, so you'll have to get it again. I'll write it down.
Okay, I'll put it down. So premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event, which you already agreed with. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection, including postmortem appearances, transformed disciples, empty tombs, etc., is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater for the resurrection.
Sure. So I do agree we are rational to believe in the crucifixion. I think one caveat with that is it's not a supernatural claim. So the evidence for it would be lower. Also, we know Pontius Pilate existed. I think we have his letter or something. We have evidence that Pontius Pilate existed.
We have a scribe. We have one thing. So you say supernatural events. Can you give me the distinction between supernatural and natural by definition, not by example?
Sure. A supernatural event would be one that is not possible in the natural world.
Okay, so how do you conclude when something is not possible in the natural world?
That by physical means alone, the event, like within the physical natural world, it could not be produced. Like you can't see.
Yeah, that's just a different. Now I'm asking for like a method in concluding that. So, for example, if all of a sudden we started seeing people resurrect, would you say this is a supernatural event or a natural event?
It might be natural. There might be a way in which we do not understand. I can give you a better definition now as I thought through it. Remember, I'm off the cuff right now. But the methodology to know if something is supernatural is you take into account all the laws of the natural world. And if the thing goes outside the laws of the natural world, it'd be supernatural.
Okay. So when we looked at quantum mechanics at the time, it went outside our current understanding of how the natural world operated. Was it a supernatural event they witnessed or a natural event?
anyone viewing it would probably think it was supernatural, but ontologically the laws existed, so it was natural.
Okay, so it just updated our natural sense. So again,
Correct.
if we see an event that we would consider supernatural, does it not just update our understanding of the natural definition?
It could, but also if I were to see, let's say, somebody teleport,
Mhm.
and then we have no way of updating what made this happen, I would believe they have supernatural powers. Like when we go and find the laws of the quantum world, then we understand that there are laws we did not understand ontologically.
Okay, so then dark matter is not something we understand and we don't know how it works. Is it a supernatural thing?
No, because it doesn't mean there are not the laws. I think now we're getting to the epistemology of supernatural.
Mhm.
Like the ontology of supernatural is it would be something that is not possible via the natural laws. Our epistemology of the natural laws will evolve over time. So how do
Right.
we
So,
know
yeah.
something is supernatural is harder than how is something supernatural.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to point at,
Okay.
the distinction between the two. Because if we have a supernatural event happen and we just update our knowledge on how it happens, let's say we understand a supernatural event happens because God simply alters aspects by doing X, Y, and Z, and by altering aspects X, Y, and Z allows things to teleport into existence. I'd say this is just a natural phenomena.
If there is a law of the natural world that we find or understand now, it is a natural phenomenon. That would be correct.
Yeah, so all we're doing is everything that we see would just update our understanding of the natural phenomena. I don't think there is a distinction between supernatural and natural.
No, but God can do the can God break the laws? Does God have to follow the laws of the natural world?
Does God have to follow the laws of the natural
Can he do
world?
something outside of the natural world? Could
Can he
God do something that violates gravity?
Yeah, so he could, but this
Yeah.
would simply just update our understanding of how the natural laws work.
No, like when God stops the sun in the sky, that is a violation of the natural law because
I don't think he
listen,
actually stopped this, but I think he could. So
I
you
heard you
can go
mentioning that
ahead,
joke
yeah.
earlier. So hypothetically, God stops the sun in the sky. That would be a violation of the natural world.
But if we just understood that God did it, do we not just update our understanding of what natural law is?
Understanding that God did it wouldn't make it a violation of the natural law because the natural laws that exist would preclude the ability for this to happen and not cause seismic, type like waves and issues across the world. So if something happens and we are unable to update our knowledge, we would have to conclude that it is likely supernatural. You mentioned kind of fallibilism earlier, that we have a percentage of belief in something. So we could believe something is supernatural more likely if there is no update to our natural understanding. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to get on the method on exactly how we would determine this. Because if the sun just all of a sudden stopped in the sky one day and it was just sitting there, and we didn't conclude that there is any God, you would assume right off the basis that some sort of natural event that you're unaware of just happened. No?
So the way we would do it, the methodology we would follow is witness event, look for possibilities of how this would work in the natural world.
Mm-hmm.
If we do not find possibilities or come up with a way, then it's more likely supernatural. And we've yet to hit that
Okay, but
position.
then,
Like
yeah,
the
that's
Higgs
fine.
boson.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Then you just have to say dark matter is supernatural. Because we
you
have
know
an
what?
understanding of what dark matter is, but we have no clue, or we have an understanding that dark matter is there, but we have no clue what it is and how it operates.
I know the Higgs boson better than dark matter. You might be saying we see the impact of dark matter, like we saw the impact of the Higgs boson and we eventually found it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're positing like a science of the gaps type of thing.
But we are not saying that science must be true in this instance. We're saying here's the best way under the natural world that this would occur.
Right. So again, if you have the sun stop in the middle of the sky, right, and you're on Earth, and you see this happen, but you can't come to any conclusions. Like no matter how much you're studying, how much you're figuring out or looking at it, you can't come to any sort of natural explanation why this happened. Do you then conclude a supernatural event happened, or would you conclude there's some sort of natural event that you've yet to discover?
I think you could lean on both being a possibility, but I want to get to the evidence of the resurrection if you want. Like, what good evidence do we actually have that would go with more than the accounts of the apostles and the changing of lives?
Why would I go outside of that? Because again, my whole point of my premises is that if there's enough for A, then there's enough for B.
Well,
That's
let's
my
look
point. So
Sure.
you'd have to tear apart the syllogism, you'd have to convince me that of your priors. Basically, the whole point of the argument is to point out your priors. You have a prior
Yeah.
disposition to not believe in miraculous events. right? So you'd have to convince me of your priors. That's the purpose of the syllogism.
Yeah, and I think I can convince you of my priors right here. So I'll do it with an example. How did Peter the apostle die?
I don't know.
Uh,
The church history says that he's crucified.
yeah, and crucified how?
Well, they say upside down.
Yeah, that's the church history on it. Now, where does that come from?
I don't know. Church fathers.
It comes from the Acts of Peter. So in the Acts of Peter, he goes into a battle with Simon, who flies up into the sky. There's a talking dog. There's a talking 14-day-old baby. And my
I don't
priors.
think this is true.
No. Oh, yes. Read the Acts of Peter.
Well, I believe that's in the Acts of Peter, but I don't think that means that's the source.
Well, yeah. No, I love what you just said, though. You said, I don't think this is true. Because when I hear church history say that Peter was crucified upside down, and that's the tradition around Peter's death, yeah, please look up the Acts of Peter and what happens.
We could just look at, the Acts of Peter is early apocryphal text, believed to be written in the late 2nd century. So one of the reasons that I'd say it probably doesn't come from the source is because it's apocryphal, right? Which means it was the Gnostic texts, and the Gnostic texts were widely disregarded by the church, and the church affirmed that his crucifixion. So
why is the church saying he was crucified upside down when the only records of this come from the Acts of Peter?
Hold on, let's just say.
Go ahead.
Again, this is not something I've looked at in depth.
And I'll tell you where I'm going.
So the claim here would be in the 1st century as when they were making the claims, and then the Acts of Peter was written in the 2nd century.
Who made the claims, though, that he was crucified upside down in 1st century?
I'm still looking for that.
Sure. From all my research, it comes from Acts of Peter.
What's all your research?
I've read the Gnostic texts. I've read a lot, like 2 decades of researching this. Book of Thomas, Book of Mary. I mean, that's a sayings gospel and everything. I'll tell you really briefly, I'll tell you where I'm going with this. You mentioned my priors, and my priors are dogs don't talk, babies don't talk, people don't fly in the sky. And when we talk about, the traditions around the apostles dying for their faith or being convinced this is true, well, a lot of these traditions come from books or things that just are.
Hold on. I can't do both. If I'm looking up something, I can't focus on what you're saying, and I won't represent you properly.
That's fine.
So the earliest writing of Peter's martyrdom was by Eusebius in 64-68 AD. The earliest hints of Peter's martyrdom was by Clement in 96, and then no 1st century writings explicitly describe Peter's crucifixion. So nothing in the 1st century specifically give his crucifixion.
And Clement said, Peter through unrighteous envy endured not 1 or 2, but many labors, and thus having borne testimony went to appointed place of glory.
And then Origin of Alexandria, mid 2nd century, mid 3rd century previous, thought Eusebius was history. Peter was crucified in Rome, is downright by Eusebius. Clement thought envy and jealousy greatest. The Acts of Peter, the Gnostic. So the Acts of Peter was 180, 190, which says, I'm not worthy to be crucified, my Lord, turn my cross upside down. Okay, I don't even know if the church takes the cross upside down thing as a historical fact then.
It's what I was taught. It's what a lot of times when I ask Christians, they mention that he was crucified upside down.
They also say Satan's name is Lucifer, and that's not the case.
But my issue is this. I think the early church, created by Paul and James, I think Paul and James knew each other. Do you want me to stop? Because I know you're still checking things out. But I'll tell you my beliefs, and then you can question them.
Cool. Even if let's grant this, let's even say that the Acts of Peter is the first writing of him being crucified upside down that we can find in history. Them getting something right doesn't necessarily mean the whole document is correct as well. But yeah, go ahead, make your argument now.
Sure. I think James loved his brother Jesus. I think when Jesus died for blasphemy, I think it was, that's why Rome brought him to the cross. I think James wanted someone else. Yeah, James, the brother of Jesus.
You say he died or Jesus?
No. Jesus died.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. I might have misspoke. I think James missed his brother, and Paul, who has a very weird history, you don't really see much of him until he comes out and says, hey, I was such a bad dude. I was hunting down these Christians. I think Paul wanted to change a vocation and became a leader in the movement, and even had infighting with James about how do we do this movement. I think they started the churches in Jerusalem. Paul was going around collecting money. There was even like women involved with this. There's a lot of interesting people around this movement.
But there's issues like right off the bat, like all the testimony that we have of Paul is that he denied payment.
I think in Corinthians he says, when I come to your town, have your money ready. I can find that verse if you want.
Well, he talks about how he should be taken care of when he goes to certain towns, but he also makes a claim that how other people should be paid, but not be like him, the one who denied, or he'd prefer that if you were like him, denied money, but those who work the gospel should be paid.
Yeah, and then there's also, I think, in Romans, a really weird story. It's either in Acts or Romans. Oh, what are their names? It's the couple's name where they go into the church and they're like, yeah.
I know who you're talking about.
Sapphirus and Ananias and Sapphirus.
Yeah.
They go into the church and the church is like, hey, you sold your land. How about that money? And the dude is like, we didn't get that much money or something. And then he has a heart attack.
Yeah, but that was to Peter, not to Paul.
But it's in Romans or Acts, right? It's in one of the two. I think it's the start of Romans. But
it was given to Peter. Yeah, there's
a lot of
the difference. Just real quick before you, Gabriel came in $5, says there's some correction about the martyrdom. Some of the apostles, Sean McDowell and David Wood, talk about this on their YouTube recently. There you go.
Yeah. And so my issue is there's a lot of talk about money. I think I have the verse for you, 1 Corinthians 16:2. On the first day of every week, each of you is to put something aside and store it up as you may prosper. So there will be no collecting when I come. So Paul's like basically saying like, when I get here, you got to have the money ready. And then the story of Ananias and Sapphirus is weird.
Hold on. There's an assumption that Paul's taking the money for himself.
I know they're taking money. That's what I know.
Yeah. This is not denied that the churches took a tithe. No one denies this.
Well, I can imagine prosperity gospel saying we're not taking the money for ourselves, but then we see the preachers with jets. I think.
Yeah, I don't care about the prosperity gospel, right? There's nobody in apostolic churches, for one. They all agree that you should give a tithe to the church and keep it going. And same with most Protestant churches, all agree with the tithe, right? This is how you keep it going. This is part of church tradition since the beginning.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to me that Paul and James were working together to keep the ministry of James's brother going. And I think Paul liked this. He enjoyed kind of being a criminal or doing these things, like, because if you're going against the Roman government,
the problem is the hypothesis isn't supported by the data. Like, you can posit possibilities all day long, but it's not supported by the data.
What's not supported? Like, give me one fact that would not support this.
Well, you have to actually give me a source that says that he was collecting money and using it for selfish needs and selfish reasons.
Well, I just know that he was collecting money, and I know the nature of humans.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Saying somebody collects money, therefore it's by greed. For that to make the claim, literally every single person that accepts a tithe or accepts a payment, you'd have to say has malicious intent.
Mm-hmm. Well,
is that the claim you're making?
I'm saying there's a possibility.
Yeah, I could posit possibilities. I could say it's possible that fairies push the moon around the Earth. That doesn't mean it's probable. And there's this thing in history, it's called the principle of charity, right? You don't assume that somebody, innocent until proven guilty. That's even used in today's law. You don't assume that people are doing malicious things without evidence.
Well, so we have two possibilities right here. We have the possibility that more than two, but I'll name two.
We have a multitude of possibilities, 100%. Yeah.
We have the possibility that on Damascus, Paul experienced something, scales on his eyes, and was convinced by this. We have the possibility that Paul was doing this for other reasons than truly being convinced. And for somebody to do something that is possibly dangerous, I would think there would have to be benefit to them. Like, people don't randomly take on a risk in their life without benefit.
Yeah, the benefit to him was eternal salvation with the Lord and Creator Jesus Christ.
I will admit this, and I'm hoping you can admit too. Do you think it's possible just possible that Paul was doing this for a little bit of fame and money?
Yeah, I can grant possibility.
Okay,
I can
cool.
grant possibility on anything. But what you're doing is planting seeds of doubt, which is fine. But you're just saying as long as I can gin up any sort of possibility, I can validate. I can show validation to anybody who denies it. Right? I can say, hey, it's possible that he did these things. So even though all the data says opposite, I can deny it because it's possible. All the data would be contrary to this. We see that in the Gospels and the epistles. You know, I'm arguing for ones that we know or generally have a confidence in the authorship. We could say that they're trying to be trustworthy, they're trying to give good information, that they're giving reliable historical data, and we see no reason to believe that they're being malicious or doing something that is for their own desires, their own needs. Even Bart Ehrman in his book Misquoting Jesus makes the argument that he does not believe there is a single person that he can find in any of his research or data that was doing any sort of changes or manipulations for malicious or selfish intent. All of them, and you can double check me on this, all of them seem to be doing this with the best intentions, with true Christian faith.
I think the problem is when you look at the Gospels, we have non-eyewitness accounts, and we see mostly copies from Mark and Priority. So it's likely, go ahead.
Yeah, just pause you. I think we have 21 eyewitness accounts within the Gospels and the epistles.
So when Jesus was in the Garden of Gethsemane, who was the eyewitness? Who wrote about it?
Well, so eyewitnesses don't have to be the one writing. If you're going to hold to that kind of idea, then you're going to have so many other problems just in modern information that you take in. So like news stations and things like this. The 21 eyewitnesses are recorded by the authors.
So what makes someone an eyewitness?
Somebody who with their own eyes witnessed it.
Well, but then no one with their own eyes witnessed Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane speaking to the Lord.
Oh,
or when
yeah.
he went up on the mountain.
Yes. So I believe that Jesus told them these events when he was specifically off in the garden speaking to the Lord. Yeah. And I can grant even those they might not even be sure of, but they did witness like things like the crucifixion.
I'm pretty sure there's other times too where they talk about like Roman soldiers and stuff having conversations in the Gospels, which no one would know about besides the soldiers themselves.
Yeah, Lydia McGrew. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. Did you want to finish that?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, Lydia Grew actually points one of these arguments out. One of the skeptics, and if you want me to pull up the exact sources, it'll take me a minute. But if you want to take me on faith, that's up to you too. But some of the skeptics bring up the fact that how would they know what was being said in Herod's castle? And so it's like they record what was being said in Herod's castle, but no one was there to witness it. So how would they know? But then in one of the other Gospels, it talks about how a specific person was there and giving money to one of the women, was giving money to the ministry of Jesus. And then another gospel specifically talks about how that same person was a servant in Herod's castle. So one of the things that you can logically conclude is that they got the information from that person.
It's possible. And, I think what's also, I'd say it's more possible when you talk about possibility of someone getting information from a person. I think we should also then believe in possibilities of people doing these things for selfish gains, because if we're going outside the text, I've listened to some Lydia McGrew, so I know some undesigned coincidences arguments.
Yeah.
I think I thought you had a comment.
No, I was just affirming what you're saying. Go ahead.
I think when a lot of these arguments are made, it's trying to reconcile the text as apologetics, where it's not like, okay, wait, we have an abundance of reasons to doubt these. We have accounts that show that they are mostly copies. When you look at the Greek language, you can actually mix up the words and like verbs and nouns, yet we see phrases in the Gospels that are word for word identical, which shows plagiarism.
Yeah, no one denies that they're copying from each other. I'm not sure why this is a contention.
Well, then what we have is we have maybe somebody who's an eyewitness, and then each gospel was kind of created and expanded. And then even if you look at Mark, I believe it's the long ending of Mark, we know a lot of the Bible has been added to, like the woman, the adulterous woman is an addition in John, I believe. So now we have that the texts have been altered over time, and even Revelation says no.
You're smuggling there. You're smuggling that it was altered over time. right? That's not evidence towards that. That just shows that they had different information. Did you, like, I know you've heard Lydia McGrew's stuff, but did you read her book? Because like a lot of these
No, I read
objections
her
that you're
book.
bringing up, she specifically addresses and how they aren't issues. Now you can hand wave them as some sort of apologetics, but there's some in these that I find very difficult to wrestle with. So she like points out specific things where she agrees that they're contradictions with each other, but it kind of creates hold on, I just want to read the super chat before I get. Wouldn't it be more possible for Paul wanting to get rich to instead maintain his current status and ask funds to keep pursuing the Christians? Fair enough. But anyways, so she brings up actual contradiction. She says, "I will grant this is a contradiction, but it creates a problem." So there's two of these that I can remember off the top of my head. One is the feeding of the 5,000 where Jesus was standing. Was he standing by the water? Was he standing by the mountain? And then the other one was where Paul traveled when he was on his ministry. One leaves out a few towns. One has those towns in there. Same sort of contradictions. If you're going to say that they're copying from each other, then there's a problem, because why didn't they copy verbatim? If you're going to say that they're getting things wrong, then there's also a problem, because how are they getting certain aspects correct and certain aspects right? So it kind of creates like this dichotomy that's really difficult for the skeptic to wrestle with, because if you hold to one viewpoint, it crushes the other. If you hold to the other, it crushes the other one. And so this is why I'm actually okay with granting a lot of contradictions, because some of these contradictions affirm things. So it affirms all the other things that get correct. So like the road they travel for Passover, they get these things correct, but then you get a contradiction on where Jesus was standing when they started showing up. So either they were copying from each other and you wouldn't expect to see these problems, or they were actually citing from their memory, and then you would expect to see these type of problems.
Well, I'll give you one more thing, and then you probably have a lot of other people in the queue who want to talk to you.
Sure.
Good chat. I appreciate it. You being very civil and letting us both talk. I've talked to many apologists, and not all are civil. So I guess my point of view, to summarize, is, and I've read Case for Christ, Cold Case Christianity, McDowell's books. Okay, so Lydia McGrew, read the McGrews. I know her husband's also. Here, I'll let you can tell me book suggestions at the end, but I'll give you the summary of my view. Is looking through the testimony in the Gospels, I see it nothing more than the testimony of Joseph Smith, who also died for his faith. And I don't see good reason to believe someone like Joseph Smith, who said he saw the golden tablets, someone we know in history, someone we know who died for his faith. And I don't think dying for your faith or testifying for your faith is enough when I don't know these people. I don't know Paul. And by Paul's own admission, he was a bad dude. And I would really need to know this guy to trust him. And if God can make scales appear on people's eyes and convince them to believe, I'm up for that experience. That's my final thoughts.
Sure. I just say I actually believe that Joseph Smith saw golden tablets. Right? You can grant certain things without coming to full conclusions. Right? I grant that him and his followers saw gold tablets. There seems to be enough evidence for that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everything else that he said is true, that the Garden of Eden is in Kentucky or whatever the heck he said it was. I think we're fine to leave off. I'll just give you those book recommendations. Can We Trust the Gospels by Peter J. Williams. Jesus and the Eyewitnesses by Richard Bauckham. And I think that's probably good. Oh, and The Case for Jesus by Brant Petrie would probably be good sources. And then, of course, Lydia McGrew's The Mirror and the Mask would be another solid one to go through, like historical evidences.
Cool. Well, thanks for the chat, man.
All right, man. Thanks for being cordial. God bless, and have yourself a great day.
See you.
Let's just check out the CPU usage and see. It seems like I did solve that issue. We're sitting at about 70% CPU usage, and considering how many things I have open, that's what we'd expect to see. So I think we did solve that problem. Guys, thank you for the prayers on that. If you want to join the conversation, tinyurl.com/BigJohnSteele2. If you're watching on TikTok, you can also join with the multi-guest button. We're primarily focused on YouTube stuff, though. That seems to be where we're going. DC just came in with $5, says Joseph Smith did not die for his faith. Bro was murked by a mob while incarnated after declaring martial law. I think the point is they all believed it, testified, and never recanted. I think that's the point they're saying. Two guys in the shed. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, yeah, pretty good. I'm 32, kind of cooked, but having a good time.
Are you willing to talk to two people at once, or is that weird?
That's fine by me.
Sweet. So what's your definition for like rationality? Like, how do you, like, what's your measurement?
I just use the colloquial definition here. The definition that we're using here is based on in accordance with reason or logic.
In accordance with reason, just in general. And what about reaching the like level again for Christianity? Like, by what level is someone, does it hit Christianity? You know, or
I don't
what's the
understand the
determination
question.
for
Can
that?
you rephrase it?
What's the determination for being a Christian, basically?
I still don't understand the question.
Like, you were talking before about the difference between like a true Christian and like a not truly believing Christian, someone who's like generally culturally Christian, you might say, or
Yeah, so somebody who says they're Christian because their parents are Christian probably isn't a Christian.
yeah.
Yeah.
But and then at what level do they get to being a Christian?
I'd say
What are the things required? What are the
I think bare minimum, you have to affirm a creed, like the Nicene Creed or the Apostles' Creed. You have to affirm that and have a basic understanding how that works.
You have to go through the sacraments and stuff, and like, yep.
Yeah, so participating in the sacraments, the method in those sacraments and how they work is going to be disagreed upon. But yeah, participating in the sacraments, having an active faith, being active in prayer. Obviously, you can disagree about certain tertiary things. Sure, that's fine.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Just real quick, Jesus Christ came at $5, says, hey, could I ask some questions about the Bible? My name is Jesus is good. Not today. I mean, you can throw them in. If they're quick questions, I can answer them, but it's not generally the topic. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. So in terms of like believing in supernatural things happening or have happened, you know, miracles have happened, like, is that a requirement as well?
Yeah, I don't think there's a distinction between supernatural and natural. I haven't been given
what I
find a convincing argument. I'd say that Jesus Christ resurrected off the cross. If God exists, he's a natural being, right? And it depends on what you mean by natural.
Yeah.
Oh no, I fully agree that God is a natural being. That makes complete sense because God is of the world in which we are, and that is natural, right? So God is natural.
No, that's not what I mean when I say natural.
No?
I just mean, yeah, he exists. So we'd say like God has a nature. This means he's a natural being.
Right.
It just depends on what your term of natural means. If what you mean by inside the universe and plants grow and trees grow, then no, he's not natural. By natural, I just means that, you know, has a nature.
Right.
Yeah.
I understand.
Is that so? Okay, so how do you define miracle?
So miracle would just be something done that's by God. So something that's like, so like a divine being did it.
Okay, divinity. Can you define? Sorry to keep harping on definitions. That's just annoying. We can just move past that.
No,
but like
semantics are
again,
important.
like divine, like that implies to me like a kind of heavenly space outside of a natural space that within which natural things could be. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, no. So I just simply say a divine space would be like any member of God's council. And this could be fallen members or current members that are currently operating. I'd say this is miraculous. So basically, something that can alter the world in a way that we know it.
And what sources do you use to establish God's counsel? What
Oh yeah,
like
so the council. My belief in the council is a dogmatic belief. It's not an evidential belief. I would never use that as an argument.
And which dogma?
It's a dogma means that I take it on faith.
But which dogma are you using? Like, do you have like a literal structure in your head of what God's counsel is made up of? Like angels, I'm assuming are involved, or no?
They're not. It's divine counsel. That's the dogma.
So what is defined? Like
is it you don't have a visual image when you think of the concept of the divine counsel of God?
Yeah.
Say that again.
When you think of the concept, the divine counsel of God, a visual image doesn't enter into your mind.
Well, generally, I think about a whole bunch of dudes sitting on thrones, all talking to each other. But
who are those dudes? Who are those dudes?
But I can't actually say what it would look like. I don't know. But who those dudes? Like, these how dudes many would be? I don't know how many.
But you know what I mean? Like
these dudes would be the fallen angels or angels of God.
Oh yeah, cool. So that's what I'm asking. Like, is there scripture that you've read that like has outlined all this?
Yeah, there's scripture in it, but I thought you were asking for, I thought you were asking like tangible evidence I can bring to you. Yeah, of course there's scriptures.
No, literally, like, what, like, which, like, are they like?
Yeah, so
what years, what centuries were they published in? How
so for example,
the actual events of Christ.
Psalms 82 says that God stands in the midst of the council of gods and judges them, right? The book of Job says that Satan comes to the council, right? And then I think it's either Kings or Chronicles. When Ahaz is judged, one of the members of God's council goes to God and says, "I'll put a lying tongue on the spirit of his prophets." So we see, then the book of Zechariah, I think it was, talks about how the Zechariah is standing before God's councils, and one of the angels takes off his clothes and cleans him with, puts white clothes on him. So we see council operating all throughout the Old Testament.
So getting back to the true Christian argument, do you believe a true Christian would believe in the concept of God's counsel, or is that part of the gray area in between where
it's a tertiary
being
argument.
a true Christian encompasses? Yeah, tertiary. Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I see your point. And so, in terms of it's rational to be a Christian, that's what the Taka. I want the Taka. That's what we're
just
here
real
for.
quick, if you want more, on the council, I did a whole video on it where I go through all the scripture. So if you want to check on my channel, it's just scroll. It's not too far back. You'll find it. Council of Gods or whatever it is.
Great. That'd be sick. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. But yeah. So what was I saying? Why Christianity over any other faith? Let's assume it's rational to subsume a faith, to have a faith. That's the first premise. Yeah.
So why I think it's rational over any other faith is because of the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Based on the evidence that we have in scriptures and Testament.
Yeah, so the premises that, I don't know if you heard it from the last guy, I'll just go through it again. I'll shorten it to just save time. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient warrant rational belief. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is on par with the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events are supported by comparable levels of evidence, then it's rational to believe them. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion is rational to believe in the resurrection.
But that doesn't necessarily mean it's rational to assume Christianity. I could believe that the resurrection happened and not be a Christian.
Yeah, so the conclusion, if Jesus Christ resurrected, died for our sins, then we're going to take that the documents are historically reliable, and then we're going to take that from those sources that he's historically reliable, that he is who he claimed he was, that he's God. I think it'd be irrational to deny Jesus and then continue on your life as an atheist if you're fully convinced that he has authority over life and death. Tribute Center came in 499, says, John, what are your thoughts on apostolic succession? Thanks for everything you do. Much love, dude. I don't know. I think there is warrant about apostolic succession. I don't know how much authority apostolic succession grants. Go ahead.
So, in terms of believing, I lost my train of thought on that one. Can I go pick up, Alex?
Yeah. So, Siddhartha Gautama, yeah?
Oh, thank you.
The Buddha of Buddhism, he performed miracles and had raptures that have been attested to and have been recorded.
Okay.
Oh my God! Yeah, I didn't come prepared for this, man.
There was a tree bloomed when he walked over an area.
I'm not even talking about like the miracles. I'm talking about what is the evidence for that. Right. That's the question I'm asking.
Scripture at the time. There's a rich oral history.
So sorry. Let me rephrase. I'm asking for specifics. Right, because
I haven't looked into Buddha. We're not studied on this. This was just vague, the surface level.
We just stumbled across you, man.
Yeah,
I haven't done my homework.
But in terms of having the possibility of believing in the resurrection, right, believing in Christ coming back, and with all the historical evidence, and also having that level of understanding of another different religious faith like Buddhism. The history we have.
I know where you guys are headed. Let me answer. If you can show me another religion that's a 1-to-1 comparison with the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, I would have to believe it. Yes.
Okay.
But somebody has yet to do that for me.
That's fair.
That's a very fair stance to take. Yeah. No. No.
What about the flourishing of people who do follow, say, Buddhism?
Yeah, I don't believe flourishing determines truth. Raising Blind Man
No?
came in 499 says, what's that lady's name of the book that you mentioned? Lydia McGrew is the lady's name. Yeah, so flourishing doesn't necessarily determine truth. Somebody can flourish thinking that they're a unicorn. That doesn't mean they are one.
Can they?
Sure, why not?
Show me.
Well, it can and happening are two different things.
Well, if it's not happening, they're not flourishing. I'm not sure that's a fair argument that you're.
Yeah,
Is it?
It's a logical possibility.
Is it
Unless you can give
logical?
me, yeah, unless you
Because
can give
they
me a
can, in your
contradiction.
imagination, because they can. Is that
Yes,
logical?
yeah. So basically, we're just using laws of logic here. If I can logically say that, hey, you can flourish thinking that you're a unicorn unless you can provide me a defeater, I don't see the issue because I don't see any contradictions with this. Somebody thinks they're a unicorn. They walk out into a field, they eat grass, right? They eat some other food, some apples, oranges. Their health stays fine. They're happy. They're having a good time. They love pooping on the grass. They strap a horn to their forehead, and they're just having a great old time in their delusion.
I'm not sure if that played out in any society we've seen in culture.
Logical
You know what I'm saying?
possibilities.
Like,
Yeah,
happen doesn't mean it can't happen.
yeah.
Okay, so for one, I just say logical possibilities don't necessarily have to happen for it to be possible.
Yeah.
I'm just giving a logical possibility. Two, have you never heard of furries?
Yeah, no, of course.
They are flourishing.
But again, yeah, that's true. That's true.
No, yeah. I, you know what? I might owe you a taco at the end of this. Interesting. So, like, you just say based on the fact that there's more evidence for the Christian faith and the deity and deific. I don't know words, man. I'm cooked.
I'm valuing flourishing quite a bit in my understanding of rationality. Like, I think it's rational to follow what causes flourishing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you should try to flourish in your life.
Yeah.
I have no issue with that, but that doesn't change anything. Like, I can, for example, you and I can still do the same. Well, hold on. Let me land the plane here. You and I can live out the same life that lead to the both the same kind of flourishing outcome from a secular point of view. One of us could do it because Jesus is God, and one of us could simply do it because they want to. We would still have the same flourishing, but one of us would be living a lie and one of us would be doing it for truth. So you can come to good conclusions for bad reasons. There's nothing illogical about this. Let me give you an example. Let's say that I believe my wife is at work because she left the house and she normally goes to work on Monday. But it turns out that she doesn't work Monday. She actually left the house to go cheat on me. Then when she goes to go cheat on me, she goes and finds the guy, went to her work to find her because he thought she would also be at work. And so then she ends up going to work to find him. So I'd be right in my conclusion that she was at work, but I'd be wrong in my reasoning how she actually ended up at work.
It's fair. Yeah, I can't argue with that in terms of like, your truth is quite integral.
I feel kind of damned by this argument a little bit because I feel like I fundamentally can rationally probably say, yeah, cool, Christianity, that's my sports team, basically. Sorry to be reductive. But like, that doesn't make me a true Christian, and thus rationally I'm not committed enough. It feels like the rationale is almost tied up in the fervor.
So rationality just means that in accordance with reason or logic, right? I gave a syllogism, a logical syllogism that you didn't provide a contradiction in, which means it's logically sound to believe in the resurrection.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
But that doesn't make me a Christian.
I don't know what you are. Sounds like you two are having a good time is what you are.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we've probably taken up enough of yours. I'm sure there's many other people waiting.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, bro. God bless, guys. Have a good day.
Ciao.
Likewise. God bless.
Raising Blind Ian said name of her book. Mirror in the Mask is what I think it is. But anything by Lydia McGrew is going to be great. Not seeing any of those New Agers that were talking shit the other day. Not seeing any of them. All of them saying, all you're going to do is overtalk me and hit the mute button. George, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
37.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. We're in a taco.
Okay. I just want to have a logical conversation. I'm not really good at talking about religious facts.
Sure. Just before you go, Crazy Ivan came in. Apostolic succession is unbiblical. Matthias is fulfillment of specific prophecy, not ongoing promise. It's not unbiblical. There is scripture that says, by the laying on hands, we give you these authorities. So it's definitely there's some basis for it, but how much authority is given, that's what I think is up for debate. All right, George, sorry, go ahead.
All right. So from what I've heard during the stream, you've changed your beliefs like multiple times in the past, correct?
Oh yeah, and I'm going to continue to do so.
Right. Okay, good. So let's see. Belief is an important thing to humanity. It inspires basically what we're striving toward. Would you agree with that?
Well, I don't know. You can change a belief and not strive towards it.
Right, correct. But the changing of a belief, would you like that action, the action of the belief changing, would you describe that as an epiphany?
Well, it can be. It can also be a slow burn process. An epiphany is usually like an in the moment process by definition. Like
right.
Eureka.
There are a lot of people out there who struggle with beliefs, right? They have some mixed feelings, even beliefs that you and I would agree are they're wrong, right?
Yeah.
In moral respect.
Immoral,
right? Like
well, hold on though. If we're gonna say moral respect, I gotta ask you some clarifying questions. Do you hold to moral relativism or realism?
Relativism, I guess. It's I don't know. I'm a believer in empathy and human connection, right? So
okay,
I don't
think it's objective?
Go ahead.
Do you think it's objective?
Objective. Yeah, I think it's objective to each person. Yeah, I mean, it depends on a lot of different factors that are going on inside your mind.
So I just clarify. It cannot be objective to each person. That creates a contradiction, because subjective means it's stance dependent. Objective means it's stance independent. So if it's objective to each person, then you're saying it's it's the same thing at the same time, creates a contradiction. So it's either stance dependent or it's not. So
what I'm trying to get at is that it's easy for someone to forgive themselves based off of their beliefs. They can believe that it's okay to do a specific evil, but then their consciousness can conflict with that evil, but it's easy to forgive yourself because of what you believe in.
I mean, yeah, but I'm just trying to determine
why like a lot of people are frustrated with Christianity is because a lot of people in Christianity will continue to sin or do evil, but then absolve themselves of the situation because of their beliefs.
Right. So just real quick, Crazy Ivan came in for $10, says the laying of hands was not a transfer of apostolic offense. It was endowed certain members of the church with certain miraculous gifts. I don't think you can come to that conclusion based off that small verse. And again, looking at church history, it was apostolic, understood as apostolic succession. So you'd have to disagree with all church history to make that claim. But I'm not interested in arguing with the channel. I want to focus on you. So yeah, I think it's kind of weird if we're going to state, I have an issue with your certain stance of morality when I think all morality is stance dependent. He came in with $5, says the apostles were men who witnessed the resurrection of Jesus, of whom Paul said he was the last of all. I appreciate the $5, Crazy Ivan.
All right. So the thing that I'm trying to focus here is belief. Like belief, belief inspired you to follow Christianity until it didn't, right?
Well, what do you mean by belief? What do you mean by
your beliefs? Your beliefs changed. Okay, so what were you before you were a Christian?
I was atheist, and then probably right before I switched, I was leaning more agnostic.
Okay, so your beliefs changed, and that inspired you to follow another line of thinking, right?
Yeah, but I do want you to clarify about what you mean by belief, right? Are you saying it's like
what
evidence independent?
What I'm saying is if there's an individual who is troubled and they have certain beliefs that lead them down a path that is considered immoral.
Well,
and
hold on. I got to stop you there because you're saying considered immoral based off whose stance.
Well, can we both agree that it's immoral to touch children?
Yeah, I believe that, but I hold to an objective morality. You're saying there is no objective morality. So if you're saying
not
it
what
stands,
I'm saying. What you're doing right now is you're defining it for me when I haven't given you a definition of myself.
Then I need you to clarify because you said it's objective to the individual, and that's a contradiction.
Objective to the individual. Okay, I said that it was objective to the individual. I don't know why I said it was objective to the individual because I don't even understand what that statement means about morality. Morality is I've done something wrong to you. And the only way that I'm going to feel that I've done something wrong to you is if I empathize with your pain. Okay, if I don't empathize with your pain, then I don't think I've wronged you.
Okay, so if I do not have empathy, was it immoral for me to do something wrong to you?
What I'm saying is it's objective based on belief. Not anything else.
So then it's not objective, it's subjective.
Okay. Then it's subjective.
Okay, so then if it's subjective, then it's stance dependent. Then by whose stance are we regarding something to be immoral?
Is it okay? Let me make this statement. Is it irrational for someone to choose to follow Christianity if it leads them down a path of more positive behavior in life? If they believe for a fact that if they follow this religion, is it irrational for them to choose to follow that religion if it leads them down a path that is not doing evils that you and I can agree are evil?
Yeah, if the only reason they're doing it is to hold to a certain standard of rules, it'd be irrational.
It's irrational.
Yeah, Crazy Ivan came in $5, says, I respect your wishes regarding the chat. I truly do appreciate the work you're doing here. Thank you and keep going. Thank you, Crazy Ivan. I appreciate you and appreciate the $5. Not trying to throw you off there. It's just I can't have two conversations at once.
Right. Okay, so it's irrational to change your belief.
No, I didn't say that.
No. Okay. Then how is it irrational to follow a belief that leads you down a better path? Because right now you're following what you believe in and you think that's a better path. You could be wrong.
Yeah, the reason I believe in it is because I can give like a logical argument on why it's true, not because I just...
And I'm giving a logical argument on why it's true as well.
Okay, so what's the syllogism?
Syllogism, I don't know what that word means.
It's basically you're going to give some premises, some reasons to reach a certain conclusion. So I need to hear the reasons that you reach this conclusion.
Is it a fact that people who have committed crimes and have lived immoral lives have picked up the Bible, learned Christianity, and become better people?
I love you, baby. Have a good day, and I'll see you when you get home. Okay. Grab me a couple of beer. Okay, thank you. Sorry, can you say that again?
No.
Okay, well then I appreciate your time, man. God bless.
Yeah, have a good day, man.
Moshe, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm 30.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong when to taco.
It's rational to be a Christian?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, because I feel like there's different types of Christian and everybody believes in different things. What type of Christian are we talking about?
It doesn't matter.
Any type of Christian?
Yeah, there's not different types of Christian. You either are a Christian or you're not a Christian. Yeah, but those things can't be true at the same time. To confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord, believe in your heart that he resurrected on the third day, to be baptized for the forgiveness of sins, basically holding to a creed, the Nicene Creed or an Apostles' Creed.
Okay, so to be baptized and for forgiven?
To be baptized for the forgiveness of sins.
For the forgiveness of sins. So let me get straight. Sorry, let me just put this down. So, yeah. So you believe that Jesus died for your sins?
Mm-hmm.
Is it necessary for Jesus to die for our sins to be forgiven?
No.
So then why did it happen?
Because it was optimal.
It was optimal, but it was not necessary.
Correct.
So why is it optimal?
Why is it optimal? Well, just look at the evidence, right? We have 2 billion Christians because of that event.
So Jesus had to die for our sins.
No.
No, I'm saying, why did Jesus have to die for our sins? You said it was because it was optimal.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Well, you
you're
didn't
saying
have
it's
to.
optimal.
Again, you're kind of smuggling the half. It's not a half. It's not a requirement. When you say you have to, it implies a necessity. It's not necessary.
Sorry, you're right. You said Jesus does not have to die for our sins, but he died for our sins because it was optimal.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to know, like, I guess, like, what makes it optimal? You said because now we have over 2 million Christians.
Well, there's a lot of reasons that make it optimal. It sets the example, sets the standard. It gives us the second Adam. It ends the old covenant. When God set the plan. So, like for example, God sets the plan in motion, right? When we have the fall of mankind, well, it's necessary to finish the plan. But if we're talking about, is there any other way God could have done it? Sure, there's other ways, but it wouldn't have been the most optimal way. When I'm saying in God's plan, when God's plan starts, it becomes necessary to fulfill His plan. But if God picked a different plan, there's nothing illogical about that.
So you're saying the plan from the jump, from the start, was always for Jesus to die for our sins.
Yep, this is what it says in Genesis. It says that the offspring of the woman will crush the head of the snake, right? And Jesus is the offspring.
That crushed the head of the snake, or it will crush the head of the snake later on?
Jesus crushes the head of the snake when he dies on the cross.
So right now there's no head to the snake.
Well, it's symbolic, right? It's not an actual heel crushing an actual head of the snake, but the snake represents chaos. So hold on. Let me finish, please. The chaos represents, the snake represents chaos, because we look at ancient Near East motifs. There was a wiggling serpent that laid into the sea, right? And the snake would come out of the sea, and that always represented chaos, evil, and destruction. So when he's talking about this, he says the offspring of Adam and Eve will be the one that destroys chaos, evil, and destruction. And Jesus does that on the cross.
So you're saying when Jesus died, he crushed the head of the snake symbolically, which the snake symbolizes corruption.
Well, the actual he didn't actually crush the head of the snake, but he actually took away the control of evil that is on the earth and puts it back on Christ.
I'm not saying he actually crushed the head of a snake. I'm saying what you said, which is the snake represents corruption, right? And he crushed
represents the chaos. Sorry, chaos.
Chaos. Sorry, yes, you're right. You said chaos. So the snake represents chaos, and Jesus died and crushed the head of the snake, which crushed chaos.
Yes. So the whole idea behind this is the authority that is on earth is evil, right? It's these fallen angels that have taken over earth. When Jesus dies on the cross, he takes away the authority from them and assumes authority and establishes his kingdom.
So you would say at this moment that the head of the snake is crushed and there's no chaos, or the authority of the fallen angels?
The authority that was given to these fallen angels has been removed and given back to Christ. He retakes his authority. That's the purpose.
And that happens before the resurrection.
No, that happens at the resurrection. When Jesus resurrects, that's when he takes his authority.
Okay, so that happened 3 days after he died, right? Or when did he get resurrected? I'm not sure. What I'm trying to get at is, so what you're saying is that Jesus died, got resurrected, and crushed the head of the snake, and the head of the snake represents corruption and chaos. So therefore, there should be no corruption and chaos now?
No, that's why I made those specific explanations, because I knew that's where you were trying to go, right? This is where he takes authority from those that were fallen and puts it back onto himself.
So there's still corruption, there's still chaos. The snake's head is cut off, but
all right, man. Appreciate your time. God bless. I'm gonna jump to the next person. That gray spot. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
25.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Okay, so a couple quick questions, I guess, for you. One, haven't done this ever. Just trying to talk to people. But what would you need, I guess, to convince you that it's not rational?
You have to create a contradiction.
So, like, how many contradictions? Because you said a while ago that you've seen a bunch of, or heard a bunch of contradictions in the Bible that happen.
No. You misunderstand what I mean by contradiction. You have to create a contradiction on the epistemological truth that is Christianity, that he died and resurrected, right? Or show me an inductive argument that shows it's more likely that he did not resurrect, or that naturalism is more true, or that some or other belief system has more value and more evidence towards that and is more rational to hold towards that. There are lots of different methods that you could take that could disprove Christianity. I just haven't seen any of them fleshed out.
You mean just being convincing is what you're arguing for right now? Because like something could, another religion doesn't have to be as like has as much history or has as much stuff proving that it's true. Like you can just have multiple religions. Any different religion could be right, right?
I don't know. No, I don't think they could be right because I don't think there is enough evidence or inductive or deductive arguments that would say they're true.
For any other religion?
I haven't seen any. If you have any argument for any other religion, I'd be more than happy to hear it.
I don't believe in any other religion. I'm just saying that it's hard to be able to just one off and say that all religion is wrong. Or all the other religions are wrong just because you have a little bit more proof.
It's a simple conclusion, right? If Christianity is true, all other religions are false. Christianity is true. Conclusion, all other religions are false.
Yeah, but how do you determine that without using like things like the Bible?
Why wouldn't I use the Bible?
Like how do you but how do you prove that Christianity is right without the Bible?
Why wouldn't I use the Bible?
Because it's a scripture that it could have multiple things that are historically accurate, but also things that are like you're saying they're not actual stories, but it's like lessons, I guess.
Yeah, but
that
it could doesn't mean it does.
Well,
you have to provide an argument that it does.
Well, so I guess what I heard you say previously to other people is that you're saying that some things in the Bible are historically accurate, correct? And then other things are just stories, like that are lessons, correct or no?
Yeah, and we learned that through textual criticism. That doesn't mean I disregard the things that are historically accurate.
Yeah, I'm not saying you disregard them, but it could be true that things are historically accurate, but also that other religions also have that same
all
thing.
you're positing is it could be. You need to give me evidence that it is. Because right now I have evidence that it isn't. So for example, I can say the Gospels are historically reliable and not just a story because of how it gets Second Temple Judean names correct. And it'd be impossible for them to get this information correct if it was written much later or from a different location.
Well, I'm not saying that. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're entirely wrong in what they're writing. Like it's people trying to make sense of the
what I'm
world.
saying is I have evidences that point it to be a historically reliable document. You're saying it could just be some metaphor, but you have to give me an argument.
No. I think you're confusing me. Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I think that there are things that are historically accurate in the Bible, but there's also things in there that are like Noah's Ark, for example, like stuff like that, where it could be like there's no proof for him gathering all of these.
That's just an argument of silence. Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah,
I don't say there's enough evidence to convince
what do you mean by that,
of it. Well, you're saying it didn't happen because you haven't found evidence for it. That's an argument for silence. All you can state is I don't know if it happened or not. You'd have to provide some sort of contradiction or evidence to it happening, an internal critique. But it's completely irrelevant. I don't use the Noah's Ark as an evidence for Christianity. I use the death and resurrection for Jesus Christ. But I don't have to accept Noah's Ark.
How do you pick and choose between things in the Bible, though? That's
textual criticism.
So there are some things in the Bible that you don't believe in at all.
I never made that claim.
I'm asking you.
No, I believe everything in the Bible.
But isn't Noah's Ark in the Bible?
Yes, I believe in Noah's Ark, but I'm telling you, I don't have to believe in it to be a Christian.
Yeah, but how many things in the Bible? So you're saying you believe in it, but
the Bible is not one document. You know that, right?
Yes, yeah, I know it's multiple scriptures.
Yeah, multiple documents or multiple times. Yeah, multiple documents or multiple times in history. I can disregard one document, not disregard all the other ones.
I mean, that's true, but it's kind of hard to pick and choose like what you want if something is like if you're picking and choosing certain things. How could you say one thing's right, one thing's wrong, just based on
criticism?
Yeah, but sometimes that stuff can be wrong, right? And just
making an argument that sometimes stuff can be wrong is not an argument. You have to actually make a case on how it's wrong.
Well, if specific books you just disagree with outright,
Okay.
why wouldn't you be able to do it?
Okay, so let me just throw this back on you. Is it possible that evolution could be wrong?
Yes.
Okay, then I don't believe in evolution.
It's okay to not believe in it, but you could also be wrong in evidence. Like there's certain things in evolution that you would be able to be like, all right, this point to this certain bird eating this certain.
Is it possible that all bones were just placed by aliens?
It could be possible, but if there's
so
evidence
I just hold that
goes
as
against it.
aliens.
Yeah, but I could say that same stuff about the Bible, right?
That's the point I'm trying to. You're just stating, is something possible, right? You're just positing seeds of doubt. You're just saying, if it's possible, then I'm going to hold to that. Like, you have to give an argument for why. Like, just stating possibilities is an argument, right? It's possible that all evolution was done by aliens.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But I'm saying, like, if you say specific pieces of the Bible are wrong, or don't, you're just throwing them out because you don't believe in them, right?
I'm not
for
throwing
example,
anything out
Noah's
in the
Ark.
Bible. I'm just saying I could still believe in the death and resurrection. So you're pointing to Noah's Ark, which is a document written thousands of years before Jesus, from a different people group that had a different standard of historical evidence, a different standard of writing. And if I could say Noah's Ark is false, that doesn't necessarily prove or disprove anything about whether or not Jesus Christ resurrected.
Yeah, but how many things would you have to like, as a question, just trying to see where you're at? How many things would you have to have in the Bible that like are things that people could disprove that never even happened, or that are
literally everything
like
that doesn't contradict the resurrection? You can disprove the vast majority of the Old Testament, and I can still believe in the resurrection.
So it's only the resurrection is the only reason that you believe in it.
The resurrection, the resurrection is the reason you believe in it. So somebody being able to
Well,
raise himself from the dead.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. I'm just asking, like, that's the only thing that's driving you. So anything else could be incorrect in the Bible, but as long as that's correct, that's the only thing that.
Well, no,
would
I'm
drive
just
you
I'm
to
just
be-
stating that you're trying to judge singular sources based off different sources, and you're saying if these other sources are false, then these sources must also be false. The Bible,
But
again,
wouldn't
is
that
not
so
a singular
doubt?
document.
Wouldn't that sow doubt though a little bit in
Okay,
you
so
that if
hold
like
on.
certain.
So let me just use this analogy.
Sorry.
If Tacitus, right, talks about things that aren't true, does this mean I need to disregard Josephus?
I don't know who either one of those people are.
Both
So
of those
that's
are both of those are Second Temple historians.
And can you repeat what you said then? Sorry.
If Tacitus says false things in his writings, does that mean I need to disregard Josephus?
No, but you'd need to go into each specific thing, and then you'd have to deduct how these things are actually true.
Sure, yeah, I have to go through everything. So just because even if Genesis is wrong, that doesn't mean I throw away the New Testament.
Yeah, I'm not saying you throw away the entire thing. I'm just saying it would sow doubt in like
Why?
if one thing's wrong, if one thing is wrong and it's written in the Bible or even in different subsections of the Bible,
why?
like you would have to be, because you can't just believe things blindly, right?
I'm not believing it blindly. I think there's an astronomical amount of evidence for his death and resurrection. That's not blindly. You're just stating that other documents out there could be wrong, so therefore this one could also be wrong. It's a silly argument, my friend, because you don't look at all historical documents through time, find ones that are false, and then say, well, it sows doubt in the ones that are true.
Well, that's not what I'm saying.
That's literally what you're saying. You're saying if Genesis is wrong, which is where Noah's Ark is, then it's possible that the Gospels are wrong.
Yeah, but isn't that reasonable? Like,
no.
Going off of one thing being wrong, I'm not saying that everything's wrong, but it could just be that people wrote this stuff down.
It's not reasonable because it's not the same author. It's not from the same time period. It's not from the same people group. It's not a singular source. It's two different sources. Each source needs to be taken off its own merits.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right. So then it doesn't matter what Genesis says.
Yeah, then why would it be in the book though? That's like what confuses me, I guess.
Because our dog. I appreciate your time, bro. I'm not going to go full circle with that again. All right, John. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
So what I've heard, your belief is entirely dependent on the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yes.
All right. But there are some contradictions towards the tomb.
Fine.
Who would
grant
you say
contradictions.
found it?
Yeah, they're completely irrelevant. I'll grant every contradiction that you have. I'm going to give you a syllogism. You can tell me the issue with it. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Do you agree with that?
No.
You don't think there's enough evidence to say that Jesus Christ was crucified?
Yeah, there is some evidence, but
do you think there's enough evidence for somebody to say that he was crucified?
Yeah, we could go with that.
Okay, so you agree with that. All right. The historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so what's the difference?
So the crucifixion was documented by Romans in their notes, and the other ones are only theological, like from text in the Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so again, that's just different sources. Are they comparable?
Yeah, but you can't take the Bible as a source.
Why can't I take the Bible as a source?
Why can you?
Well, okay, without the Bible, how would you know that Jesus Christ was crucified?
From eyewitnesses.
Where do the eyewitnesses come from?
The Romans that
Which
crucified.
Romans? Which Romans wrote down and were eyewitnesses to the crucifixion?
Which Romans that I would have to look up, but there are some.
Name one.
Documentations.
Name one.
Can I look it up? Because I don't know.
I'm gonna move on. This is not a.
Why?
Yeah, because it's a silly argument. That's why. It has no historical basis. And go find your sources and then come back, my friend. Silent Sinner. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, my name is. I'm 29 years old.
Okay. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
So based on what you've said, I don't think I can convince you, because your entire argument is based on the fact that you say the crucifixion happened and therefore he or Jesus Christ resurrected, right?
No, that's not my argument. My argument is that there's enough evidence to say that it happened. That's my argument.
So your argument is based on this kind of logic, right? And I want to argue in a logical way with you.
Okay. I'll just give you the syllogism like I've been giving everybody else, and you can tell me the issues with it.
So like you said before, you operate on these on the terms of logic, right? Like the three principles of the logic.
Yes.
So my first argument would be, I call it the magician argument, or the maybe let's say the Chris Angel argument or something like that. Are you familiar with who Chris Angel is?
Yes.
So Chris Angel, if he would have performed in around the same time as Jesus was alive, I would argue that many people would have seen his.
Yeah, you're just stating a possibility, not giving any evidence for it.
Yes, but
let's just play this out. There is somebody who tried to come up and tried to reinvent the Jesus later on, not a Roman historian, or a Roman writer. He tried to posit similar miracles. He tried to use real people, real places, real locations. But because he gets so many things inaccurate and wrong, we can determine that it's a complete falsehood. No historian holds it to be true, or even that these people existed. You can also posit the fact that every single person that we see writing about Jesus in antiquity, not everybody, the vast majority, all talks about him at least being a miracle worker and trying to figure out how he was these miracle performers. You're just stating it's possible he could have been a magician. My question is, how would he fake the crucifixion?
How he fakes the crucifixion? Mm-hmm. I mean, the whole evidence we have for his crucifixion is basically second-hand or third-party accounts.
Yeah, that's not. You're not answering the question. I'm going to pull you back to the question. How would one fake the crucifixion?
You would fake it by not writing it down properly and not like actually having it happen.
That's still not answering the question. How would one fake the crucifixion?
I don't say he faked the crucifixion. I say it's a possibility he does.
Well, you said that it's like Chris Angel. You use that analogy. So therefore, he would have had to fake the crucifixion and resurrection. My argument is that there's enough evidence for the crucifixion and resurrection. So what is the Chris Angel analogy if it never happens?
I mean, he could have been. Some people suspect he could be not even existing at all. He could have just
once again, why bring up the Chris Angel analogy if he never existed at all?
I mean, that's the thing. We don't know if he existed 100%.
Can you answer any? What's 2 + 2?
2 + 2 is 4.
Okay, so you're capable of answering the question that I give, right? So you brought up that have you heard of Chris Angel? Chris Angel existed back then. He would have performed miracles, right? And people would have thought it was miracles. Why bring up that analogy if I'm going to press you on it and you're just going to say Jesus never existed in the first place?
I mean, those are all possibilities.
Okay, thanks for your time, man. God bless.
Okay, thanks.
You don't have your name in, so I got to skip you. Damien, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
What's up, man? It's Damien. Brigadier Badger. I was talking to you earlier, and my third world internet failed me. So I apologize for that. I'm 41, and we were just talking about evolution at the time, and I think I went a little bit. I think we were going a little bit off track, and trying to talk about the virtues of the arguments for whether or not evolution is right. And you're talking to a guy earlier saying, look, could it be wrong? Yes, it could be wrong. But the point is it more likely to be true or not? And I've been convinced by the arguments of Dawkins, etc.
No. So I remember the conversation now. You said it's irrational to deny it. That was your argument.
I believe that on the balance of evidence, like it's like saying if you have, say, there's 100 possible number combinations for a number that's going to pop up, and you have 99 of them, it's rational to believe that you're most likely going to have the number that pops up. If you have 999 cards, right? You have like a 99.9.
So I just want to address somebody who keeps like spamming my comments.
Sure.
Where did you say? Dalron, I don't like John's argument style. As a Christian saying this. Well, Dalron, as a Christian, I say, I don't like you. Scroll on. I mean, if we're just going to validate our beliefs and say why we don't like people, you're valid because you're a Christian. And you could say you don't like my style because you've been spamming my comments about how terrible I am for a while now. So as a Christian, I have the same authority to say, I don't like you as a person. Move on. Have yourself a great day. All right, sir. Yeah. So you said it's irrational to deny. And then I just asked, well, okay, give me the evidence for it to make it, like, give me the argument that makes it irrational for me to deny it.
100%. So maybe for brevity's sake, we can just short circuit. I'm not an expert in evolution. I don't know if you are, but I'm sure you've read a lot about it. Yeah. But you've read a lot about it, and it seems likely, does it not? It seems likely.
No, actually I've switched my viewpoint. I was 100% for evolution. As I started looking at it more, I'm actually now more agnostic. I don't know if it's true.
So would you say you're like maybe 50-50 now?
Yeah, I'm like half and half.
Okay, so 50-50 for me is not enough to say it's true or it's not true. Like, it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's on a balance of probabilities that might be true. For me, I'm probably sitting at, I would say, 95%. So that whole argument that I was going for here is actually pointless, because unless you concede that it is likely, then what do you call it? The syllogism. Gosh, I haven't heard that word since first year philosophy in university many years ago. But yes, it's not going to work. So let me pause it, or let me scrap that one if you don't mind, and we'll just leave that one alone.
Okay, but if you want to leave it alone, you got to say that you can't look at a Christian and say they're irrational for denying it.
Well, I think that denying Christianity is irrational, but I'm not qualified
denying
enough.
evolution. Denying evolution.
I believe that that's irrational based on all of the things that I've watched, but I can't spit it back because I don't have the brain of those people and the logic to be able to do it.
The reason I'd say you can't say that they're irrational. Let me just read the super chat real quick. Modern Breaking $5.
Yeah.
Having a good epistemology is like having a solid foundation for a tall building. If you can't call them irrational because you can't even posit a reason for them to hold that belief. And so simply for them not being convinced because they don't know the data, they don't know the information, it's rational to say I'm unconvinced because the data hasn't convinced me. There's not enough information that's convinced me of it. So they can absolutely hold that position.
I'm going to pull a pigeon here, man. I'm just going to knock the pieces over and say, watch the debates for yourself. Listen to the arguments by experts to say, look, I'll give it a little stab. Let me give it a little stab, right? That there is so much evidence in the fossil record to show that there were human hominid like creatures that existed. They're no longer there. We share a lot of DNA with them, and we share with other animals as well. And it seems extremely logical that organisms that we know are hundreds of thousands or millions of years old evolved to adapt to better survive in their environment.
Yeah,
it seems very logical.
So here's the thing, though, is that I don't see a reason to say that we all came from like abiogenesis, like this level of like an extended evolution. Because I can say that maybe we have a common ancestor, sure, but if we're just going to posit that DNA gives us a common ancestor, then I have a common ancestor with a banana. And so then you have to come to the conclusion that we all came from the same source. And I think that's a leap of logic. That's what I'm just saying, is that we see it's a correlation versus causation fallacy. We see correlation that we could say to see the same building blocks in life within all of us. So therefore you can come to a conclusion that we all come from the same source. I don't think you can come to that conclusion. Right. That's the part I'm saying, is that I don't think you can just make that leap in logic. Now, there are definitely certain other markers, right? There's virus markers that we see passed on from generation to generation, but these virus markers are passed on within creatures that we can see who could breed with each other. So, for example, you use the standard of like Neanderthal. There are certain types of Neanderthal that could breed with human. Right. This is what Christians hold to. We believe that there is evolution, but we don't believe in a changing of kind, that we are not, I wouldn't say we, because I'm still agnostic to this, but they don't believe in a changing of kind. They don't believe in this fact that we all came from a single cell organism all the way to the point where we have the genetic code for eyes. And like a good argument for this is that given the data, I forget who did it, but somebody did the mathematics, given the data of like when abiogenesis should have started versus to how complex our systems are now, it shouldn't have happened. Mathematically, it shouldn't have gone up to this point, because we can see mathematically how much things change from like me to the next person beyond me, to the next person, to the next person, because evolution is basically a mutation that is that's beneficial, that continues down the line. How long it takes for a mutation to be beneficial, to create a drastic change that everybody in the species ends up having it, is huge. And considering the time period mathematically, we shouldn't have gotten to the point where we are now versus when abiogenesis started. This is like an argument against it. So again, I don't hold one view or another. I'm just saying, simply looking at Christians and saying you're irrational for denying this, I think is not fair.
Fair enough, and I think also the tone in which one says it can also be very patronizing. If you say to people like, you're stupid to think that all the animals that have ever existed fitted onto an ark, and that's just like stupid and irrational. Is you just poking you're going the wrong way. But when I say like it's irrational, I think on a just based on the evidence that I've been presented and the level that it's convinced me. It just seems much more rational to believe the version that we did in fact come from that, and it's just purely on a balance of probabilities. And I don't think that people are stupid, but I do hold it that it's irrational. Like if you then it's a circular thing. But if I were to say, look, I'll give you $1 million, that in 200 years. Obviously, you won't be around, but let's say there was some way to prove that.
Well, I'll be. I'm a Christian. I have eternal life. You, on the other hand, hey, that's up for debate.
You bring me to my next point. You're a kind sir. Okay, let's say you'll be around. You'll get the $1 million if it's proven by that time through the evidence and technology and scientific inquiry over that time that it's going to that it'll be a fact, like it'll be it'll be irrefutable. Do you think that that's likely? Would you take
Evolution?
Would you take the bet that it'll be proved right in 200 years?
No, I wouldn't take that bet.
So you would take a bet to the contrary to say that we were just
no, I wouldn't take either.
Here. We came from a rib.
I wouldn't take either. I wouldn't take either. Oh, that we all come from Adam and Eve. I would take that bet. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's pause it. So the one you were talking about.
Pause real quick. It's not contradictory to say evolution is true and Adam and Eve are true. There's a lot of evolutionary theists that hold to the fact that Adam and Eve still existed, and they were the first selected representatives of humankind, not the actual very first humans that existed.
That there were previous things that came from them. Yeah, that word "kind" upsets me. Have you ever watched debates with Kent Hovind? Do you know that guy?
Yeah.
And you would be a fan?
No.
Please say no. Okay, good. Thank you. He just goes on about kind and water. It's amazing. Anyway, he says water really strangely. Okay, so the other thing you spoke about is you just alluded to the 200 years, that you're going to be alive and I'm not, because...
Just real quick, Random Angel came in $5, says, not every animal, every kind of animal. This shirks the number quite a bit, even more so if you hold to a local flood. I was thinking that in my head. I just didn't think it was I didn't think it was, I didn't want to bring it up, but thank you for bringing it up. All right, go ahead, bro.
I didn't even catch that. Maybe it's
so in Genesis it doesn't say every type of animal was on the boat. It says every kind of animal. Yeah,
I know, but then you start.
So it's not every breed of dog. It's just dog.
What is a kind? Is a coyote and a dog the same thing as a wolf and the same thing as a
kind would be the type that can breed together.
Okay, but there are things that fall within what scientific kinds that can't breed together. When I say kind, I mean species that can't breed. Isn't that true? Yeah. Like you can have
we're not talking species. We're talking like kinds that can breed. So it'd be two of every animal that can breed together.
Yeah, and which would be
you can get different kinds from that. So there's a whole bunch of different types of species of dog, or not species of dog, of kinds of dog, but they are all the same species. That is dog.
How many kinds? That's in terms of like biblical kinds. Would you say there are?
I don't know. Again, I don't think that. Again, I didn't bring it up because I didn't want to argue this point.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Okay, let's leave it. So in terms of the infinite rewards for believing the good book and saying the right words and all of that stuff, you get an infinite reward, time in heaven for infinity.
No,
right?
No, heaven's finite, and then we end up on a new earth, and we continue in the way that we were supposed to be.
Okay, gosh, this is something new. I've never heard of that. I thought it was an infinite.
No, I mean, if you think it's something new, you haven't read the Bible. That's what's stated in Revelation.
No, I definitely haven't read that. I don't. Life's too short, man. I might read it one day, but it says so there'll be a new earth. Okay, interesting. Yeah. So, but the bad people wouldn't be invited to the new earth.
Nope.
I won't make it there. Yeah. Okay. So I'll be stuck in an infinite hell.
I don't know where you'll be. I don't know what's going on. There's annihilationists that think that you cease to exist. There are people who think that you will exist in the presence of God for eternity, and that's your suffering. There's different viewpoints on what hell is.
Yeah, well, I suppose on that, look, this is the problem that I do tend to have with religion is it's so vague, And
hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna call you out on something. Are you saying different viewpoints make it wrong?
No, I'm not. It's just so vague. It's so hard to pin people down because it's like, well, is there heaven and hell? And is that infinite or not? Well, some people think it is. Some people think it's not. It's like you can't pin anything down.
Okay, cool. So which evolutionary model do you hold to? Jesus, I don't know why I don't see your name.
Which evolutionary model do I hold to?
Yeah, there are about 7 different models of evolution.
The one that Richard Dawkins talks about.
Really,
whatever
Richard
model
Dawkins. Richard Dawkins. The scientific consensus is that he wasn't fully fleshed out. He was the starting block, but he's actually incorrect in his conclusions.
Well, whichever model, I think that's the good one. That starts to. I don't know enough about it to say which model it sticks to. I really don't. But I'm not saying that
So there are
evolution is
there are
true.
three
That's more
primary
likely.
patterns of evolution, but there are about 7
Mhm.
different models.
Mhm.
Yeah. So if you're simply stating that they haven't nailed it down, so therefore they're wrong, well then you shouldn't hold to evolution because they haven't nailed it down.
Yeah, but I'm not betting on it being 100% right. I'm just saying it's you're saying that's what I understand you to be saying is that it's completely rational to believe that Christianity is right.
Yep.
I would argue that it's completely rational to believe that evolution is right. And
Yeah, but
there's
they're not contradictory.
no, they're not. Well, I think they are because the Bible says, it doesn't speak about evolution, and most Christians you speak to, or people of religious faith, don't believe in evolution because the books tell them not.
That's not true. You're just taking a Western fundamentalist viewpoint, right? Christianity doesn't only exist in the United States. A lot of, like, for example, the Catholic Church has stated that they do not declare one way or the other if evolution is true.
I know I can neither confirm or deny. Yeah, it's a bit vague, but anyway, yeah, I haven't got my taco. I get it. I grant it. I let me try one more angle with you. Oh gosh, my brain's so foggy at the moment now because we've been talking about so many things. I've all these lectures running through my mind from the past. When it comes to the resurrection, right? Your premise here, your syllogy, as you're saying, is the resurrection happened. It is true, and we're speaking a lot about the accounts of that. How do we know that he did in fact die? What is the evidence for that? And that's a genuine question. How do we know he died? I mean, there obviously wasn't a doctor who pronounced him dead. How do we know that he died? And he wasn't just in extreme shock and blood loss and recovered in the nice cave.
Okay, yeah, sure. So Random Angel came in $1.09. Richard Dawkins was spanked in a recent Evo debate. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, you can check that out.
Yeah.
All right, so how do we know? Well, first of all, there's only one person in all of recorded history that survived the crucifixion, and that was with the intent to make them survive. So we have writings from Josephus. Yeah, Josephus that talks about how Titus crucified 3 of his friends, and he saw 3 of his friends were up there, and he got them pulled down without the breaking of the knees and without the stabbing of the rib. So he pulled them down, and they attempted to save all 3, and only one of them actually ended up surviving, and they weren't able to walk around 3 days later, like they were just fine. So that's one aspect of that. The process of the crucifixion would involve putting nails between your wrists and your ankles. So that's one process. The second aspect is suffocation. To be able to breathe during a crucifixion, you would have to push up on your legs and to be able to breathe in. So most people died from asphyxiation. That's how they died. And then there's the fact that at the end of a crucifixion, according to Roman practices, they break your knees so you couldn't push up, and then you die from asphyxiation. And there was also the stabbing that happened in the ribs. So like a case for this is Jesus was stabbed in the ribs, and it says that it had water and fluid and anyways, water came out. And when we're looking at this is what you'd expect to see from somebody who is actually stabbed and is actually dying through this process. So if he did survive, well, he broke the Jewish standard, because the Jewish standards to determine whether or not somebody was dead was to wait 3 days, right? So you'd wait 3 days to see if they were actually dead. Well, he waited the 3 days and he resurrected after that. Second, he's walking around like nothing actually ever happened. That's a big aspect of it. So he's got 2 holes in his wrists and 2 holes in both of his ankles, and he's just walking around giving people high fives like there's no issue. So this just seems highly unlikely to me that he was able to survive this event and then just go on like nothing happened. Jesus came in with $2, says, did you see the name William in the queue?
Yeah, there's a William there at the bottom.
Yeah, but you're on the bottom of the list, my friend.
Yeah, well, let me not take up too much time and keep William out. I do appreciate it. I'm going to go back to the evolutionary theory, pick my model, investigate it, and maybe I'll see you another time. Thanks for the chats, and I appreciate what you're doing. It's cool to have logical discussion with somebody. Thank you.
All right, man. God bless.
Likewise.
SOASNR. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
All right. And you just had a little bit of feedback, so if you don't mind turning me down. Thank you. All right, man. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. When a taco.
I wanted to ask you a question, to be honest. You said you're a Christian because of the death and resurrection of Jesus.
Yes.
So I wanted to ask, so do you believe Jesus is God or Son of God?
Yes.
Yes. Which
Can you
one?
Can you turn me down? I got feedback, bro.
Okay, sorry. So
Yeah,
is
both. He's both.
is he God, Son of God, or both?
Both.
Right, right. Okay, so do you not believe Christianity says God cannot die? Or do you believe God can die? Should I
Yes, God
ask?
can die.
God can die.
Yeah.
So the creator can die.
Yes.
How would that be possible though?
You take on flesh, and the flesh would cease to operate in a way that is living.
Okay, so the flesh dies then, not God.
Can you define death?
Like death, I would say like the spirit leaving the body. That's death, no?
Yeah. So then Jesus, the Spirit of God, took on the flesh that is Christ, and the flesh
Right.
died, and the spirit left the body.
So only the flesh died then.
Well, that's your definition of death. Your definition of death, it requires flesh, because you said it's spirit leaving body. So you can't say only the flesh die, because you need flesh to die by your definition.
No, what I'm trying to say is the flesh is human and the spirit is God according to you.
Well, Jesus' spirit left, but Jesus was fully human, so he also had a human spirit.
So if you're saying the spirit is Jesus, so the body was not Jesus.
No, the body is Jesus, right? So are you your body?
My body's a part of me, yeah.
Okay, if you die, do you take your body with you?
If I die, do I take my body with me? If I die, my body dies, yeah.
So do you take your body with you?
Like I die. They don't say, oh, the body died. They say the person died. So,
Can you answer the
for
question?
example, sorry?
Do you take your body with you?
Take it with me where?
To wherever you go next.
How can you take a dead body with you?
Okay,
You're
so the
dead.
answer is no, you
If
don't
the
take it
flesh
with you?
dies, if the flesh dies, the flesh is dead, right?
Playing chess with a chicken. All right, so you don't take your flesh with you, right?
I would say no.
Okay, but you'd still say that you died.
The person died, yeah.
Cool.
As a whole.
Same with Jesus.
So no, but what I'm trying to get at is, I understand you believe the person Jesus died, but the whole point is you said God can die.
And Jesus is God.
Okay. That's it. And another question I wanted to ask is about that's it. Actually, you've actually answered it. Thank you.
All right. Is that it?
Cheers. Yeah, that's it.
All right. God bless, man.
Cool.
All right. I need a quick little 5-minute break, guys. So I'm just going to throw this on. Not that one. That one's annoying. I'm going to throw this on for you real quick. I'm going to hit mute. Enjoy each other's company. I will be right back. We are back. Thank you all for waiting. Worst part about doing these lives sometimes you just got to poop. And then and you can't because it just takes too long to shut down the live and go poop. I know you guys, all of you wanted to hear that information. Now you know more about me. But there's just not enough time to do that right now. So moving on to the next guest. Johan, hello, Johan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, dude, I'm 22.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
All right. So why exactly do you believe in the resurrection? Which sources do you come to a conclusion that it happened?
Okay, so I'll give you my premises. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection unless one has specific defeaters for the resurrection.
All right. Good. So I don't believe there is enough evidence on both sides.
You don't think Jesus was crucified?
He was crucified.
Okay, but you said both sides. So again,
on the side that he was resurrected. That was your
okay.
second.
So you don't think it's a similar amount of evidence?
No.
Okay, what is the separating amount of evidence? Because you get it all mostly from the Gospels and the Epistles, and then what you would expect to see from the writings outside the Bible is what you would expect to see if he actually was crucified and resurrected.
Yeah, I would say that the Romans that were the oppressor at the time and who crucified Jesus, they are historians and...
Oh, you're the same guy from earlier. Appreciate your time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing that ridiculous argument again. How did you end up at the top of the queue? And Andre, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 18.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Okay, so first, you were talking about like premises and the conclusion. You said there is enough proof to say that God was crucified, Jesus was crucified.
Yes.
I agree with you on that, but you've also said that there was enough proof to say that God resurrected, and I do not agree on that.
Okay, so then you need to give me the symmetry breaker.
Okay, so it's different to talk about him dying. It's different from talking about him dying to talking about him resurrecting, because imagine like in that time, he was considered like a freak, and like people knew him because he was saying that he was God, and they believed God was going to be someone like rich. And
what does
so,
this
yeah,
have to
it
do
was
with the
something
evidence? You're positing reasons that somebody might do something.
No.
What does this have to do with the evidence presented?
Wait. Let me end, please. He was known. So when the Romans crucified,
I'm going to stop you. I want actual like data, not just what you think people reasons might be do something.
I am trying to tell you why I say he was crucified.
No, so what you're doing is you're positing a hypothesis that's possible without actually giving any sources or information.
You didn't understand my argument. I was trying to give context. That's what I was trying to do.
Right. So I just want some actual data, please.
There's a lot more documents about him being crucified than there is about him being resurrected. That's it.
What?
And the sources are different.
Like what?
Why?
Not why, like what?
So who were the people that saw Jesus after he died? It was his apostles.
There's 21 people that saw it. So again, what? Please answer the question I directly asked you. You said there's more documentations that talk about his crucifixion than his resurrection. So like what?
There were 21 people seeing him resurrect.
Okay, I'm going to ask again if you don't want to answer the question. I'm going to move on.
No, I have no specific documentations. No specific documentations.
Okay, so then how do you know that there's more?
Can you let me do my point? If there was 21
You
people
actually
who
have to
saw him,
present data, right? Please.
you told me it was 21 people. You told me the data. It was your data.
All right.
I'm
I
telling you,
thank
21
you for your
people saw
time.
him
I'm
resurrect.
move on to somebody who can make an argument. But hey, God bless and have yourself a great day. Obi-Wan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
I'm 26.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Okay. I just wanted to know what makes you believe that Christianity is true. Like, what is your basis for that?
Do you guys like you've been waiting 43 minutes? It says here. Were you not listening to any of the other conversations I had?
No, I just want to. I mean, I can understand, but I just want to listen to you say.
Okay, so I'll give the premise once again, and I'm sure the audiences love hearing this premise over and over. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in the event. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater for the resurrection.
Okay. And all of that evidence, you are 100% certain that all of those things are true.
You can't be 100% certain of anything ever.
Okay. I mean, I just have this idea that in the Bible, you have, as a believer, you have the certainty of God existing. You have the certainty of the afterlife. You have the certainty that Christ has risen from the dead. You cannot doubt that. So that's what the Bible claims, for what I understand.
Do you want to address the argument?
Yeah, that's what I understand. I mean, that's
but that has nothing to do with my argument.
Right, but you're a Christian, right? You believe the Bible. You believe that.
Okay, so can you address the argument that I presented on why I'm a Christian?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the data of the, let's say, the testimonies that you can find, people testifying that Christ has risen from the dead, and yeah, I understand that, but I'm talking about you. Your certainty comes from all of those things, and if you don't have 100% certainty, that means that you can have doubt on those things. You don't think that they are 100% sure.
Can you address
true.
my argument, please?
I'm sorry. I think I was okay. Can you repeat
Thanks
that?
for your time,
please?
man. God bless. Have a great day.
Okay. Goodbye.
Mike, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 27.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
I just want to talk specifically about the argument you were making, whereas if the evidence for the crucifixion happening is similar to the evidence the resurrection happened, you would believe it. Is that correct?
Well, I'd say you have enough grounds to believe one. You should either. Okay, I'll just go through it again. All right. The historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Premise 2, historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if the two events are supposedly comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater for the resurrection.
Okay, good. I think that's a incorrect argument to make. And can I give you an example?
Well, you can give me the symmetry
quite
breaker or the
extreme
defeater.
Sorry, what was that?
You can give me a symmetry breaker or a defeater to show that it's an invalid argument.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that, but can I give my example?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Let's say your neighbor.
Saying what?
Your neighbor, someone who lives close to you, someone you know vaguely, says, "Oh, I've got some tragic news. My partner's died."
Okay.
Would you believe it?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would believe that because people die all the time. The same neighbor says my partner resurrected from the dead, would you believe that?
Probably not, no.
Yes, and it's the same level of evidence for both cases. It's one, in this case, one witness testimony saying what they believe and less than you know.
Okay. Yeah, so why does this defeat my argument?
Because there's two events there which are similar in evidence, but you don't believe it because one is highly likely, thousands, if not more, of people were crucified and were reported dead.
Thousands of people, you have documentations of thousands of crucifixions?
And not off the top of my head, but there is it was quite widely used for many years in quite a large empire, so I imagine.
But as far as I can tell, we only got about like a handful of documentations of crucifixions, and most of them are from the Bible. Yeah, Then you can always come up, bro. Just come up. I can't bring you up as a guest with a camera though, because I need more time to prepare for that. But if you hop into the actual queue and let me know you're there, I'll just turn your mic on.
I was under the impression, I may be wrong, but crucifixion was a relatively common torture punishment.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not an astronomical amount of evidence that points to that. It's like a handful of documents that talk about it. Now we do have, for example, and it's a recent find of somebody's foot being nailed to the bottom of a cross, but this only came within like the last 50 years or so.
Okay. Can I? Okay. So,
like, I've never seen anybody be crucified.
Neither have I. Okay, I should have checked how many crucifixions actually happened before I called.
Well, I think a lot of crucifixions have happened. I'm just talking about the documentations of the crucifixion. So, for example, there is documentation that all of the slaves that were under Spartacus were crucified on the road to Rome. Right, about 300 of them. That'd be a lot of crucifixions, but it only comes from a singular source, as far as I know. And there's not really much written on Spartacus. Yet we all believe those cases to be true. Now, all you're stating with your original premise is that my partner resurrected. Okay, well that alone is not going to convince me. But I don't think we have that alone with the Gospels. We don't just have some people saying, "Yeah, he resurrected." We have a whole bunch of other evidence that adds on top of that, and it's a huge amount of evidence. It's a large amount of evidence. There's a reason that John Dominic Cressana says one of the most assured things that we have in history is that Jesus Christ was crucified. People say that we want an extraordinary evidence. I think we do have extraordinary evidence for Jesus's resurrection, but just people are not inclined to believe it because of their priors. The point of this syllogism is to point out your priors. That doesn't matter how much evidence we actually bring forth. You're not going to believe in a resurrection unless you see it yourself. So, for example, if I presented to you 7,000 historical documents that all corroborated and said, "Yep, Jesus Christ resurrected, we all saw it," would you then believe in resurrections?
But probably it depends on the type of evidence. Let's say if the resurrection happened today.
No. Please address the analogy I gave you and don't change it. 7,000 historical documents that said that Jesus Christ resurrected. That's all you have. Would you believe he resurrected?
All 7,000 independent eyewitnesses writing down they see him resurrect.
7,000 individual documents from individual eyewitnesses all said that he resurrected from the dead. Would you believe he resurrected from the dead?
It would be a struggle to say yes 100%. I think it would be more likely, but I find it very hard to believe someone would resurrect from the dead.
Right. So, but do you believe that Hannibal crossed the Alps on elephants? Sorry, I lost you.
Historical reports about Anna.
Sorry, can you say that again? Sorry. Everybody's saying this is beer, by the way. It's not beer, it's A&W. Sorry, can you repeat what you said about Hannibal?
Hannibal across the Alps.
Okay, we only have one source that says that.
Sorry. There's only one source?
Yeah.
Who's that? Is that Levy or?
I don't remember who.
It's
Damn it, Sam.
the effects of Hannibal crossing the Alps. I think there's more than one source because there was the troop movements when this happened. It was a real.
Let's have a quick look. Let's ChatGPT it. And ChatGPT is not a good source, but we'll just have a quick look there. Spelled so many things wrong. Yeah. ChatGPT says there's only a few ancient writings describe Hannibal's crossing the Alps during the Second Punic War. Polybius from 150, and then Levi from 25, and then Alpian 300 years later. So these people will be copying from them. So contemporary sources or close sources, we only have 2. So you have 2 writings that says you cross the Alps, and you say, yep. But if I gave you 7,000 writings that said Jesus Christ resurrected, you say no. The issue isn't in the evidence. The issue is in your priors. You still there? Oh, he's gone. Just talking to myself. Dan, you got to let me know when you're in there because it's a big queue, so I won't see you. Abdul Karim. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi, John. Are you John?
Yeah, hello. How old are you?
Yeah. I'm 25.
You're 25?
Yes.
Okay, it's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
I have many, disputing arguments. One is like, do you know the contingency argument? Have you ever?
I am sorry, my friend. I can barely understand what you're saying.
Have you ever heard of the contingency argument?
The contingency argument?
Yes, the contingency argument for
I've
the
heard it.
existence of God.
T Nasty, you're in the queue now, by the way.
Yeah, I will probably use that. Yeah, it's coined by.
Why are you giving me the contingency
a
argument?
Muslim scholar called to disprove Christianity.
I use the contingency argument to prove Christianity.
No, you can't use that. You don't understand it very well.
Than, are you there?
Hi.
Not you, Than. Than, I've unmuted you, but all I hear is bzzz. So I'm gonna have to mute you again until you fix your crap.
Okay, so the contingency argument is like very simple. We have existences.
Hold on, Than. Hold on. Than, try talking again. T Nasty. And he left. All right. So how does the contingency argument disprove Christianity? Oh,
okay, so I'll lay out. Yeah, I'll lay out simply. The contingency argument is basically we have existence, we exist, and the universe also exists. And if we believe that, then the everything that's made up of parts or pieces, not parts, pieces. I would use pieces. Everything that's made up of pieces is contingent or dependent on the configuration or on the elements that are in the set or something like that. Are you following my argument?
I know the contingency argument. I'm just wondering how it gets to Islam.
Why Islam now?
Yeah, why is it Islam only? I know the contingency argument. You said it's an argument for Islam.
I didn't mention Islam now, so that's I'm Muslim, but I didn't even mention Islam, so I don't know why you mentioned.
You said it disproves Christianity.
So basically, yes, it disproves. Yeah.
Okay, so how does it disprove Christianity?
Yes, I'm going to that. So, so these contingent beings that doesn't exist by themselves. So it requires a necessary being outside of this contingent.
Yes, I know the contingency argument. Can you land the plane, please? Yeah. Or I'm going to have to move on.
Yeah. I wanted to make it clear for everybody else.
Okay, they've all heard me say it a million times.
No. Okay, okay. I finished now, so don't worry. It's just 1 minute, so I don't know why you are obsessed with that. So, so this contingency argument is basically for only one necessary being. So, Jesus cannot be God. This is this because he was dependent.
Oh my God.
Uh,
Yes,
on
Jesus's
food,
flesh is
for
not
example.
eternally God. Okay, that doesn't disprove
Why?
Christianity. Grant Breeze came in $2, says, waiting a while but had to refresh. Can you move me up the queue? We'll see. Yeah, so we believe that Jesus took on
What do you
flesh. He
mean?
didn't always
Well,
exist in flesh.
yeah, I understand that, but some Christian, okay, some Christians say it's
No Christians say that he
eternally
eternally
generated.
exists in flesh.
Some Christians say that,
No, they
but
don't.
you are entitled to.
No, you're
You are
lying.
entitled to.
You're lying.
You, I'm not lying.
Name
Okay,
a Christian. Name a
okay.
single church father that says Jesus had eternal flesh.
No. I didn't say that.
Name a single Christian.
For example, William Lane Craig says
William
he's
Lane Craig does
eternally
not say that
generated.
Jesus has eternal flesh.
No, I didn't say he has eternal flesh. I said he said he's
Playing chess with a chicken, ladies and gentlemen. Than.
Yes.
Okay, I can hear you. Grant Breeze.
You can hear me, you said?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Good. Grant Breeze, I don't see you in here. You said you wanted to move up the queue, but I don't see you in the queue at all. All right, bro. I'm just gonna jump on to the next person. Wavy. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey man, 25. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco, and you're gonna take on Lord Than.
I'm just here to help. I'm just here to.
Okay, I mean, I'm sure you're probably bored of talking about the resurrection, so
I'll
I have
never be
another
bored of
case.
talking about the resurrection.
Okay.
That's the crux of what my faith leans on.
True. I just wanted to present another case, I guess. Yeah, good to go.
Oh, hold on, fighter jets are fun.
Oh boy. They're coming for you, John.
There's an air show not far from me right now, and I give my time to you guys instead of going to the air show. This is how much I love you, all of you. All right, so what's your argument that disproves Christianity?
Okay. Well, this doesn't disprove it, but it can make a case against it. So you're aware of, Christianity's eschatological beliefs, right? Like the bodily resurrection, new heaven and a new earth, the Messiah coming again, things like that.
Yeah, but I'd be very curious how eschatology is going to go against any sort of Christian truth claims.
No, I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying there's a clear, okay, for example, my point is
No,
these
it's not
ideas.
clear. Eschatology is the least clear thing in Christianity. It's one of
Well,
the.
it's pretty clear that,
It's one of
there's
the
a
most
bodily.
argued things in Christianity.
Really? There's a bodily resurrection, a new heaven, and a new earth, and a day of judgment. Those three things are pretty.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
But I'm talking about all the other things. Yeah.
Point. Oh no, those three are my main points.
Gabriel came in $2, says, thanks for sacrificing air show. You're welcome, bro. And does Bert in a Vader costume fund? I will not dress up my cat. No matter how much money you guys throw at me, I would not do that to him. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, so well, those three are the ones I'm addressing, because my point is these beliefs are obviously, you start to see ideas of them in texts like Daniel, Isaiah, and Zechariah, right? And what's suspicious is that these ideas are found almost nowhere in the Old Testament before these books, and these books were all written during the exile when the Jews were in contact with the Zoroastrians. So it's very, very, very plausible that these ideas were just borrowed from.
Plausibility isn't given argument, right? Simply stating, and this is kind of frustrating me because it seems like everybody coming up today, the only arguments they're presenting are things that are possible. It's possible magic pixies told them about it in their ears. That doesn't give me any reason to believe that's the case.
like if you ask a historian, that's the consensus. It's that for Judaism, Christianity, these ideas were borrowed from Zoroastrianism. Because
Okay,
nowhere
what's the
before the
evidence?
exile. What's
Wait,
the evidence?
let
Because
me let me
sorry.
just ask a You can't see me. Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear
I'm
you.
John's lover.
Conscience.
Oh, okay.
Both.
The Holy Spirit. No, that's blasphemous. I don't want to say that.
Lord,
I
forgive him
stopped
for his
myself.
sins.
Okay, so is your claim basically like in the New Testament we have this eschatological vision of the New Eden, yada yada yada, and that you are claiming that this is both not the original intention of the early Israelites, and also that this is borrowed from Zoroastrian religion, or like, because there's a few different ways to interpret what you're saying. So
Yeah, no,
can you
what
like
I'm saying is I'm not saying the New Testament scholars, they borrowed it. I'm saying they obviously got it as a continuation from Judaism. I'm saying Judaism, got it from during the exile period from the Zoroastrians. Because before the exile, there's like no mention of this in the Old Testament whatsoever, which is why historians say these developed from the Zoroastrian beliefs. Because like how, like, isn't it suspicious? Like, where else would it come from? Think about it. No mention of it whatsoever until the exile. Then you run into a group of people that
yeah.
have those
So
exact beliefs. Day of
I
resurrection,
understand.
bodily
Yeah,
resurrection,
I
day of
understand
judgment,
this
and boom, you have
argument.
it pops up right then and there.
Yeah. So here's the problem. Even if I kind of just grant that you don't find this anywhere else in the Hebrew Bible until post-exilic times, and that, let's just say, I even grant that the authors and the communities that produced these Isaianic texts borrowed or assimilated some of these motifs from Zoroastrian religion. What doesn't follow from that is that this is false, or like, I don't think the conclusion follows, because it's
No, I'm
totally.
not saying it's false just because of this. I'm saying it's just a part of a more larger cumulative case, you know.
Well, I mean, sure, but this is totally congruent with Christian theism. That's the point.
Can you give your larger case then, instead of like the
Yeah.
individual cases? Give the entire premises with the
Oh.
conclusion, please.
Well, I'm not sure if I can give that. I'm just saying, like, for example, you know how you can argue individual points, like the resurrection is one part of the argument for God, right?
Yeah,
So
but
I'm
we can go into the individual points. You could still give it in premises. So you could say premise one that shows that the Christian values are all borrowed from specific religions, and then we can dive into where that actually looks like. But can you give like, you don't have to give it in a syllogism. You can make it like an informal argument, but just give us like all the reasons that you can conclude that Christianity is false, and then if we need to, we can grant some and tear apart others.
Okay, so I guess
I don't see you there, man.
Can you hear
Sorry,
me?
go ahead. Yeah.
So, but correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the premises of Christian belief is that the whole, you know, Christ giving eternal life and all of those things, it's like divine revelation, right? From Genesis to Revelation, it's God revealing his plan
Right.
for
So
humanity.
I just instead of asking me questions, because now you're making an argument, but just give me the reasons, and then we can go into the questions that lead to the conclusion.
Okay, I'll just give it as a statement then. My point is that the whole Christian belief that, you know, from Genesis to Revelation, God has a divine plan for humanity, which is revealed in Jesus Christ with the final resurrection, all of that. I would argue it's not divine revelation, but simply borrowing from another culture with that Judaism further developed, and Jesus, first century Jew, obviously furthered these ideas, and Christianity took it and ran with it.
Okay, so then I just simply have to ask the question: why does cultic competition lead to falsehood?
I can see how it doesn't necessarily lead to falsehood, but you can see a clear development from other beliefs, which, you know, contradicts, you know, it being divine revelation.
Why?
Because there's
So
clear
for
evidence
instance,
of borrowing, right?
for instance, right? You have this idea in some pre-exilic and post-exilic texts in the Hebrew Bible that point to Yahweh as the cloud rider, and you can see that the Israelites are most likely borrowing from Ugaritic traditions that call Baal the cloud rider. Now, is that you're treating the Bible and the Hebrew Bible as, define it again, this ultimate revelation of God's plan or anything like that?
Yeah.
And perhaps that's one aspect or lens that you can look at it from, but I don't think the early Israelites and the editors and compilers of the Bible were thinking that when they were putting this together. The texts are doing specific things for the authors and the communities in certain times. And it's not just here's this prophetic plan.
So let me just ask you a question. Do you think Paul is a Stoic philosopher?
Possibly influenced by it, but no, I don't think he is.
Okay, and I agree. There's no reason to show that he's a Stoic philosopher. But in Acts, he quotes a Stoic poet, Aratus. Why is it now he not just grown from Stoicism into his current beliefs?
Sorry, could you rephrase that or repeat it?
Yeah, so Paul quotes a Stoical poet,
Yep.
Aratus, right?
Mhm.
Why don't we conclude that Paul is just a branch of Stoicism or grown from Stoicism?
I would say because he's simply using those ideas to make a point about Christianity, right? Whereas I think this is a little bit different, where, the bodily resurrection, like those ideas I mentioned, are not found in the Bible, and they're entirely show up with the Zoroastrian beliefs. Like, I don't think the Jewish writers are borrowing Zoroastrian beliefs to make a point. They're simply absorbing it into their own theology.
I know what you're doing. I'm asking why.
Why? What?
Why do you do it in case 1 but not case 2?
Because I don't think they're equivalent, right? Paul is making a point about Christianity, whereas case 2 is it's not making a point. It's just simply borrowing the entire idea.
And how do you know that's not just making a point?
Well, it's a belief. It's not a point, right? Like the bodily resurrection, you have a new earth. Those aren't like
right.
Like
so how do you know that
those
they didn't believe those things? And then learning about the Zoroastrianism, say no, this is us that does that, not you.
Because there's no evidence of those beliefs before the exile.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that's kind of a silly argument, actually. Mainly just because I think that when you actually read the Hebrew Bible carefully in the pre-exilic text pretty carefully, you're actually going to see the conceptualizations of these things implicitly taught and assumed into the text.
Are you referring to like in Psalms where David refers to like, I know my Redeemer, I will see
I
my
think you can even just look at the creation and recreation motifs in general. Like Genesis 1-3 is typically seen as like a prototypical eschatology. You have the pattern of creation, decreation, and recreation in there embedded within the text itself. You have Amos, for instance. I don't remember off the top of my head the text, but something like "The days are coming," declares the Lord, where the reaper will be overtaken.
But I would say they're very vague, like.
So what?
At best, right?
So what?
Okay,
the concepts
let
are
me ask
there.
you
The
this then.
Israelites clearly understood this to mean these things.
So if you were to address the historical what happened, would you make the case that maybe these developed, like, are you making the case that Zoroastrianism borrowed from Judaism, or are you making the case
you
that
don't
they
have to
developed
make that
together?
case either way. So for example,
well, something happened, right? Like, did they
ancient Near
develop
East is a
together, or
cultural
did someone
melting
borrow
pot,
from?
right? You understand that the ancient
Yeah,
Near East
no,
is a
I
cultural
understand.
melting.
It's just there's no references to it.
Okay, so let me give you an example here. So there's a method that I use in counting. I count by division. And it's a method that we all use all the time. There's a guy who wrote a paper about counting by division. He doesn't share the same beliefs that I had. I already understood what counting by division was, but I haven't fully fleshed it out. I read that paper. I understood the fully fleshing out of what counting division was at this point because of how he broke it down. That doesn't mean that everything stemmed from that guy or his beliefs. I already had those beliefs prior to that, but now I have an understanding how other people in the culture around me understood it. So I could flesh it out using their language and their understanding. So if we have early Jews who already have an understanding of this concept of death and resurrection, but don't fully flesh out in a way, who don't flesh out in a way exactly how Zoroastrianism does, and they hear this in cultic in their cultic culture, and then they just flesh it out in a similar way. I don't see how this proves that they are then appropriating their culture and stealing from their culture.
Okay, and so would you also make the case that what the Zoroastrian understanding was correct, and that was like God's way of getting the Israelites to understand?
No, that's assuming that the Bible is literally God's words. I don't believe that.
Well, do you hold that the Christian belief of, the final resurrection, bodily resurrection, like those are true, right? So it's obviously was God's plan. It was just
Well,
he chose to
again,
reveal it through
if we
the.
have pre-exilic motifs of the eschatology
Mhm.
prior to Zoroastrian contact,
Mhm.
the argument just doesn't even get off the ground in the first place.
The only way the argument would work is if let me kind of steelman you. I guess what you're saying is there's very vague references to these same
Well, so
ideas.
I'm going to stop you there because you keep saying it's vague, right?
It
No,
is
it's just
vague.
not. It's not fleshed out in a way that you currently understand. They
Which
didn't
means it's
understand it
vague.
as vague. That doesn't mean it's no. That's not what vague means. Fleshed out in a way that you currently understand the narrative that's currently to your culture, right? But a narrative currently to their culture wasn't vague. They would have understood what was being said.
I can grant that.
There's also just this idea to implement into this as well, right? Going against your hypothesis is the fact that we have so many conflicting aspects between Israelite theology and Zoroastrian theology. You
No, for
don't
sure.
see,
Yeah,
you
it's
don't
just these three ideas
if
that I'm referring to.
right, but then you're gonna have to put on a lot of ad hoc other like explanations for why, for instance, they don't adopt it. The Israelites didn't adopt the eternal Ahura Mazda and I don't
Well,
whatever
because the afterlife, like the eschatology, is something Judaism always lacked, right? It's the missing piece.
Well, no, they didn't. Again, because we have pre-exilic texts that point to this. And
Again, not like fully fleshed out is my point.
so your hypothesis is that they came into Zoroastrian contact and then just only decided to pick these specific things to adopt.
Because that's what was missing.
I got to pause both you guys real quick because I'm getting paid.
Yeah.
A House came in with $20, says, wow, I can pay to get highlighted. Gotta love the post-capitalist utopia we live in. Here's a simple taco winning trick. If you support deeply heretical doctrines like heliocentrism and evolution, you're not a Christian, my friend. My favorite thing is when people pay to insult me. I encourage it. I encourage you guys pay to insult me. I will be your little internet sleut. Throw your cash at me and I will let you insult me all day. Go ahead, boys.
My point is, I support the fact that they only borrow those beliefs specifically is because those are the beliefs that they lacked. A fully fleshed out belief. That's what they lacked about.
Yeah, but you're doing armchair psychology at this point.
Well, would you say I'm wrong though? Because that's one part of.
Well,
even
I'm just
now,
saying you can't do armchair psychology.
Sorry, like what do you mean?
You're saying they currently lack these things, so they saw this in this other culture, so they appropriated it, took it on for themselves, and put it into their own culture because they missed it, right? You're doing armchair psychology. You're assuming for one that they'd want an eschatology. That's the biggest thing that you have to assume there. There are a lot of cultures that were perfectly fine with not having an eschatology towards these kind of things, where they were
I'm
just
not
simply
saying why they borrowed it. I'm
simply a
saying
blip in
why they
time.
didn't borrow other things because they already had those other things, meaning their own theology of God, how he came to be.
So again, we have a lot of these passages that allude to not explicitly a fully fleshed out system of eschatology. That's totally fine. But we can still piece together the building blocks here, right? You have a lot of text, Hosea 13:4, where, who's going to ransom them from the power of Sheol? I will deliver them and they'll have eternal life.
Okay.
All these other things.
Would you make the case that?
Hold on.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And then on top of that, I, to my knowledge, I don't know of any scholarship that is actually going to date Zoroastrian eschatology as like a solidified, crystallized thing. After any, I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
So I know what you're getting at, and I agree with you. The earliest Zoroastrian texts we have come way after Christ, but the way that the historians date it backward is if you look at the linguistics and
the text, but that the text being dated to a certain time does not preclude theological developments up to this point. So just because a text dates to a certain point or originates to a certain point doesn't mean that it hasn't been edited towards a different point in time. I mean,
that
we
was
have
my
case
point.
example.
So the language that we find it in is a language that it's by the time it was written down, it was sort of a dead language. So historians make the claim that those sayings were preserved without many changes because the language was a dead language. Ep.87. I think that's what's called. I might have to double check that. So okay, can I ask you a question then? So obviously you guys hold the belief that, you know, the bodily resurrection, new heaven, new earth, all of those things are true, and these things weren't fully fleshed out pre-exilic Judaism. So would you make the case
No, we
that
never
God
said
used?
that. You keep making that assumption. We're saying it's not fleshed out in the way that we currently understand
Yeah,
it.
sorry, I'll rephrase it to that. It's not fully fleshed out in the way we understand it now.
No, so you still say fully fleshed out. Like fully fleshed out has an implication that they didn't understand or didn't know, and then they later became to know. We're just saying that they had
The
different words and
details,
different
yes.
languages that's used in a way we understand now. I don't have any reason to believe that the early Jews did not understand this idea. They just may not have used the same language that we have used. And the way they understand things is going to be different the way we understand things. So for example, there's argumentation that, you know, when I'm thinking, I think in numbers. So if I'm trying to count sheep, right? I can count sheep and I could say, hey, there's 20 sheep here and I can count, I can keep a number. There are people
Yeah.
out there in the world who do not have counting methods, but yet they'd still know the exact amount of sheep that they're supposed to have. So they have a different method of understanding that they have 20 sheep, but they would never be able to flesh out in a way that I would understand that they have 20
Yeah.
sheep because
But
of the
you
different
still
thinking
know there's
methods.
20 sheep, right? Just the same way you know there will be a new heaven and a new earth. Right? The conclusion is
No,
the same.
that's my point, is that they would never be able to tell me there's 20 sheep. But they still know that there's 20 sheep there. But they could never vocalize that or give me a description because they don't understand
Right,
numbers.
but the understanding is there.
That's what I'm saying. So you're saying you keep smuggling in that they didn't understand. Now we're simply stating that we have a different way of looking at things, and then that doesn't mean that they didn't
Well,
understand.
when
You're
I
making
say
an
they didn't
assumption there.
understand, I'm not making the case that they didn't believe in resurrection. I'm saying the details about there being a final day
Right,
of
that's what you're
judgment,
smuggling
at
in. You're
which point
smuggling in the
the
details. Well, again,
yeah.
it could just very well be that they had the details, but they communicated
But
in a
there's no
way that
evidence
we
they
don't
had those
communicate.
details though. Right?
That's the evidence that Than was giving you.
Yeah, you're just kind
sorry,
of just hand waving away the evidence that we're giving you by calling it vague.
Because,
You
so the motif. I think
you know
explained the
what's really
motif.
vague?
What?
The dead language objection you gave me for the timing. Like, can you actually reconstruct an explicit eschatology that mirrors Jewish eschatology in a way that is a one-to-one correspondence?
Sorry, are you asking if we can reconstruct what Zoroastrian beliefs were at that time?
Well, I'm just kind of trying to hold you to the same standard right now. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, yeah.
Because you're
Yeah,
saying, well,
that
okay,
is a fair
these
point.
concepts might be there, but it's vague. But it's like, well, what are you asking the text to do? And it seems like you're setting expectations
the
up for the
question
Hebrew
would be-
Bible, so that way it's just like, well, tails I win, heads you lose.
Well, I guess the question would be, so in Isaiah, Daniel, Zechariah, right, the eschatology is very fleshed out. So I
No,
guess one
okay,
could make the case.
you keep doing that.
I cut out
I'm
for some
sorry,
reason.
I didn't
Sorry.
You
mean
keep
to.
smuggling in the fleshed out part, right?
Okay,
That's the
sorry,
thing that we're debating.
I meant why isn't the specific way it's portrayed in Zechariah, Isaiah, and Daniel? I guess I'm asking why isn't that the case in pre-exilic texts?
Because of
why would we
culture.
expect it to be?
Because that's what you guys hold as true. That specific way of understanding it.
Why? I'm asking you a more specific question.
Okay.
Why should I expect the Pentateuchal texts
Mhm.
and the pre-exilic text to fully flesh out an eschatology if that is not the intention of what those texts are supposed to do for the communities that the texts are for?
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. I guess the Daniels and stuff, they are the prophetic text, so good reason they were being there. Yeah.
I also think it's important that you guys are talking about the simple fact that those texts that they have come later, but you're just presupposing that they're consistent with what was before.
Yeah, that is a presupposition. Correct. Yeah.
You can simply, because like there's so many, and I'm not saying you do this, but there's so many skeptics who do this on the flip side, that they see. How was I going to word that? Never mind. You understood what I said.
Yeah. So okay, if you were to make a hypothesis of what actually happened in that melting pot, what would you say? Like these ideas develop together, like one borrowed from the other side. Like what would you say happened if you had to guess?
Well, I say that people use their culture and speak in ways that are consistent with their culture and their surroundings. I often speak to people when I'm defending Christianity in a way they understand, towards atheism or Islam or things like this. And I use ideas that they use to flesh out what I fully believe frequently. I don't know why I would expect to see differently in history. This is what we call cultic competition that happens all the time. Oh, your God is the one that rides on the clouds. No, my God is the one that rides on the clouds. You have the twisting, wriggling serpent. No, we have the twisting, wriggling serpent. It's just like Christians and Muslims argue about this all the time. Your God is not the one true God. My God is the one true God. So are we going to say that one true God motif is stolen from the other person? I don't think
Yeah,
so.
no, you can't do that. Yeah. So would you agree with the statement that potentially God used the exilic period to allow some of these ideas to be written down in the Bible?
So I believe in true authorship, and I think Than holds to true authorship as well. And what true authorship states is that people are not.
Really?
Yeah.
Like the Isaiah, you don't hold to the.
So let me finish.
Yeah,
let me
what do you?
finish.
Yeah, well, I was going to ask what you mean by
So let
that.
me finish. So true authorship means that the authors are writing as true authors. The Holy Spirit isn't in running through them, making their eyes run back in their head, and then writing. Now, obviously, there's prophecy. Prophecy is going to have revelation. It's going to come through them, but they're also going to use their own language, their own time period to speak through that. So God, in prophecy, gives them information, but how they relay that information to us may not always be verbatim. Maybe in a way that that culture understood, or could very well be that God gave that information in a way that he would have understood. So it's going to depend on the context.
Yeah,
In a prophetic
that
book,
answers my question about how God might have used the exilic period. So thank you. But that just caused me to have another question. So do you hold that Isaiah himself wrote all of Isaiah under that understanding? Or are you simply saying whoever did write Isaiah was inspired by the Holy Spirit?
I'm an agnostic on Isaiah at this point. I think there's evidence that there's multiple authors.
But even if there was, you hold that it was
there's
under the guidance of
many
the Holy
authors to
Spirit.
Isaiah.
Modern Brain came in with $20, says, John, you're the worst debater ever. Thank you, Modern Debater. Come on, guys, keep it coming.
Sorry, then. What did you say?
Hold on, I'm talking trash to my chat.
Money.
No, I think there's multiple Isaiah authors.
And you hold that even the multiple authors are all guided by the Holy Spirit.
So it depends on what you mean by some of these phrases. When I think about
the way John described it, right? It's they're not like the eyes are not rolling back, and they're not being taken over, but the ideas are presented from God.
Yeah, I mean, minimally speaking, I think inspiration of Scripture is the idea that God has supervised the composition, editing, and compilation of the text.
And you don't think
Calm
it's
down,
an
Michael
issue.
Heiser.
And you don't think it's an issue that Isaiah is attributed to Isaiah, but it can have multiple authors. I don't have an issue with it. I'm just asking for you guys.
I don't have an issue with that at all.
No, just like any book can have an author and have people help with that authorship, and editors and writers that are included, and you'd still attribute it to a single author.
So how would you apply that idea to the longer ending of Mark? Because the consensus is that it's actually not Mark writing it, but
Yeah, I'm actually perfectly fine with just disregarding the long ending of Mark.
Yeah, so for
Can
me,
you do that though? Because it's the earliest gospel we have, and Luke and Matthew use it as a source. So it's pretty
Mark,
important.
not the longer
what
ending. Not the longer ending. They use Mark as a source, not the longer ending.
Yeah. Sorry.
Gabriel came in with $2, says John is always running from debates when he's losing. Like, I'm perfectly fine. Like, listen, I think it's inspired. I think it belongs in Scripture, and I think what is said in the longer ending happened. But I'm perfectly okay with granting and saying, hey, fine, we take it out of Scripture, because it still ends on the motif that Jesus resurrected and revealed himself to Peter and the 12, which correlates with what happens in 1 Corinthians, which is one of our earliest texts, that Jesus resurrected and revealed himself to Peter and the 12.
I agree with the Christ Creed, yeah. Problem with accepting that as not part of the text is because then that calls into question the canon, right? Like, how do we know canon is correct?
I don't care about canon.
I don't think it really actually matters.
Are you taking canon as a matter of faith due to your belief in the resurrection?
No, I
just
think
don't care about it at all. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. I think people want certainty in every single aspect of their faith, and this is me not laying my cards on the table theologically speaking, because a lot of people ask me canon questions and all this other stuff, but here I'm separating myself from any particular tradition and saying, hey, if we don't know 100% what the canon is or isn't, it's not really that big of a deal, because at the very least, the things that we can be confident on give us the information we need to have a saving faith and walk within the world. That being said, I also don't think that it is an issue for canon whether or not Mark wrote this. I think Mark intended to stop before, like, where the text should cut off. But I also don't think that just because this was attached later on, that this is like an inaccurate or unreliable tradition. The things that you find in Mark's gospel are attested in other places, and it's accepted in the early church as well. And we have a really, really, really strong reasons for thinking that the early church would not have taken this as something worth keeping if it
They
wasn't
threw
going to
out
be
more
rooted.
things than they took in. Brady came in with $9.99. Says Jeff just called and told me to tell you that you need to be rebuked, John. Big John Steele runs him from debates about Jacob. Absolutely, I run from every debate. All right, sir. We've been talking for a hot minute. I got a lot of people in the queue. You mind if I jump on?
Yeah, man. Of course. Thank you, guys.
God bless.
Good one, man. Bye.
I thought that was him, and I was being like, he seemed so nice, and it was you. You're a douchebag.
What?
You're a douche.
I am a douche. I'm wondering.
Okay.
My internet keeps like, whatever. Don't worry about it.
William, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you? William?
Squilliam tentacles, are you there?
Grant, I see you in the text. I seen you in the chat, but I don't see you in the queue. That's what's really confusing. Oh, there you are. Okay, got you. Grant, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hi. How's it going, John? I am 34.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Awesome. You can hear me. I don't know if I can do that, but I think we can have an interesting conversation. So my part of this, I think, based on hearing your premises earlier, I didn't see them posted, so I couldn't memorize them. You said them quite quickly. But I think part of this is what it means to you to be a Christian. And my understanding from talking to Christians is it's about the faith proposition, the accepting Jesus into your heart as your savior. And if that's the case, faith is about a leap, surrender, hope, which has nothing really to do with rationality. It's not that you couldn't find evidence for your beliefs, but it seems to me at the core, Christianity is faith-based.
Yeah, I completely disagree with your standard for belief.
Oh, okay.
Right? I believe in things based off
Okay,
evidence,
yeah.
not off just feelings. The reason I believe anything that I believe in is because I found enough evidence to be convincing. The reason I believe my car is going to start tomorrow is because I have enough evidence that it started every other day. I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary, but I have faith my car is going to start tomorrow. I believe that it's going to start tomorrow.
Yeah,
I guess what do you mean by the word faith here? And
I mean, I was gonna reference Hebrews 11:1. Obviously, I think you have a particular translation you like, but I was looking
I
at.
use any translation really, unless it's
Oh,
something,
okay.
unless the NIV. I don't really like.
Are you just going to go the whole Hebrews? Faith is the evidence of seeing things hoped for.
I
blah,
just
blah, blah.
I just saw that one on a brief search. I wasn't.
But
I was.
the key
You're
to
gonna
that.
have
Sorry,
to
sorry
define
to cut
what
you off.
you mean. No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the key to that, it's the evidence of the things unseen. The evidence, right? That's the key word that's there. Is that there's evidence to believe in these unseen things.
If you read the whole entire book of Hebrews, you take things into consideration what the author's trying to do and what he's saying, and not just looking at verses in isolation, you'll actually find what the elocution is of that verse. And the long story short is, because I'm not going to go off on a whole entire exegetical argument here, it's a call to persevere in the faith.
Okay.
And all this other stuff.
Just before you guys go, I got a few super chats. Brady came in $4.99. It's pronounced Yakub, you noob. You've been oneness, Pentecostal, white Hebrew Israelite. You should know his name. Fair enough. Jesus Christ, it's WL. Said, give me another chance. My name is William. All right. I'll try to remember that. And Soldier Christ came in and said, do I agree with the Catholics that we worship the same God as the Muslims worshiping Allah? That was the last deal for me with Sam Shamoon. Please answer. Yeah, you have to read it in its context. According to the Catechism, it does say that they worship the same God, but they don't participate in the fullness of truth. It all stems from the same Abrahamic religion, but they are believing a falsehood, and they are not in unison with God. They just have the same direction of worship. So I wouldn't take that too deep. And then more Modern Brain came in $2, said Jesus is Lord. All right, boys. Go at it.
I know you in the past you have expressed your frustration about definitions, but it's just difficult to not be talking about the same thing, right? So I'm trying to understand, like, you have belief, you have trust, you have faith, and you believe something based off of evidence. That's what makes it a belief. And I just can't get away from, it seems like the main thing about being a Christian is faith.
Yes, but
No?
faith as properly defined in our modern Western sense is like
I just want to
is
know
going to
what it
be
means
like an
to you.
undying fealty to the object of your
Okay.
faith, which is
Okay.
Jesus.
Awesome.
This is exactly what the author of Hebrews is trying to drive home.
Yes.
He
Okay.
calls
It's
people
about
heroes of the faith, and
conviction.
it's because of their allegiance to Yahweh that they're called.
Okay. Right.
But it has
Then
nothing to do with like blind belief or blind assent. In fact, if you look at the book of Hebrews, he points out the promises of God and how he has followed through to motivate people's faith.
it's been a long time since I have read the Bible in its entirety, but I will
Well,
revisit
can
Hebrews.
I
That's
can I just
interesting.
touch on one thing before you go?
Yeah, go ahead.
It wouldn't make any sense if we were just supposed to have faith and just trust for Jesus to actually come and die on the cross then. Because he wasn't preaching to us, he was preaching to the people in front of him. Just have faith, just have faith, just have faith. And then he died on the cross and resurrected right in front of him.
So I'm not sure what your point is.
My point is, if all faith is just a feeling and a trust without basis or meaning or reason, it would make no point for Jesus to come down and do a whole bunch of miracles, die and resurrect, and give them the sign of Jonah.
I just guess that this is quite a different tact than many Christians I've spoken with. But if I would like to take the piece about it being about conviction and explore that, if that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of dig into this if you want. It
Yeah.
just depends.
Well,
John's in charge, and I don't want to be boring.
yeah,
And
sure.
never forget it, Fan.
It's
What?
a little bit
Never forget that.
it's a little 2v1 at the moment, but that's okay. You guys aren't ganging up, thankfully. So the other piece of this is I don't think it's then rational to have full conviction. So my understanding is that, John, you used to be an atheist and that you also used to believe in evolution, and you came to a place of agnosticism with that.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's valuable to be able to change just about any one of your beliefs and not have a full conviction, because for any belief you have, if you are wrong, if you just think I can't be wrong, you have no way of discovering that, right? You have no way of finding out if you have certainty. That makes sense.
Yeah. So
I'm waiting to see if John wants me to go or if him
I'm
to go.
just curious, like, what's the contention here?
That that means it's not really rational to have that level of conviction for something.
It's not rational to say that you wouldn't ever change your mind on something.
Right, but that seems to be what faith is about, right?
No, I think you're conflating two different things.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I think there's an equivocation happening here between a full conviction or allegiance to a person and a belief in a proposition. So, for instance, I can have a probabilistic account of how true, of what the probability is that Christianity is true.
Mm-hmm.
While also saying, well, given the fact that I think Christianity has like a 90% chance of being true, whatever, right? I am going to pledge my allegiance to Jesus, right? And it's the same way in a marriage, even. Like, I'm married and I have a very high degree of belief that my wife is faithful to me, and it's literally going to be till death do us part.
But Fan's not faithful to her, and I can attest to that.
Oh my gosh. And John, you got to be careful, bro. Somebody's gonna try to run away with that.
Me and Than are secret lovers.
Oh my gosh.
I'm glad to see John joking. He doesn't do that all that often.
It doesn't count if it's with the homies.
Or if you're
what
wearing
was I
socks.
saying? You derailed me, man. Oh man. Oh yeah. So like, I have a really high degree of probability belief that my wife and I will be together till death do us part. Right?
Yeah, and you would say you have faith
I
in
could
that
be
as well.
wrong about that, but my
Mhm.
conviction is towards my wife indefinitely, unless I change my mind in the proposition. But there's two different things. There's two different aspects to that. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
in the same way.
Yeah.
So for example,
go ahead,
my
John.
wife right now is at a staff party. I have so much faith that that's what she's doing. She's at a staff party. But is it possible right now she's, sleeping with 5 other guys? It's possible, but I wouldn't put my money on that.
It's based on evidence, like with your car example. I got you. So I guess what I would want to know is what your take is about when I ask Christians, like, what does being Christian mean to you? They go to faith in Jesus being the Savior. And when I ask them about what their faith means, they don't talk about probability, evidence, or
Yeah.
they talk about this experience, this there's some leap being made there, right?
Hold on.
Like
Personal
yeah.
experience. Personal experience is a very valid reason to conclude something is true, but it's not a valid reason to try to convince
that's
you
fair.
of
Yeah.
it being true. So if somebody has a personal experience with God, they can
That's
absolutely come to the
interesting.
conclusion that God is real and that he's worth following.
I also just want to add this in really quickly, and I mean this super respectfully to
Yeah.
you
No, we're all good.
and to the Christians that you're talking to, right? But if you're trying to adjudicate what's true and what's not, and try to dig into like the best arguments and best evidence that you can get into for Christianity being true, or atheism being true, or anything, right? Like, I don't know if you're an atheist or not, but like, look, I'm not gonna go to Reddit if I want to know the best theological arguments. I'm just not.
Oh yeah.
Right. And
yeah.
in the same way,
I see what
like
you're saying.
you can't
Yes, of
go to the
course.
average Christian and be like, okay, well, they say these things, and it's like, well, yeah, they haven't been trained philosophically or theologically or anything like that. So it's
Yes,
not going to
they're
be
just
terribly surprising. That
I'm totally with you on that. Yeah. So I guess the question would be then you have obviously you spend a lot of time, especially John today, talking about the historical evidence for something, and it's like it's rational because of all this historical evidence. And I don't have, it's been a while since I've talked about these things in depth with people, so I'm not going to be able to reference things off the top of my head like you. I'm just trying to go off of like logic, right? But when you look at other kinds of evidence, like the writings for the arguments against God, I happen to be, I don't know what you would call it, I guess agnostic, atheist, lean agnostic. I practice the non-mystic Buddhism. That's where I'm at. So there's a lot of different texts in the world that are very compelling. What's the difference there? Like how do you justify it's like this one,
sure.
it's
Okay.
rational here where it's not rational.
Yeah. All right.
Elsewhere.
So just show me a 1-to-1 comparison. Because people make this argument all the time,
I don't have
right?
this off the top of my head, right?
And,
yeah,
and you're not going to find it. That's what I'm saying. Is people make this
Mhm.
argument all the time. What about all the other texts that line up with what the Christian does? Do you just accept one, disregard the other? Well, no, I've never seen a 1-to-1 comparison. That's my argument. It's like, okay, if all these other texts exist out there that have just as much evidence for their deity, well, show me. That's my argument.
Yeah.
Okay, like I'll be like, if at the end of the day you show me a 1-to-1 comparison, it's going to corrupt my worldview. It's going to make me have to sit and go, okay, did I accept enough evidence? Are these two contradictory terms? Can I synergize these? I'm going to have to reevaluate everything. But I've yet to be presented anything even remotely close to the amount of data and evidence that we have for the resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's interesting. Here's what I think about when you say that. I think about all the people in the world, the billions of people in the world, and I think about, I generally think people are pretty close in smarts to each other. There's of course a range. But there are people as smart as you in other parts of the world exposed to other religious doctrines or atheistic doctrines. They read Christianity. They're not compelled, right?
That's priors. You're just bringing up an issue with priors. Well, I agree with that. That's the whole reason I'm giving this premise, is to point out the issue with people's priors.
Yeah, this is stuff that I really like to dork out on. So, but
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not
So
going to say
what do you
anything
mean
unless
by
you want me to.
priors? Like, you mean the knowledge of their past or experience, whatever they're exposed to in their life?
Go ahead, Than. This is I can hear your erection from here. So
Oh my
Brady came
gosh,
in.
bro.
Brady
Wow.
came in with $1.99. He said, "Accept Jacob."
Yeah. So okay. Let's take a step back here a little bit. Because I actually was zoning out for a little bit until I heard the word priors.
I appreciate that. Yeah. All good.
So here's just kind of like my educated guess going into here about what the conversation is.
I'll just tell you real quick. He's
Fine.
saying, what
Yeah.
about other people who believe in other religions that are just as smart as me?
Yeah. Or not religions. Either way.
Oh, I mean, we don't even have to dig into the priors there. We can just what about them?
Well, what makes them more or less rational, right? Like, you're like, Christianity is the rational way, but there are plenty of other people in the world
I think people.
who
Well, I think
are
people can
exposed to it.
rationally. I think people that can rationally disagree with me.
Okay, so then it's also rational to be Buddhist or atheist, or it can be.
Yeah, I just don't.
I don't think it's rational to be atheist. That's my personal opinion.
I'd be interested to hear
okay,
more,
I think
but before that,
John
go ahead.
and I could disagree there.
I think it's
But,
rational
I'm
for
sorry, what was it?
agnosticism.
I didn't catch your name, John. Obviously, I know your name. What?
My name?
Yes.
My name is Yakub.
Yakub.
I'm just joking.
Okay,
I'm
all
just
right, you're
joking.
fucking with me. Oh my god.
yeah. No, my name's Than.
Damn. Thank you. Okay, I see it in the chat. Sorry. Continue, please.
Yeah. So I mean, like, to me, rationality isn't going to be too special of a property of a belief, to be honest with you, because like, I think you can I like, for instance, somebody could
You can
rationally
rationalize
not
anything.
be a Christian because they grew up a particular way and never were exposed to
Right.
the evidence or whatever.
Right.
Like, it's that. Yeah, it doesn't really. I mean, like, is
So
a
the
child
claim isn't-
rational? Is a child going to be rational in believing that Christianity is true when their parents who
Right.
are like the primary
Right.
epistemic source
Yeah, I'd say
for their
no.
beliefs?
So the claim.
I think we're disagreeing.
definitely-
Hold on, because my definition I'm
Yeah,
using
go
for
ahead.
rationality here is based on accordance
Yeah.
with reason or logic, right? Like, you can give like a deductive and inductive argument that is logically
Yes.
sound to conclude that something is true. So I think Than and I are using it a bit differently. I'd say a child is actually irrational to believe those things, but that doesn't mean they're wrong, right? You can
I think the child's belief is in accordance there because the child is using inferences based off, like, implicitly based off what their parents are teaching them.
So what is the
wait,
inference?
I'm gonna steal that.
Hold on, I got to argue with Than here real quick. What is the inference?
Yeah, good.
What is the inference that they're using here, Than, to come to a rational conclusion that Jesus
Okay,
Christ is
well,
God?
so remember, children don't have like the abstract critical thinking skills that we have right now.
Mhm.
That being said, the implicit line of reasoning that's happening, cognitively speaking, is that they trust their parents, and their parents are disseminating information to them that they trust.
That's true.
Therefore,
Yeah.
they believe.
Yeah, I don't think that's rational.
Well, okay.
I don't think they're at fault.
Let
Like,
me-
I
I wanna
don't think
steal
we can
menu.
hold them at fault for believing it.
So so the counterexample there would be that you are irrational for believing the things taught in Scripture because you trust God. And God.
Yeah, there are certain beliefs that I hold to that I'd have to say. Well, actually, no. I can simply state that I have good amount of evidence that Jesus Christ is God, that He's the creator of the universe. Him being God, the creator of the universe, is going to be true in His statements, and He's given us certain aspects that are just said, and I believe the things that are just said because it comes from God. Now, there's a certain level of trust that I can give to God because it's implicitly implied that He would know all things.
Faith, you might say.
Say what? Sorry.
I said faith, you might say.
Well, yeah. So, I'm not going to turn this into a discussion about the definition of rationality. If you,
Sure.
I'll just say
Yeah,
that
I agree.
if you
I'm
look,
with
if you look into the, if you just look into the scholarly literature about how to define rationality and stuff like that, the only way that I have found to be able to consistently define it is without having severe counterexamples is by having it really open-ended.
Yes, and this is the problem with words, is that you define them with other words and definitions get messy as soon as you have a different interpretation. It's just how argument works. But what I want to steelman is, so John, what you're saying is not that it's rational. It's the only rational choice is to be a Christian. What you're saying is that it just is rational to be a Christian, like it would be rational to believe any number of things that you are exposed to in your life that you had sufficient evidence for.
Yeah, I think there's can be many rational. I think you can come to many rational conclusions. Just because it's rational doesn't mean it's true too. I'm not making the claim here that Christianity is true. Basically, the stance I'm doing at this point is that Christians are rational. They're rational holding their belief. They're rational in concluding that yes, it is true, and then in the hopes that I can plant some seeds in people. Okay, it's rational. Why do they believe it? And then they can look at the data and say, yeah, okay, yeah, you know what? This actually is true.
But other evidence, you don't think it's likely, but other evidence could come along to point in another direction. So yeah, I don't think your premise based on the definitions you've provided is I can't prove it wrong. I don't think it can be proven wrong based on like your parameters here.
Well, I just think proving something wrong or right is just such a difficult thing to do in the first place, right? Because you can always posit possibilities. You could just say if things are likely or unlikely, and I think it's more likely that Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead than unlikely.
So, in it saying that, would it be fair for me to say it's a little bit bad faith of you to put in your text, prove you wrong when you think it's incredibly difficult and maybe not possible?
Well, you can prove that it's irrational. Like, for example, if I give my syllogism and you can show me a contradiction in my syllogism, then by definition it's irrational.
So theoretically speaking, right? Like if it is as open-ended,
strength. Yeah.
Right. So like, look, you can have rationality be super open-ended, but at the same time have like procedures in place to figure out when a particular unique person would be irrational in a belief. So for instance, if John says, I have XYZ reasons for believing in the resurrection, and you provide undercutting and rebutting defeaters to those, and John still decides to believe in spite of that continuously.
Then I'm irrational.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. I don't want to bogart the mic, but I am super curious, John, why you think atheism is irrational.
I have never seen an argument for atheism.
Really quick definition. Sorry, what?
I've never seen an argument for atheism.
Oh, again, definition's a little important. It's just a lack of belief in any God, right?
So atheism, the claim that there is no God, right? You're saying there is none, right? You can say agnosticism, like you could say, I'm unaware, I don't know, and I just seem to believe that there is none, right? You could be agnostic theist, or agnostic atheist. I say that's incredible. But if you're saying I'm atheist, there is no God, then I say this is rational because I've never heard a good argument for it completely at all. The only arguments for atheism I've ever noticed are counter-theist arguments
against. Yes.
And that's assuming that atheism is the default.
Well, that's not even going to be actually like an argument for atheism. Those are arguments against specifically perfect being theism. That being said, just another thing to consider is the fact that when you look into the cognitive science of religion, the lack theist definition of atheism is also just not the default. Like humans are actually pre-wired basically for belief in God. And I think that's just like another important feature.
Agree with that.
You say you disagree or you do?
No, I said generally I would agree with that. I think that anything that you have 100% conviction about is irrational. So if you were to say, I am certain about a lack of God, that is just as irrational as saying, I'm certain there is one. Because again,
can you say, hold on. Would you say I just want to push this just for the kicks and giggles. Would you say I'm irrational to say I exist?
No. If you're going with the I exist, therefore I think, therefore I am kind of thinking.
Right. So obviously there's certain things you can be certain of, right? And you can even take that a little further. If I know I exist, then I can also say that I know things. And then if I could say I know things, then I could say I know truth claims. And if I say I know truth claims, then I know claims. And if I say I know claims, then I could say I know logic. And if I know logic, you see, we can keep going down this path.
No, we can't.
Why not?
Because of the truth claim bit. You have to stop when you said you can know truth claims.
Well, hold on. Is it true that I exist?
Yes.
From my perspective?
I mean,
so then I know truth claims.
Right. No.
Well, okay, then show me the symmetry breaker here.
Yeah, the symmetry breaker is that truth is kind of an invalid concept because how do I explain this? You only have the lens you look through from your perspective, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that can be skewed. It's a perspective. It's an experience, right?
Okay, can it be skewed that I know that I exist?
I don't know. I would say I don't know. I would say that's not a noble thing, right?
But if I know I exist, I exist. It's not possible that I don't exist. And both things can't be true at the same time.
I think you could exist in a way that we don't think about.
That's fine.
Does that make sense?
That's fine.
Like have you heard the panpsychism?
Yeah, it's fine. I could exist in a way that I don't current, like I might be a brain
Like you don't
that,
fully
I might be something
conceptualize, right? Like
sure,
it's
but
not a
I'm
binary.
I'm
Existence
still aware.
is not a binary.
I'm still aware, so
right?
I know I exist. If I know I exist,
Yeah.
that's a truth claim. So therefore, I know truth claims exist.
I think I'm not like I don't have the language to describe this at the moment, so maybe I'll come back in the future. But I think we touched on the other subjects.
Okay, all right, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate your time. God bless.
May you all be free from suffering.
Peace.
Cheers.
All right, William. I promised you next. Where are you? Bro, you're messing with me. I don't see a William in here. Unless you left because you got tired of waiting. What time is it? Everybody's been cordial today. Watch all the. I had all the new atheists come at me and all telling me I'm just a terrible debater and cut people off all the time. And
it's just because I'm nice to people and you're not.
I would know it's been way cordial right up until you as well.
Right.
And none of them are here today. I invited all of them up to have a conversation. I don't see any of them here. All right, I'll just go on to the next person then. Travis, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Okay, left. Dude, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, mate. I'm
Hi.
26 and I'm an atheist. So I've listened for a while there, and you said that there is no argument for atheism.
No, I haven't heard any. Maybe you'll prove me wrong.
Yeah, I haven't heard any either, but I think it kind of is proving atheism a bit, because so many people still believe in it without any missionaries for that.
There's no missionaries for
other
atheism.
religions.
Matt Dillahunty doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. The atheist experience doesn't exist. The atheist charity foundations don't exist. Brady came in with $9.99. 1 more hour. You're gay with nasty for real. Fair enough. Fair enough. Hey guys, if you want to pay me to insult me, you have my blessing. Deconstruction YouTube content creators don't exist. Deconstruction TikTok content creators don't exist. I mean, technically they're not missionaries, but there's absolutely people out there trying to disprove religions and convince people of atheism.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did not know that.
Fair.
I've actually never heard of anything that is an atheist charity.
Yeah, there's atheist charities out there and atheist foundations. They
And for
exist.
what do they need the money?
I don't know. I don't know what they do. I've never looked at it. The Freedom from Religion Foundation, the FFRF, the American Atheist.org, the atheistalliance.org,
Alright.
the atheistfoundation.org. Yeah, there you go. There's some.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the event of Jesus' death again with you. That I've been listening for a while and that came up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So my argument basically is that Jesus' death was history, but the resurrection was human response to the death.
Okay. So I'll go through the syllogism once again, and you tell me the difference between A and B. Premise 1, historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Premise 2, historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if the two events are supported by comparable levels of evidence, then one should believe both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater. So why is it that you believe, or why are you making the claim that we can believe in the crucifixion but not the resurrection?
So I think that the Bible is only for the resurrection, not an eligible source.
Well, then you don't. Then you don't. Okay, then you have to disregard the crucifixion.
No.
You can't have one in the without the other.
Because there are some records of, for example, Josephus. He was a Jewish historian.
Mm-hmm. And Josephus also gets things wrong in history as well. If you only had Josephus talking about it, yeah. Or there's also the big factor that Josephus most likely got his understanding of the resurrection from the scriptures, from the writings of Christians. Because Josephus wasn't there, he didn't see it. He had to get writings from earlier events to understand where it came true.
Yeah, that could be totally plausible.
Well, no, I'm saying this is not just plausible. It's the most likely scenario, right? Because Josephus, like the Roman historians, didn't all witness the events. They got these events by reading writings of people who did witness the events. So he most likely read these writings or understood it from other Christian sources,
or by word of mouth, because it was I think it was the most oppressive
what exactly is
at
the point
time.
of this argument? I'm just trying to understand.
So even if it is word of mouth, then that's actually less credible than the Bible, because if you're saying Josephus, who came much later, got this information via word of mouth, versus we have, for example, 1 Corinthians, who would have been very early and would have been from people who were around that time period and would have known the apostles and known the people that saw Jesus. Which one's going to be the more reliable and the more credible source?
Yeah, but these are two entirely different groups of people that
you're not answering my question.
Yeah, but your question is one-sided. I can only answer.
No, it's not one-sided. Either one has to be more credible than the other, and which one is it and why?
Yeah, of course, one is more credible than the other.
Okay, so which one and why?
The one that proves your argument. Because you phrased it that way that it's...
Okay, so then by my argument is that we have more historical or just as comparable historical evidence, and you said, no, you can't take the Bible. You can only take the extra biblical sense. The Bible is not credible. But now I just showed you how the Bible is more credible, and you confessed to that.
The Bible is credible for anything before the resurrection.
Atheism came in, or Jason came in $5, says, atheism organized, funded, proselytizing faith-based religion. So yeah, your whole argument is you can't trust the Bible. You could trust Josephus. But I showed you why the Bible would be more trustworthy than Josephus, and you admitted to that.
Or you could trust one Claudius. He was just a biographer of Roman emperors, and he also wrote about the death of Jesus because he made a lot of trouble.
Okay. Again, what is more trustworthy? A source that's going to be closer to the date written around the time and in that period of when people would have witnessed the event, or sources that are further away from people who weren't there?
I think you have to add that these are two different groups of people. Romans.
You're still
Claudius,
not answering the question. Which one is going to be more trustworthy?
Yeah, the one that is nearer when the event happened, of course.
Right. So again, we have just as credible amount of evidence. Because how is he going to know about the crucifixion? How is Claudius? And again, I'm not familiar with the Claudius Act. I'm looking for information on it. I can't find anything about him writing about the crucifixion. But I'm just going to grant it.
It is called Life of Claudius.
Okay. So how's Claudius going to hear about the crucifixion?
Claudius was the emperor, and it was about Claudius, and Jesus has a small mention in it. But
Why
it
does
doesn't
nobody
matter.
like to answer the questions I asked? How's Claudius going to hear about the resurrection?
He's going to hear about it because
I can't find any letter by Claudius talking about the resurrection. Do you have a source?
wait a second.
I'm still not really even understanding.
That's fine.
What
You just
his
sit there and be
argument
cute.
is. Well, are we arguing that we just can't use the Gospels and Acts?
He's arguing it's not a comparable amount of evidence between the two because we have extra biblical evidence. So Josephus, he says we can throw away the sources in the Bible, but because we have Josephus. Josephus says he resurrected.
It's because it's human nature. They were grieving, searching for meaning.
You can't assume, you can't do
and
armchair
Jesus was-
psychology. So again, how would Claudius, who again you haven't given me a source for, know about the
Yeah,
resurrection?
I was looking it up, but then I got distracted.
Or sorry, the crucifixion.
The 12 Caesars is the whole book called, completed in 121 AD.
So 121 years after Jesus was crucified, he wrote about it?
Yes.
Okay, then
He
how would
ruled
he
about
know?
the emperor.
Or sorry, 100 years after Jesus is crucified. So how would he know?
100 years, yes, but he wrote about the
Great.
fourth
How
Roman
would he
emperor
know?
who lived in.
Please answer my question. How would he know?
He would know that he made a lot of trouble from his.
How would he know Jesus was crucified?
From his colleagues and the Roman government.
So you're saying there's 121 or 120 years, or sorry, 100 years of hearsay is a more trustworthy source than documents that would have been written around the time period and from the people who would have known Jesus.
Yeah.
That's your argument?
Because the people took the death and made something out of it.
All right, Nick, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, sorry, buddy. I'm just watching.
Okay. Why are you in here then?
Is that the dude? I like to watch in here. It's more live.
Stan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Stan? Stan? All right, God bless. Johan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Adrian, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Oh my God. Junker George, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 26. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. It's rational
Am I
to be a
loud?
Christian.
Sorry.
Prove me wrong when a taco. I got you, bro. I turned you down.
I can also turn myself down. Yeah, I definitely think that it's rational to be a Christian.
Oh, awesome. All right,
I
I'll take a W. Thanks. Appreciate your time.
I just thought that Christianity is based on a miracle claim, or at least it seems that you're returning a lot to that miracle claim in the resurrection of Jesus. And I think that most miracle claims, including that one, are completely irrational.
Why?
So if somebody said that their faith in Christianity was based on a personal experience or personal revelation, I think that's totally rational. I think that a lot of people have those.
Yeah, sure, but you haven't given me a reason why it's irrational to believe in a miracle claim. And I'd also ask you to distinguish the difference between a miracle and a non-miracle.
Sure. I think that a miracle is anything that violates the laws of nature. So I understand in a lot of cases, people will ask the question, do you believe in miracles? For me personally, I think that in many cases, it's not so much about whether or not a person believes in miracles as it is a question
can we,
of
just before you go on a tangent, you said anything that violates the laws of nature, right? When we discovered quantum physics, violated what we understood in the laws of nature, and we had to update our understanding. Was quantum mechanics considered a miracle?
in no way could quantum mechanics be considered a miracle.
Why? It violated what we
Because
currently
it's-
understood in the laws of nature.
Right, no, it didn't violate it. It updated our
Right.
understanding of
So it
nature.
updated. Right. Cool. So if
Yeah.
we discover a resurrection happening, why does it violate it versus update it?
Well, I think that would that would necessitate us being born into the world with a total understanding of every single aspect of the world around us.
Right. But you're
And
still not
the
answering the
natural world
question. Why
has to
does
be
one
discovered.
violate? Why does one violate instead of update? And one updates instead of violates?
So what are we comparing here? I'm sorry, you're saying that there's two things: one updates, one violates. What are the
Yeah. So
two
when we
things? that are-
when we discovered quantum mechanics, right, it
Uh-huh.
violated what we currently understood of the laws of nature. So we just updated our understanding. When we used the new telescope to look back to the beginning of the universe, it violated our understanding of the Big Bang theory. So now we're updating our understanding of nature.
Sure.
So why, when we look at the resurrection, why do we say the resurrection would violate the laws of nature instead of update our understanding of the laws of nature?
Okay, so you're saying that if we treat the resurrection as a historical event that actually took place,
No,
then
I'm just trying to figure out how you distinguish between miracle and non-miracle.
yeah. Just let me finish. If you're saying that the resurrection actually took place, are you saying that our understanding of death has now been updated to include a belief in resurrection?
I'm just asking, if you see something that you consider a miraculous event, why is it in these situations where, because your definition is anything that violates the laws of nature? Well, we
Sure.
have two situations I've given you where violated our understanding of the laws of nature.
Sure.
Why is
Well-
it? What is the distinct separating factor where one is an update and the other is a violation?
Well, if any sort of claim related, any sort of natural claim is testable, repeatable, if you can create studies around it that can demonstrate provability over time, then that is something that reinforces a law of
We
nature.
can't test and repeat seeing larger galaxies going towards the middle of the universe.
Oh yes, of course. That's how we were able to discover various aspects of the universe around
We
us.
can't test it and repeat it. We just look. We just see it. It's just an observation. We
So,
can't recreate the universe
just-
and make it.
just-
So
just-
our
just
current
to be-
understanding of the Big Bang model
Mhm.
was that we had a certain point. Through that certain point, it all branches out and starts to expand from each other. And what you would expect to see is you'd expect to see galaxies getting bigger as it goes further out because it's given more time. But that's not what we saw. When we put the new telescope up into the sky, we looked back and we saw galaxies actually getting larger towards the center, which violates everything that we understood from the laws of nature and how it should currently operate. We still haven't figured out why. We have no conclusion, but we have to conclude that's true because it's an observation. We cannot test it. We cannot repeat it, yet it's still true. Faith in Christ came in with $10, says Christianity is based on so much more than a resurrection, but it's the miracle that really made more and more people believe.
So did you conclude that with a question, or I'm sorry?
Well, I'm just simply stating it's not testable and repeatable. You said that's the separating factor.
Okay. So you're saying that the fact that we can observe and verify certain aspects of the material universe around us, that somehow is equivalent to a few testimonies
No,
that somebody
not at all.
2,000
That's
years
not
ago?
even remotely close to what I'm saying. And it kind of
Really
shows that you
quick.
might be arguing in bad faith. So again, I'm just asking you to give me the model in which how one would determine something is a miracle versus how someone would determine that this is a natural event. We just need to update our understanding of how nature works.
Really quick, by the way, John, I'm just staying out of this, but you already you know.
I know.
There's a lot to say here.
You can go Than, if you want. You probably want to talk about.
I'm not trying to 2v1, and
Okay.
like I said, you're in charge, Papi.
Yeah, I'm just more interested in the the idea that there is any sort of equivalency between a scientific, repeatable, testable claim.
Again, you can't test and repeat. The galaxy is getting bigger, looking towards the center of the universe, yet it's still true, and you would still believe it's true because we can see it, but you can't test it and repeat it.
Okay.
So maybe we can back up here a little bit.
Well, no, I want to push on this still. I want the model. I want the model on how we determine something is a miraculous event, and we should just hand wave it.
Okay, so yeah, I guess maybe that's where some of our disagreements come in, because I never want to hand wave away a miracle. I'm just saying that the burden of proof in the case of something that violates the laws of nature has to be a lot more than what is given to us in something like the New Testament. That's all I'm saying.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? Amongst like physicists,
I'm going to stay out of this, and jumps in 3 times.
I'm sorry. Okay, look.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
This is important. What do you mean by violation of the laws of nature in like amongst the philosophy of science and physicists? Like, what model of the laws of nature are you even taking when you're saying that? So 2 questions there, right?
Yeah. So, it's funny when it comes to things like the laws of nature and trying to nail those down. Obviously, there are certain definitions that can be given, but I think I personally live in Ohio. I live in a rural area. If I saw a big African elephant walking outside of my window right
so
now,
I'm gonna stop you there, because you're giving a description or asking for an explanation, a definition.
I'm not asking for a definition.
But even just using a description, right, doesn't give us a model, because you're just saying I don't agree that this is a standard, and we could just keep giving models all day long. We need a methodology on how you would conclude something.
Yeah. So to clarify, right, there are different models or understandings of what the laws of nature are, and what I'm asking for is like what model you're holding to. And if you don't have a name for it, that's totally fine. At least tell me like if you think these are like real things, or if they're just descriptions of how reality behaves when left to itself. Like, can you at least clarify that?
I guess maybe I'm getting a little confused, but I would say that as far as I'm aware, or as far as I would be willing to submit, anything that is testable and repeatable would constitute something that could be considered a law of the universe if we can test it, and if it is
okay. So you don't believe in dark matter?
Well, as far as I am not a physicist, so I
okay,
would
look,
assume...
that's just kind of a cop out. Theoretically speaking, if you're a physicist, could you do it?
I suppose, yeah.
Well, okay. I'd be very curious to see the physicist that's done that.
Here's a simpler one maybe. Can you do this with the origin of life? Have we done it? Have we replicated? And by the way, this is somebody that holds the abiogenesis, right? I believe in evolution. So I'm not doubting that. I'm not casting doubt on that. But we also just have not been able to replicate that.
Sure. Yeah.
And we've
You
not
mean like
observed it.
replicating life in the lab, like creating life?
The specific event of life arising for the first time on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah. We have not been able to replicate that.
So that's a
what you're
violation of the
saying,
laws
right?
of nature by your definition.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think that life being produced is itself a violation of the laws of nature. I don't think
But
that
your
we've been
standard
able
was
to
testable
discover.
and repeatable.
Right. But I also said that we weren't born with a knowledge of every single thing in the universe.
Well, so then you're
we
just
have to
assuming that
discover
we can test it and repeat it.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
a
assuming that we can.
presupposition. So you take that on faith?
Do I take on faith that we will eventually discover how life came about in the universe?
You take it on faith that abiogenesis will one day be testable and repeatable.
Sure. Yeah. I believe that
Okay.
we'll eventually figure out how life came about on the planet. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you don't really have an argument for it. And we could just say, oh, I take it on faith that Jesus Christ is God.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. I took it on faith that Jesus is God for many, many years.
Well, I'm just saying that's valid enough to say it's completely rational and it's also true.
I think it's rational. I don't think that it is true in the sense that you can prove it. Like
you can't prove
other
abiogenesis,
things.
so therefore abiogenesis isn't true.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying that anything related to the origin of life is true yet because we haven't discovered it.
Well, but you agree that there has to be an origin of life, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then there has to be a state where there's no life and there is life. That's all abiogenesis claims, that there is none and there is, right? And it comes from natural means. So if you're saying that it's natural means and there's a point where there's no life, then there is life, and then all you're doing is taking that on faith. And we can just simply disregard it as not true because you're only taking it on faith.
Well, so I'm not claiming anything in relation to the origin of the universe or
Presumably,
the origin of
though,
life on
you
this planet.
believe what the current up-to-date consensus models are. And by believe, I'm not saying you think with 100% certainty those things are true, but you're saying you probably think, well, they're probably right. This is the best explanation we have given the current data we have.
Well, I'm not up to date on that literature, so I wouldn't
Okay,
know. But
that's
as far
fine.
I was
Then
asked
you
whether or not I believe that we will discover the origins of life, and I said tacitly that yes, I think we will eventually do that.
Right. We're just trying to distinguish the difference between what is considered a miracle and not a miracle. So is abiogenesis a miracle?
No, I don't think so. No.
We can't test it and repeat it.
Right. But that's also
okay. But that was your standard of what a miracle is.
Yes, but you can't point to something that we don't have any evidence for yet because we haven't discovered it and say, well, it must be a miracle.
You believe that life came into existence?
Wait, what is the referent? What is the referent when you just said we don't have evidence for it? Are you saying like we don't have evidence for God or what?
But
no,
that's
I was saying,
hold on, that's completely irrelevant because whether or not we have reference to abiogenesis being true, you believe it and you don't think it's a miracle. Right?
Hi, John's wife.
Than says hi.
Oh, hi, Than. What are you doing?
Well, I'm talking to a lot of people, but Than is in here, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
And say bye.
I love you.
Love you.
Bye, John's wife.
So you believe it, right? And you say it's not a miracle. Doesn't matter if we can convince it or if we have evidence of it. You believe it and you believe it's not a miracle and it's not testable and repeatable. So your standard of what a definition of what makes a miracle not a miracle falls flat. It's an internal critique, shows a contradiction, shows you can't hold to that.
So just to be clear, me saying that I don't believe that people can be raised from the dead is contradicted by abiogenesis.
No, that's not even remotely close to what I said.
What is the argument there?
It's not remotely close to what I said. I'm going to jump on, man. Appreciate your time. God bless. It's not even in the same ballpark of what I said. Josiah, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. I'm 27. How are you?
I'm good, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, Winnie-Taco.
Yeah. So, I guess my question, and from what I understand, you used to be an atheist or agnostic, and about 3 or 4 years ago, you converted to Christianity. Is that correct?
Based. Yep.
Okay, cool. And what convinced you of Christianity, if you don't mind me asking?
At a Christophany. If you want to know my testimony, I got videos on my YouTube. I don't really want to dive into it, but what kept me here is studying and realizing there's enough evidence to believe it's true.
Okay. Can I ask you, like, specifically what evidence,
Yeah, the historical evidence.
such as?
We'll go through it again. You're also in the queue for a long time. Didn't listen, but we'll do it again. All right. So premises are this: the historical evidence for Jesus Christ's crucifixion is enough to warrant a belief in that event. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both or neither, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater for the resurrection.
Sure. And I guess the premise that I would contend with is the third premise, which is that if two claims have the same evidence, then you are justified in believing in both of those claims. It's highly dependent on the claim and the extraordinary, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Phenomenal.
If I
Define
say,
extraordinary claim
Thank
and
you.
extraordinary
I'm
evidence.
so excited we got there. Oh man, I've been sorry. Keep going.
No, yeah. So I just need you to define what an extraordinary claim is and what an extraordinary evidence is.
yeah, for sure. So, if I say, that I have, and it's a tired,
No, I don't want an example. I want a definition.
yeah, for sure. I guess it would be
I
something
can steel
that,
man the slogan for you if you struggle for this too.
yeah, I guess it would be something or a claim that defies our understanding of reality would be an extraordinary claim.
Okay.
And then
So
extraordinary, go ahead.
okay, so literally everything in history that we weren't convinced of until were convinced of it is an extraordinary claim.
So, like for example,
No.
think about the fact that at one point in time, people did not know that they were asexually reproducing worms.
Yep.
And then one day somebody cuts a worm and sees they asexually reproduce. That goes against the common understandings and experience of the
Correct.
world that everybody else
Yep.
did. So that would be an extraordinary claim, just if that's
Correct.
your definition.
Yeah, that's a great example. So,
But just to be
go
clear,
ahead.
do you think it was okay for people to say asexual worms is an extraordinary claim?
Yeah.
And
At one
would
point.
you say it's an extraordinary claim now?
No.
Okay, go ahead, Than. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, so the problem with this is just going to be the fact that extraordinary is going to be relative to a person's experience, right? If that's the way you want to go with things, because you said that at one point it was extraordinary, but now it's not. So there's a chronological issue there. But now you're also going to introduce this subjective aspect to it, which is the fact that, well, it's no longer going to be extraordinary to the person that witnessed it, but it will still be extraordinary to the people that have not.
Correct.
For
Yeah.
instance,
So, go ahead.
have you witnessed a worm asexually reproduce yet?
Have I seen someone cut a worm in half and then it develops into two different worms?
Mm-hmm.
No, but I can
So
look
it's
up.
still extraordinary.
No.
Okay.
You want me to explain why?
Let me do it like this then. I personally witnessed a miracle account, so therefore it's no longer extraordinary claim on my perspective. But for you, it is an extraordinary claim, and so it requires extraordinary evidence. So are you saying that both of us will require a different amount of evidence?
Yeah. So you're absolutely right that different people require different amounts of evidence to believe in different things because belief is very subjective. And
Sure.
and to explain why, that going back to the worm example,
But the
it's still
problem,
not extraordinary. Go ahead.
but the problem is, for me, it's no longer extraordinary.
Yeah, for sure. But if your goal is to convince other people and save their souls from hell, then, isn't that like, doesn't
Basically
that matter?
you're just
Can I?
stating that it's subjective, and each individual person can determine based off their own perspectives and their subjective stance on whether or not they've been convinced. And as long as they're not convinced, it's extraordinary. That's the issue.
Let me ask you this. Go ahead.
I'll let you go. I'm not trying to cut you off. Purple Elite came in $5, says the disconnect between cognito ergo sum. The truth claims is degree of truth self-observance. The anchor is absolute, but all else is subjective. I don't know what that meant, but keep going. Go ahead.
Can I actually just try
No,
to
no, let him
through
go.
all
We've cut him off a
Okay,
bunch of
sorry.
times. Let him go.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess my question would be, there are lots of people from different religions that have claimed to have witnessed miracles, and they assign those miracles like they say, "Oh, my God did these miracles." Do you find those claims convincing?
Yeah, completely irrelevant to what I asked you.
Okay, sure. And sorry, one more time. What did you ask?
Yeah, so the problem with your definition of extraordinary claims is it's stance dependent, which means each individual person is going to consider all things an extraordinary claim until they're convinced of it. And then once they're convinced of it, it's no longer an extraordinary claim. So you're literally saying everything that nobody's ever been convinced of is an extraordinary claim.
Or more specifically, anything I'm not convinced of is an extraordinary claim, and you have to give X amount of evidence for me.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And I do see how that's a problem from your perspective. And I guess the answer would be, if I live in America and I live before the internet, and I don't know that there's these giant gray things with huge tusks coming out of their face, and someone says, "Oh, elephants exist," I'm going to be like, "Nah, that's ridiculous."
Right, but you're just
Until,
giving us
yeah,
a description of it being stance dependent, which is just problematic because what you're literally saying is anybody who's not convinced of something, then that's an extraordinary claim. But then that raises the problem of why present evidence at all.
because if something is observable and you are able to convince someone of something, like it again, like if no one has ever, and it's never been objectively observed that a God exists, and it's impossible
What do you
to
mean no one has ever? We literally have 21 people in the Bible that observed God, right? So you can't say no one has ever.
well, that's the claim.
But that's the thing. You're saying no one has ever. So like if somebody's observed it, right, then it's no longer an extraordinary claim.
Well, if I say that I've observed elephants and you've never heard or seen an elephant, and you say, I don't believe you that you observed an elephant, well, then you are justified in saying that you don't believe me until I present evidence that elephants exist and that I observed one.
Completely irrelevant to what we're talking about. We're talking about the distinguishing factor between an extraordinary claim and just a claim, extraordinary evidence and just evidence. That's what we're trying to determine right now.
Sure. So are you saying that extraordinary claims don't exist?
Correct.
I mean,
Okay,
I wouldn't go that far. I might have a different way of cashing this out. For me, I'm just going to say,
sure, go ahead.
Here is the most charitable steelman way to articulate extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. And the only way that I think you can actually make sense of this, of a phrase like this, that actually like abides by the rules of inference and proper reasoning, would be to say something like claims or hypotheses that have a low prior probability require an adequate amount of evidence to overcome that low prior probability.
But that's just saying things that are low probable. I just need to see more evidence. It's
right.
not right, but that's not separated. That's not a different category of evidence.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole. Well, it's not a different category of evidence.
Yeah.
It's just the strength of the likelihood ratio and all that stuff. But the whole entire point I'm trying to make here is, if we at least can agree on that, then at the very least, who is this? What's your name, Josiah?
Yep.
Then at the very least, Josiah, then you could say, well, I think miracles have a low prior probability, and then we can ask you why, and then we can go from there.
I agree with Than on that stance. I just wouldn't classify that as an extraordinary claim or extraordinary evidence.
I'm just saying that's like the only way that I can conceptualize this phrase in a way that actually is like steel-manned and actually makes sense and not silly. That's all.
Yep.
Sure, and I would say that the alteration that you made to my argument is a pretty good one. Probably putting it more accurately than I did. But I would say that miracles have a low probability because, again, they've not been observed in a scientific setting, and
abiogenesis.
They also.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
We all agree that a miracle being the explanation has a lower probability than something that is not a miracle, and that is if we grant the distinction between miracle and non-miracles. But we're saying like an event like a resurrection has a lower probability than say they were confused. But the problem is when we look at all the data, the thing that has the most explanatory power is the resurrection. So you can't just hand wave it and say, because it's a resurrection, I don't believe, right? You could say it's got a lower probability, but unfortunately for you, when you take all the data and you're going to notice this in scholarship as well, the best explanation that has the most explanatory power is the resurrection.
Why do you think that that's the best explanation? And why is the explanation that someone just altered the story to make it sound better not a better explanation?
Because there's no evidence of that.
But there's no evidence that it actually happened.
Yeah, yes.
Is testimony evidence?
It's a form of evidence, but again, like you said,
well, really quick, because you said there is no evidence that the resurrection happened. You said that testimony is a form of evidence. Do we have testimony through the Gospels and Acts of people that claim to have seen the risen Jesus?
You know what? I'll concede that I misspoke, and there is evidence, but I will say there's not sufficient evidence to come to the conclusion that there was a resurrection, as opposed to a different explanation that someone just wrote a story like millions of other people have and have embellished the details.
That's fine, but then you actually need to provide an argument on how it was embellished and somebody just wrote a story. You can't just posit that as an hypothesis or possibility. You have to make an argument for it.
Yeah, no, my evidence is that is what has happened millions of times. Whenever there's a story,
right? That's a vague reference. That's not actually a piece of evidence.
Right. So
sure. So
this is why.
Let's take an example that you brought up earlier. I think Alexander the Great. If you're reading about Alexander the Great and it says that he conquered nations and that he was a great leader, he gave super inspiring speeches.
This is just assuming the conclusion in your argument, right? So I need an actual evidence that the people altered it and changed it. You're positing a hypothesis as a plausibility. You're saying it's possible they could have done it, and it's possible because other people have done it, right? That's not evidence to actually make the case that this is what happened.
But what you're saying is that, like, oh, my friend told me that he got a puppy, but without concrete evidence that he got a puppy, I'm not going to believe him. But the evidence is that we know that puppies exist. We know that people get puppies all the time. We know that
that's
these
not
are
my
all
argument.
very common things.
That's a straw man. Hold on, Than. That's a straw man of my argument. My argument isn't that. My argument is that we have a whole bunch of data, and the best explanation for that data is Jesus Christ resurrected. We have reasons to trust the Gospels are true. We have reasons to trust that they're giving an historical, reliable account. We have reasons to believe that they were being honest, that they had genuine belief about all these events, and we have no naturalistic explanation that explains all the data points. You simply positing that it's possible people could have invented it does not mean there's any data that points that direction.
Well, we definitely have naturalistic explanations. It's just you would prefer to believe the. All right, give me a situation or a story that doesn't have a naturalistic explanation.
No, again, that's not how this works. You don't get to look at other things around and say, hey, it happened here, so it could have happened here. You have to make an argument on how this specific account has done X, what you're claiming. You can't simply say it's happened in other places, so therefore it happened here.
Are you specifically referring to the resurrection?
You're making the claim that it's more likely that it's a developing narrative that happened over time. Provide me the evidence.
Yeah, the evidence is that it's happened hundreds of times with
That's
other
not
books.
It
is.
Saying it's happened somewhere
It's
else is not
something.
evidence that it happened. Okay, so hold on.
There's
Hold on. Let me land this plane.
Okay.
Did I unalive my wife when she walked into the room?
No.
Did other people unalive their wives when they walked into the room?
I'm sure it's happened before.
Okay, so just because it's happened other places didn't mean it happened here, right?
Just because, no, but
okay, so just because other people have narratives that have changed over time, does that mean it happened in the Bible?
Yeah, so what you're doing is a false equivalence, right?
Can you please answer
you're
the
taking
question?
Sorry, what was the question? Go ahead.
Just because in other locations people have had narratives that have changed over time, does that mean it happened in the Bible?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, phenomenal, 100%. Now, if you're going to make the claim that it's a narrative that changed over time, then you actually must present evidence throughout the scripture that's a narrative changed over time. You cannot reference something else and say it happened over here, so therefore it happened here.
Yeah, and now I'll explain why your example was a false equivalence to what we were talking about. Because when we're talking about whether something supernatural happened or something natural happened, then we have no evidence. We have nothing that we can look at today and say, oh, that's supernatural. And yet we have everything around us that's natural.
This is completely irrelevant to anything I've just asked you. I've asked you. You said that it's a better explanation. You said it's a better explanation that it altered over time. Do you have any data that it altered over time?
Yes, because like I said, there's not any examples today. There's nothing that you can point to.
I'm not even saying that resurrection happened. Can you please answer the question? Do you have any evidence that it altered over time?
Do I have any evidence that this specific text was altered over time? No.
Okay, so then why would I conclude it altered over time?
Because it's more likely that it was that it's a naturalistic explanation.
I'm not even positing supernatural. I'm just saying, why would I posit that it altered over time? Let's even forget that I brought up a resurrection. Just looking at the data, if there's no data that it was altered over the time, why would I posit that it was altered over time?
Sure, and you're not going to like this because I'm pointing to a different example, and you're going to say I'm not answering your question. But if we're looking at, the original text that talk about the Norse gods, and it talks about all their supernatural deeds and all the things that they did, I'm going to say, how can you say that that's not what actually happened? And how can you say that that's not fiction or it's not been altered over time?
You're still not answering the question. They could have all made it up right then in the spot, right? That still wouldn't mean that it altered over time. You're positing the hypothesis that it was altered over time. It could have been a fiction, that everything they posited was supernatural. What is your evidence that it altered over time?
Yeah, sure. And I'm not saying that that's definitely what happened. I'm saying that that is a better explanation than something supernatural actually happened.
Okay, so you're admitting that you have no evidence that it altered over time and no way to actually make an argument that it altered over time, but you're saying that I should hold to it because you don't believe in miracles.
I'm saying that that is a better possible explanation.
Are you making that argument or no? Are you saying that I should hold to the fact that it altered over the time, even though there's no evidence, none, just because you don't believe in miracles?
I'm saying that we have evidence that texts get altered over time and embellished.
Okay, all right. I appreciate your time, but you're not arguing in good faith, so God bless.
So John, this is like a really common mistake that happens when people are talking about this. What he was doing was taking the presumed low prior probability of a miracle and then saying, well, the probability that this was made up, even without any evidence for the hypothesis it was made up, is higher than the prior probability of a miracle. And there's a mathematical mismatch happening here.
Well, all I'm stating is he's saying I have to believe something is true, even though there's no evidence for it. Excuse me?
Right.
Hold on. Isn't his whole issue is that I don't have any evidence for my truth?
Confusion between the probabilities, though. That's the whole entire thing. Because people don't think explicitly in terms of priors and likelihood ratios, right?
Well, that's fine. But the thing is, then he admitted straight up, believe in this thing that has no evidence. He said that, right? And then his whole contention is, I believe in this thing that has no evidence.
Yeah.
Like I agree with everything you're saying. It's a problem with priors, but there, even if we don't incorporate priors, right off the bat, there's an internal contradiction. John, I want you to believe in this thing that has no evidence because you believe in this thing that has no evidence.
Yeah. So like typically when it comes to those types of discussions, I'm not even going to focus on the resurrection accounts yet, because if somebody's priors are just so low that no amount of evidence could ever in their heads overcome the low prior, it doesn't matter what you do. Right.
Well, I wasn't interested in convincing him, but I just showed the audience there the ridiculousness of just saying, believe in this thing because it's more likely than this thing happening, even though I don't have evidence for this thing. Right? Because you're literally saying, again, believe in this thing that has no evidence because I don't like the fact that you believe in this thing that has no evidence.
Yeah.
Silas, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Oh, you left. We're doing a really long live today. How long have I been live? 5 hours I've been live.
Dang.
Log and Knack, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 25. Can you please give me the premises of your argument just one more time? I want to go through them sort of step by step. I think that might be the best way for me to understand it.
Yeah, sure. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. Premise 3, if two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both, absent independent defeaters. Conclusion, therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has a specific defeater for the resurrection.
Okay. I think the first thing I'd want to analyze is the Gospels themselves, right? You claim them as your primary evidence for the resurrection, yes?
Gospels, epistles.
Okay. Gothoral authorship, what's your stance on that?
I hold to original authorship. Now, there's arguments for certain
Who are
of
the
Paul's
original
letters. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
No. What's the evidence for that besides church history?
Hold on.
Church history. Excuse me.
Just 2 seconds, please.
No, I'd actually like to. I'm just more saying it to the audience while you're doing that.
So, anyways, ALC came in with $5. Says today would be a good day to do that 15-hour live stream for 15K subscribers. 5 down, 10 to go. We're actually at 25,000 subscribers now. So should we do 25-hour live stream? Brady came in with $9.90. He says 1 more hour or Bert gets adopted by me. I will literally kill you. Like not even figuratively. I will turn.
My gosh.
I'll turn your flesh into a bodysuit if you try to take my cat from me. All right, bro. Sorry. Go ahead.
My apologies. I'm noticing that the guy named Silas, who was supposed to be on before me, seems like he can come back on. I'd be happy to have him on with me if you'd be amenable to that.
No.
Or he can take the first role.
Mario just came in real quick.
Needs to go soon.
Mario just came in with 10 bucks. Says, God bless you all. Thank you, John, for using your free will to do an amazing individual towards defending the faith. God bless you and God bless your family. No weapons will prosper against you, for it is written, love your work. Amen. Thank you so much, Mario. Appreciate you. All right, bro, go ahead.
So I'd be happy to continue I was just noticing that guy might be wanting to get back in. If he can't, then whatever. I just wanted to let him know that if he wants to, he can take my spot for a second. I'm happy to wait. I'm not in a rush. I know he is. If not, I'm happy to continue as well. For Gothoral authorship, you claim that you believe just the original attested Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Yep.
what's your evidence that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John?
Yeah, so first thing is that we have a unanimous consensus amongst our early church that it was written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Now, you can make an argument that some of the early ones don't actually mention specific names, but they're the names that you would expect to see. So Eusebius says the apostles and his followers. Well, what do we have? 2 apostles and 2 of their followers as authorship. One of the reasons that this consensus is like really good is because they had a wide degree of separation between them. They were thousands of kilometers apart from each other. Yet again, they had consensus. We also have every single historical document of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John being ascribed to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What would we expect to see if they had variations? We'd expect to see what we see with the Epistle of the Hebrews. We'd expect to see disagreement up to the point where a single church father once threw up his hand and said, we'll never know who the author of Hebrews were. There was no issue with contention of authorship in the early church and still considering it something that was inspired
no
by
contention of authorship of Gospels in the early church?
Sorry, I apologize. There is no contention with the early church arguing about authorship with things that they considered God breathed. This is not something that they hold to a high regard like we do today. So the simple fact that if this is something that was not assigned to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and if it was just strictly anonymous, as some scholars claim, then we would expect to see some contention on who the authors were. And we don't see that. As a matter of fact, again, we see unification the whole way through.
So first, I just kind of want to ask, how did Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John write these in Greek?
With pen and
or
paper?
did they? Oh, how did they learn Greek?
They lived in a Hellenized community.
Is there any evidence that they would have learned Greek instead of Hebrew?
They probably knew
It's
both.
in fact quite unlikely that they would have. They most likely did not.
So did they? Or
That
did
is
they
not something that I think historians.
Hold on. You're just making base assertions. Did they live in a Hellenized community?
I would say that they did not live in a Hellenized community as such. No.
So they
I would
weren't.
say they were primarily.
Okay, so you're going to
No, I
disagree
would
with the
say that they were
consensus
not
of scholarship that wasn't Hellenized?
I think that if you think that they would be prescribed to a Hellenistic society as members of the Jewish,
I didn't say they're prescribed as
Sanhedrin,
Hellenized. I said you're not listening
no,
to a
you're
word
saying
I'm
they
saying.
were Hellenized.
No, I said
No, I am.
no. Again, that's not what I said. I said
You said they lived in a
All
Hellenized
right.
society, thus indicating that they would be.
Yeah, God bless. Have yourself a great day. All right, Stan. Hello, how are you?
I
And just
love
real quick,
that
how are you?
topic. Dang, dude.
Well, he's just going to steamroll. He was just going to go on and on. Stan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Stan? All right, God bless. Stan, if you want to do a quick 1-2 on why that argument's silly.
I can give a bunch of papers if you want. I mean, that's going to be more.
Well,
There's no. I'll just say here's the quick one too. It's the typical Reddit atheist, illiterate fisherman argument is not supported by the scholarly literature. A really good paper that you can read on this might be something like Brian White's paper. I think it's something like Ancient Literacy in the New Testament, something like that. Like there's so much.
Yeah, so people, you New Age atheists, all of a sudden that came into the chat. Yeah, running from the conversation. He clearly misrepresented what I said, and when I clarified, he argued with me about what I said, showing just not good faith. So moving on, simple as that. If you think that's a cell phone, then yeah, you're an idiot. All right, DT, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How old are you?
34.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong. Win a taco.
Right. I don't need a taco, but I'll just still prove you wrong.
Okay.
Right. Firstly, I need to understand what kind of a Christian are you? Do you celebrate Christmas?
Doesn't matter.
Even more reason not to be a Christian because Jesus didn't celebrate Christmas. Anything you do in present day as a present day Christian is not what the teachings of Jesus Christ would be, would it?
Was that a coherent sentence?
It was, yeah.
Okay, can you make it more coherent?
Oh man.
You celebrate Christmas?
Yes.
Yeah, Jesus, it's not part of Christianity, is it?
So, even if it wasn't, who cares?
So you're not following Christianity. Christianity, for me, my definition would be the follower of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Should I ride a
Is
donkey and wear
following
robes?
Jesus Christ mutually exclusive to having like parts of your life that are not explicitly commanded, or at least are not mutually exclusive to the
Did
commands of
Jesus come?
Jesus?
Jesus
Does,
come to
does
abolish?
Jesus say, for instance, do not do anything other than the things that I'm explicitly commanding somebody to do?
Right. Good question. So can I be an idol worshiper and still be a Christian?
Okay, so just answer this
There are
question.
explicit commands against idol
hold
worship.
on. Should I drive a car?
You can if you want to.
When did Jesus drive a car?
I'm saying, did Jesus didn't say anything about driving a car, but did he come
Jesus
to abolish
never said
paganism?
anything. Jesus never said
Idol
anything
worship,
about celebrating
idol worship,
holidays.
idol
Are
worship.
you saying Christmas is idol worship?
It has pagan roots.
Oh my gosh.
Doesn't
You
it not?
guys.
Does it not?
Prove it.
I mean, it's common knowledge that it's got pagan.
It's
Prove
not
it.
common knowledge.
No, hold on, Fan. Let him do it. Let him do it.
Fine.
Prove
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Prove that it has
Okay.
pagan roots.
Okay, let me just find this out for you. I don't remember it off of my head. Let me find it out for you.
Yeah, go find your Reddit thread. I get so triggered with this Christmas is pagan stuff, dude.
That's because you've been hanging out with Mike too long.
So, Saturnalia, there you go.
You just mentioned a holiday. That's not proof.
Yeah, so Saturnalia was a pagan festival. It was conveniently changed to Christmas.
Okay, prove it.
To accommodate what do you mean prove it?
Prove that it was changed to Christmas.
Come on, man. This is common knowledge.
No,
This is common knowledge.
I'm a common guy and I don't have this knowledge. So prove it.
Okay. So you don't believe that it was not a pagan festival?
I'm not making any claims. You're trying to make a claim and prove something. You said Saturnalia was changed to Christmas. So I want to know the proof. What's the proof that Saturnalia was changed to Christmas?
Right. Let me find this.
By the way, I never mind.
Go for it. Go for it. Let me. While I find it, let's go for it.
Somebody said they're hereby made from. Did Jim Bob do a raid? What's up, guys? Welcome. We'll be shutting down soon, so bad time for a raid. But thank you so much.
Here's what actually happened. Just if
no,
you
read. No. I want to see him get the evidence.
I'm not okay. That's fine. He
he
can bring up whatever he wants. I'm just gonna say. Started on December 17th. Caligula extended it by 5 days. 17 plus 5, 22.
Brady came in 4.99. Says, "If God real, why Christmas trees?" Then about to have Mike's resting face with his coffee mug and all this
so
Christmas
happy
is
I'm
pagan.
not on camera right now because like the amount of times I rolled my eyes.
In 3rd century, Roman emperors and Christian leaders conveniently changed Saturnalia to Christmas.
Prove it.
What do you mean? What kind of evidence do you need?
You mean you said the Christians
Christian
changed
leaders.
Saturnalia to Christmas?
Yes, the Pope Julius and Emperor Constantine.
The random angel came. Constantine?
Yes.
All right, hang out in the chat. God bless. The random angel came in 4.99. Says one person esteems one day as better than the other, while the other esteems all days alike. Each one should be fully convinced in his own mind. Good verse to quote, my friend.
Okay,
bro, literally said Constantine.
If you do not want a Christian source for this, just please, for the love of all things, historyforatheists.com. He's an atheist. He's not a Christian. I don't care. Anybody that's listening, okay? Just go.
Hold on, though, real quick. Yaxo said Jim Bob Crew King. Are you the Jim Bob Crew? Did you betray me for Jim Bob? Did you betray me for Jim Bob, Yaxo? We might have to... I can't believe he said Constantine. I was going to entertain him until he said Constantine. I was like, wow, I'm just going to waste all my energy on this nonsensical argument. Did I run from him too, atheist? Angry atheist in the comment. Was I running from that one? Jason came in and said, shark jumped. Thank you. Jim Bob's better. Fight him. I'm down. Jim Bob is always challenging people to a fight. I'll fight Jim Bob. Let's go, Jim Bob. Backfeed. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello, mate. I was in here before, and I just wanted to know 26. I just want to know
how old are you?
26.
All right. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
Yeah, fine. I just wanted to ask if you're open for some feedback, because I've been listening to you for a while now. And are
Okay.
you or not?
So if you're just here to give me feedback, first you have to give me your credentials on why you're somebody that can give me feedback.
Because I've been listening to you.
So is everybody else.
And you don't accept feedback from someone who's listening to you.
Well, just people, yeah, like, listen, I've got
Yeah,
hundreds
like
of people
from
listening to me all the time.
people.
If I took all their feedback, I'd be in a really weird state because
Yeah,
some
but
people
not
tell
all
me,
of them.
some people tell me I need to be more mean. Some people tell me I need to be more nice. Which one is it?
Yeah, just about your argument. Your
Yeah. So again,
argumenting
what gives you the
style.
credentials to give me feedback?
Yeah, nothing.
All right, then appreciate your time. Unless you have an argument
Wait,
against the topic.
Why? I mean, it's not everyone that comes in here wanting to give you feedback.
No, there's a lot of people who come up who want to give me
Really?
feedback. Yeah. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
all the
alright.
time. Yeah. But if you got an
Yeah.
argument against the topic, we can do that.
Yeah, last time I didn't even get my point over to Fan, your friend, you know. He asked several times, and we kind of got hung up because
Silas, hello, how are you? Just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 41.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong, win a taco.
Yeah, I'd like to maybe just look at the resurrection. Would you rather go there? Or would you rather talk about your syllogism?
My syllogism and the resurrection go hand in hand.
Okay. Well, I'll start by saying that I don't feel like premise 2 is factually correct.
Okay, so you don't think there's a comparable amount of evidence for the resurrection as there is for the crucifixion? You don't think it's on par?
Correct.
Okay. Can
Correct.
you explain why?
Inconsistencies in the gospel.
Well, hold on. Inconsistencies in the
Matthew-
gospel, but there's inconsistencies in the gospel and you believe in the crucifixion.
I didn't posit that.
Well, you said you disagree with premise 2. Do you not agree with
Yeah,
premise? Why would
yeah,
you
I
jump to
think
premise
that's
2
a
if you don't
stronger
agree with
one.
premise?
I'll grant you one for the sake of the conversation because I don't want to get hung up on that.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So then if there's inconsistencies in the gospel, why do you agree with premise 1?
Because I think believing that somebody was crucified is very logical.
Okay. So
especially
that has
given,
nothing to do with the amount of evidence that's at hand. That has everything to do with your priors. You said there
we
wasn't a
have
similar amount of evidence.
we have historical evidence of other crucifixions occurring at that same time, same place. So that's not hard to grasp. So I
Right.
could
That
grant that
again,
Jesus was
that's your
immortal.
priors, right? That's not disagreeing with premise 2. That's saying that you have different priors, and that's fine. We can get into priors, but you're not disagreeing with premise 2. Premise 2 says there's a similar amount of evidence that there is in premise 1. So if there's a similar amount of evidence, then what you want to agree, what you actually want to disagree with, what you're trying to disagree with is premise 3, right? Because it seems like you're agreeing with premise 1 and premise 2. So let's run through it again. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. You agree with that, yeah?
I'll grant it. Yeah.
Okay. The historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion.
I disagree.
Okay, so then what is the differences between the two?
Well, I'll start with the earliest and most reliable manuscripts of the such as the Gospel of Mark and its ending. We know that
that's completely irrelevant because if there's an issue, no, I'm going to stop you because if there's an issue in the ending of Mark, then you have an issue with premise 1, not premise 2.
Okay, well, let's regardless of what ending, we can grant whatever ending to Mark that you want. My point isn't precisely the ending; it's that Matthew and Luke both copied Mark, and their resurrection narratives differ.
You can't be this dumb. Please listen to what you're saying. You agree with premise 1. The historical evidence for Jesus Christ's crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. You say that's fine. Then you disagree with premise 2, and then you use evidence that would disagree with also premise 1. So which premise do you disagree with?
disagree with 2, 3, and your conclusion.
Okay, so
I can grant 1. I don't think you can
how is there
prove
enough
any of
historical
it.
evidence for Jesus' crucifixion if there's contradictions or the long ending of Mark?
Because we have completely different resurrection narratives in all 4 Gospels.
We also have
So I'm
completely
not talking
different
about the
crucifixion
crucifixion, I'm
narratives.
talking about the resurrection.
We also have completely different crucifixion narratives. So why do you believe in the crucifixion?
Yeah. I'm granting it. I think there's a
If you're granting it, then you have to be
be.
consistent. You can't grant an argument and then continue off as if you're not granting the argument. So if you're granting it, why is there enough evidence to say that there's a crucifixion?
Well, let me ask you a different question then.
No.
Why would somebody believe in the true
No, I'm
claims
not.
of Christianity?
No, we're not moving to a different. We're not moving to a different subject. I'm pinning
It's
you
not
on this.
the thing. You want to talk about the crucifixion on
I'm
option
pinning you
1.
on this
Why is
subject.
that about?
I'm pinning you on this.
Sure.
Okay. The historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Yes?
Sure.
Okay. Even though the 4 Gospels contradict on what happened during the crucifixion.
That's like saying that like it rained 2,000 years ago. We know that that's a possibility.
Right. I'm not.
So it's hard.
You're bringing up your priors. Your priors doesn't change the evidence. You could say that you need more evidence. Like this is the argument you're trying to make. You're going to say, listen, Linda. You can say you need more evidence, right? What you're trying to do, and I'm trying to help you out here. What you want to disagree with is premise 3, not premise 1, not premise 2, right? Because the premise 2 is the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. The evidence is the same, but what you're claiming is you need more evidence to believe in a crucifixion or in a resurrection. That's what you're claiming.
You need more evidence for resurrection.
I corrected myself. I said resurrection.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're saying you need more. So what you're trying to disagree with is not premise 1. You're not disagreeing with premise 1. You're not disagreeing with premise 2. You're disagreeing with premise 3.
Sure. We can go to premise 3 if you want.
Okay, but then you have to concede on premise 1 and premise 2, and you can't jump all over the place.
No. Well, let's start with 2. I'll grant. Listen, you can believe in a crucifixion. That's not uncommon. Fine. And nobody's basing their faith or their Christianity or their eternity based on somebody being crucified.
You can't be this dumb, bro. You can't be this dumb. You can't be this dumb. Pause for a second. Listen to what you're saying, and listen to what I'm saying. Pay attention to the exact words I'm saying. I am not saying that because the 2 amounts. Well, actually, I am saying that, but I'm saying in premise 2, it's not saying because the 2 are the same, one is true and one is not. That's not what it's saying. Right? So for example, I could tell you I have a dog, and that would be enough evidence for you to be convinced I have a dog. Yes?
No.
If I told you I had a dog, you wouldn't believe me?
First-hand testimonies aren't, I need to see your dog.
Bruh.
If he walked behind you like your wife just did, I would believe you on your claim.
Do you a quick question?
I'm kicking them.
Right. Wait. Just
how are you kicking?
I'm kicking you because you literally said that you wouldn't believe me if so everybody who tells you have a dog, you don't believe them? No. I'm pinning this.
No.
He's being a disingenuous
I'm gonna make it
baboon.
worse. I'm gonna make it worse. Just wait. If you go to the doctor and he says that, like, hey, I did all these tests and stuff like that, and you got this terminal illness, you need to get this medication, otherwise, I don't know what words I'm allowed to say because TikTok be like that, right? But you know what I'm saying.
If I don't take the medication, I'm going to be unalived.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you believe the doctor?
It depends on the severity of my case and how much I'm in fear of my life.
That has nothing to do with whether or not there's. That was the most
he's an
ridiculous.
idiot. He's a full-on idiot. I guarantee you.
Look, at the end of the day, the implications are you're going to believe your doctor. If you're going to say no, I need to see the things. I'm like, then, well, guess what? The test itself, it's going to produce a piece of paper, and that's going to be a form of testimony again. So it's just, John, why don't people just say that they think the prior's low? I don't.
I was trying to help him too. Like I was trying to argue for him. I was trying to say like I was trying to give him his argument to do it, and he just wouldn't listen. He's being intentionally combative for no reason, saying, "Oh, it depends if I would believe my." What the hell are you talking about? Why did you go to your doctor? If it depends, it depends. You're gonna think he's gonna bring you in the lab and show you the cancer cells and show you exactly how it moves and show you how the cancer's in your body and all these types. No, bro, you're gonna trust your doctor when he says, "Hey, this is the testimony why chemotherapy works, and let's go forward and let's take that." Now, again, him saying, "I wouldn't believe you if I said I had a dog." Are you kidding me? Nobody lives their life like that. Nobody walks around on a day-to-day basis and say, "I got a dog at home," and they go, "I don't believe you." Nobody does that. Are you kidding me? I don't believe you until you show me a picture of your dog. No, it doesn't happen.
No, the picture could be fabricated.
Yeah. Stan, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, do you hear me this time?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
How old are you?
finally. I'm 21.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Actually, I'm a believer, but I came with a few questions according to your previous streams. I've noted them down, and like, is it okay if I ask you those questions?
If they're quick, like snap through them quickly. Brady came in with $9.99, says, "Low-key, a 25-hour stream where you let the homies take over while you sleep would be fire. I'll tag a 2-hour segment. I got you. Tag and beg all these fools." You know what? That's actually not a bad idea. Maybe one day we'll start doing streams. We'll in the Discord. We'll open it up, and I'll connect the Discord to the live, and we'll do panels.
John, I
at the
just
end.
realized what time it is.
Mhm.
Do you care if I leave?
No.
Okay. I love you. Bye.
Love you too.
Ciao, fam.
All right, bro. Go ahead.
Right.
What's the
Anyways,
question?
so I would just jump to the one that was the most interesting to me, and I was reflecting on. I remember you talking about the how to explain a Trinity to someone. So God reflecting on Himself, right? So my question is, why, for example, Son doesn't reflect on Himself, and like therefore produces another how to say, like we have Trinity, so like both persons.
These aren't quick questions, man. I'm not gonna jump into these right now.
So maybe like why Holy Spirit is a person of, I mean,
appreciate your time. You seem like a nice guy, but we want to keep it open to the disagreeers. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? H. H, hello? Okay, you're not there. Let's do this one. This one's interesting. Might be my last one. Big John is dumb, LOL. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 25. I'm back from before. I actually do want to ask you. You said that they lived in a Hellenized society. I want to ask you this because my
Pablo, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 20.
All right. Hello. Or sorry. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Could you restate your premises?
Yeah. Premise 1. The historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in the event. Premise 2. The historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for his crucifixion. Premise 3. If two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe in both or neither, absent defeaters. Conclusion. Therefore, one who believes in the crucifixion on historical grounds should also believe in the resurrection, unless one has specific defeaters for the resurrection.
Okay, so I'm not like intimately familiar with
Are you driving?
historical evidence. Yes.
All right, man. I can't have you up where you're driving. Guts. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
All right, bro. It's rational to be a Christian. Prove me wrong when a taco.
Yes, I'm just arguing that it's going to have a low prior.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so my argument is going to be Draper's low prior argument. If it is the case that that supernatural explanations have a low prior compared to competing hypotheses, then it is irrational to believe. It is far more rational to believe in competing hypotheses rather than the supernatural explanations. It is the case that supernatural explanations have a low prior compared to competing hypotheses. Therefore, it's more rational to believe in competing hypothesis rather than the supernatural claims.
Phenomenal. I agree with literally everything you said. Give me the competing hypothesis.
Well, not necessarily. I can also give you another argument that can entail that it will always be have a low prior compared to competing hypotheses.
Yeah, I agree with you. Give me the competing
Yeah,
hypothesis.
so well, it's not necessary to give you an example. I can give you an example, but I can give you the example that.
I agree with every premise you have. You said it's always going to be more likely than a competing hypothesis, or more unlikely. So I say, sure, give me the competing hypothesis, and then you don't have a
Right.
competing
So
hypothesis.
okay. So you agree with every premise?
Yes.
Do you agree the conclusion logically follows?
Yes.
Okay. So then, does the Christianity posit supernatural explanations?
Yes. Well, it depends on what you how you define supernatural.
Okay, so then then since it is the case that you believe that it would have a low prior compared to competing hypotheses, then since it would just P2, therefore you have conceded that Christianity would essentially be irrational.
You have to give me a competing hypothesis.
No, you literally conceded with P2, which is literally it is the case that competing
Right, I
that
don't think there's a
supernatural
competing
explanations got a low prior
hypothesis.
compared to competing hypotheses.
Yeah, I don't think there's a
What?
competing hypothesis.
Why did you agree with P2 then?
Can you rephrase pre-2? Say it again.
You
Or
literally repeat to all the
don't
premises.
don't. I didn't repeat it. I just agreed to it. Say it
And you
again.
laughed at me. Okay. What is your issue?
Say premise 2 again.
Okay, can I give you another argument to
No,
why you
say
would
premise
always
2
have?
again.
Yeah, premise 2 is simply going to be the affirmation of the antecedent, which would be that it is the case that supernatural explanations will have a low prior compared to competing hypotheses.
Yes, I can agree with
If
that.
P, then
That
Q,
does.
P,
Hold
Q,
on.
therefore Q.
The premise in there isn't that there are competing hypotheses. The premise there is that
Right.
something that has a miraculous event is going to be less likely than a competing hypothesis that doesn't have a miraculous event. That's the premise.
Right,
I didn't
which-
agree that there was a competing hypothesis, and so yes, my laugh was valid. So give me the
No,
competing
it wasn't
hypothesis.
valid because the conclusion. No, you agree with the premises. You also said that the conclusion logically follows, but your conclusion is the supernatural explanations
Mhm.
are going to have a low prior compared to competing hypotheses, and therefore they are irrational, right? So
Oh
you
no,
agree
I
they
didn't
would
hear
be
that
irrational.
last part. I didn't hear the irrational part.
What?
I heard
That
the
is
first
literally
part.
the conclusion.
Yeah. So I again.
That
I
is literally
didn't-
Q.
I didn't.
How did you not hear the conclusion? And when I asked you if it logically
I didn't
follows.
hear the part where you said it's irrational. I did not hear
But
that.
that's literally the conclusion. What are you talking about?
The conclusion part.
How did you not know the conclusion?
Repeat the
Can
conclusion
you-
again.
can you,
I
like-
will
I'm sorry to
explain to you
interrupt.
if you let me speak.
Yeah, can you, like,
repeat the
steel man my
conclusion
argument?
again?
Mm-hmm.
Repeat the conclusion again.
The conclusion is simply going to be Q, that
Mm-hmm.
supernatural explanations are going to be rational or irrational, or it is going to be the case that competing
That's no.
hypotheses
That's
are
not what
gonna
you
be-
said. Repeat it. Don't change and paraphrase it. Repeat it.
Yeah, so it is the case that supernatural explanations are going to be irrational compared to
That's
competing
not what you
hypotheses.
originally said.
That's
That is
literally
not
I
what
said.
you originally said. No. Repeat what you
Okay,
originally said.
Then let's rephrase it. That's your issue.
No, I don't want
So
you to
you're saying-
rephrase. I want you to repeat. Now you're being disingenuous and you're lying.
I literally
repeat the
repeated it.
conclusion. Repeat the
I'm
conclusion.
pretty sure that's what I said.
That is not what you said.
So what do you think?
The
I said?
conclusion that you originally said, and if I can, hopefully I can get this verbatim. Probably not going to get it verbatim. Is that it's more likely to be true than one that's a natural hypothesis, and then at the end you added, therefore it's irrational. I didn't hear the therefore it's irrational part. I agree with everything up until the therefore it's irrational part. Now, can you give me a competing hypothesis?
Yeah, sure. So what is your hypothesis? What is your explanation for the data?
Some best explanation for all the data is that Jesus Christ resurrected. Any sort of hypothesis that's been presented
Yeah, so my hypothesis is going to be
that doesn't encapsulate all the data. Where'd you go? Hello? Did you leave or you're gone? Why'd you leave? Okay. Drew, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, how's it going? I'm 28. Just going back to like what Silas has been saying. So the crucifixion and then the resurrection, that you can not believe in both, or if you can believe in one, you believe in the other, is what you were saying.
Hmm.
When Silas was on, he was saying that between the crucifixion and the resurrection, both written in the gospel, that he believes that the crucifixion happened, but that the resurrection is harder to believe based off of the evidence provided or the historical
Well,
inaccuracies or the
if it's the person I think you're talking about,
inconsistencies he had said.
If it's the person I think that you're talking about, what he was trying to do is he was trying to argue for priors, but he never actually get into priors. He said that one of the reasons we can't trust premise 2 is because of the inconsistency between the gospels. The problem is those inconsistencies are still there, yet he believes in premise 1.
Right, but how is that not something that he can believe? If you can believe premise 1 that Jesus Christ was crucified, and that the evidence there is
what I'm saying is the
sufficient
argument
to prove that Jesus Christ was crucified.
Right,
but then that the evidence provided for premise 2 and that Jesus Christ had a resurrection is less believable or is not as sufficient.
I agree. I can't believe you guys aren't getting this. It's really not that hard. All right, just think about it for a second. Okay, I'm not saying that because in premise 1 and premise 2 doesn't come to the logical conclusion that because there's a similar amount of evidence, one is true and one's not. That's not the logical conclusion there, right? That is something that I'm trying to posit to get people to talk about their priors, which is great. That's fine. You can talk about your priors. You can say, I'm not convinced of a resurrection, but I am convinced of a crucifixion. But what you cannot do is you cannot say that because there's contradictions in the Gospels, I do not believe that he resurrected, because the same contradictions still exist and you believe that he was crucified. That's the point of that. It's to get to what's ultimately the problem, which is your priors, because it has nothing to do whether or not the Gospels are reliable. It has nothing to do whether or not there's contradictions. You don't care, because what you care about is you don't believe that people resurrected. So we'll run through it again, and I'll explain it in simpler terms if you need to. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus Christ's crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, I believe Jesus Christ was crucified and there's historical evidence for it.
Cool. The historical evidence for premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. That doesn't mean it's true. But do you agree with that?
So, do I believe the evidence for his resurrection is as strong as the evidence for his crucifixion?
Yes.
I think this is where a lot of people are coming into their issues, which is where I'm coming into an issue, is that there is evidence, quote unquote evidence, that he was resurrected, in that it is written in the gospel that he was resurrected and then that the tomb was empty when they checked. But the disconnect for people is that they cannot connect that resurrection happens.
Having a piece of evidence doesn't mean something is true. Do you agree?
And that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying, in that Silas can believe in one and not the other.
Answer the damn question. The historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. This is not saying it's true. I'm not asking you to say that Jesus Christ resurrected. Is there a similar amount of evidence that is comparable to the amount of evidence that says that he was crucified?
No, I don't believe there is. Well, that's the disconnect, is that I don't believe that.
Okay, then show me how it's less. How it's less, because the same
it's
gospels
not that it's less. It's not that it's less, which brings me back to Silas's point in that
holy
you can have two statements
you guys,
and one can be
freaking
true. That's not.
I never want to hear fucking atheists come up here ever again and talk about being the arbiters of truth and being like the guys who know critical thinking. This is the simplest fucking shit ever. Part of my language, part of my swearing, but this is ridiculous how in the same breath he says it's similar, it's the same, and then the next breath he says it's not. Bro, I'm not asking you to say it's true. So again, is there the same amount of evidence that says he was crucified as it says that he resurrected?
Sure. There's evidence that he was resurrected in the same places that there is evidence that he was crucified.
Cool. Does that mean he was resurrected?
Who knows? You
don't think he did. You don't think he did, right? So you can agree with premise 1 and premise 2 without coming to the conclusion that he resurrected, yeah?
Premise 2 is that he resurrected.
No, it isn't.
Did I miss that? What's premise 2? That there's
the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion.
I honestly don't know enough about the resurrection and the actual evidence and everything like that. What the point I wanted to originally come across to, which
I'm not moving past this. I'm staying on this until, because I'm never having an atheist ever tell me about critical thinking again until you guys can get.
I never said I was atheist.
I don't care what you are. So premise 1, you agree with premise 1. Why? Why do you agree with premise 1? There's enough historical evidence to say that he was crucified.
Yeah, there is enough historical evidence to believe that he is crucified. It's written in the Bible. It's written in other texts, historical texts, that Jesus Christ was crucified.
So there's enough evidence to say that Jesus Christ is crucified.
Yes,
Okay, why is there enough evidence to say he was crucified?
because it's written in the gospel, it's written in other places that Jesus Christ was crucified.
Okay, does that same information where it says he's crucified also say he resurrected?
At later points, yes, it does say that he was resurrected.
Okay, so then it's 1-to-1 in the amount of evidence. I'm not saying you have to believe he resurrected. It's 1-to-1, yes?
Sure.
Okay, so then premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion.
I'm saying that there is.
I swear to
You
God, if you
cannot
disagree with
conflate that
premise
they are
2 now,
that
if
it
you
is
disagree
evidence.
with
I'm
premise
saying
2
that it
now,
goes
bro,
from a factual statement to a fictional story, and that you can have two things in the same statement, and one can be true and one
how
can be
did you
not.
literally 2 seconds ago just say it's 1-to-1, and then when I give the premise, you disagree with it?
Because
that's what the premise stating is. It's 1-to-1.
You're falsely classifying evidence as something that was written in the Bible or even other places.
Then
you
you
can have
disagree
one
with
thing.
premise 1, you idiot. If it's your issue is that it's written down, you disagree with premise 1.
Premise 1 that it was Jesus Christ is crucified.
Premise 1, he was crucified. If you're saying
Correct.
the reason you don't agree with premise 2 is because it's written down, then you disagree with
No,
premise
I'm
1.
disagreeing with premise 2 because you can have two things in the book, and one can be a factual statement, the other can be a fictional story. I can say the American flag has red in
that's
it,
fine.
and the American flag has green in it. But if you don't believe the American flag has green in it, you're saying that the American flag doesn't have red in it now. Like that's the argument that you're going
I'll give you
for.
$1,000 if you point at any point in the first 2 premises where it says that he resurrected. Okay?
I'm
ready?
arguing.
Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? I'm going to go through them
Sure.
again. Premise 1, the historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief in that event. Do you
Yes.
agree?
Yes.
Premise 2, the historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion. What point am I saying that Jesus Christ crucified or was resurrected? At what point am I saying he actually resurrected here?
If you don't say that he's actually resurrected, then you're not saying that there's evidence for it.
Does having evidence for something make it 100% true?
No.
Okay. So at what point here am I saying he resurrected?
So you're conflating that since
Answer
he
the
was
fucking
crucified and it was
question,
true
you
that he's
idiot. You
crucified,
fucking
then it was-
moron. Answer the question.
You're using personal attacks here in an argument.
Yes, you're fucking stupid. Answer the question.
This is unbelievable. You want to debate people in good faith, and then you just call everyone that comes on an idiot that disagrees
I
with you.
have not called I've been talking for 6 hours and you're the first person I've cussed out.
You called 2 other people ago an idiot. You said, you're so dumb. How can you be so dumb? You're an idiot.
Yeah, have you been listening 6 hours?
I've been listening for at least an hour now.
Okay, I have not been doing it for a straight hour. Now, you fucking moron. Answer the second premise.
The second premise is conflating that evidence for the crucifixion proves that there's evidence for a resurrection.
At what point did I say? What point did I say he actually resurrected? I did not, right? So
no, you're saying that there's.
Are you saying that? Okay, hold on. Are you saying that evidence changes based off circumstance? So like DNA evidence works in certain circumstances, but DNA evidence doesn't work in others?
So your premise 2 is that there is sufficient evidence for the crucifixion and for the resurrection.
No.
Premise 2. Can you read the premise 2 for me again? I'm sorry.
Premise 2. The historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as his crucifixion.
I would argue no. Because the evidence for his resurrection is that the tomb was empty, and other stories of... I mean, I don't know what you want, man.
I want you to think critically. All right.
Yeah.
You agree with premise 1. The historical evidence for Jesus' crucifixion is sufficient to warrant a rational belief. Right?
Premise 1 is there's sufficient evidence in his resurrection to warrant rational belief.
Yes. Rational belief in his crucifixion. Sorry.
Yes, in his crucifixion, there's enough evidence in his crucifixion to warrant belief in
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
The same evidence that says he was crucified also says he resurrected. Yes?
Yes, the same excerpts
Cool.
in the scriptures and statements say that he was crucified, and then they
So-
will also say he is resurrected.
Mathematically, it's the same amount of evidence. Yes?
Let's say yes.
So therefore, you just agreed with premise 2, that there's the same amount of evidence that he resurrected as he did for crucifixion. That does not mean that you actually believe he resurrected.
Yes.
Phenomenal. So again, I'm going to repeat premise 2, and you're going to have to say yes. The historical evidence for Jesus' resurrection is at least as strong as the evidence for the crucifixion.
No.
Holy fuck.
The same amount is not the same as...
You fucking moron. I'm sorry to cuss him out and to cuss guys, but Jesus Christ, give me some blessings here. Give me some grace to be angry with this one. Give me a little bit of grace on that one. He literally went through every single step, said yes, 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 yes. And then I just gave the exact same syllogism in premise 2, got it to the end, and he said no. So, okay, I know I shouldn't be cussing people out as a Christian. I know it's not good. It's not right. But for this one, guys, please don't come at me and say, John, you shouldn't be doing that. Give me a little bit of grace on this one. I feel like this was a good justified crash out. I'm not bringing up a single more guest after this one. That was insane. That was insane. Because the amount of people who have been coming at me the last few days who was like, oh, these Christians lack critical thinking skills. Bro. Forbidden Flow came in with $9.97. Says, a penny for your pain, bro. Sorry for the stupidity going around here. Here's grace. Thank you so much, Forbidden Flow. Appreciate you. But I agree. I shouldn't be cussing people out. I'm human. But God damn. That was rough. That was the same guy as before. I'm not bringing up any more guests, man. Not doing it. We've been live for 6 hours. 6 hours. Bro. John, you got cooked by the no argument. I don't know why people, they don't want to admit it, because it's like they're admitting that the resurrection actually happened. You can admit there's the same amount of evidence. It's very simple. The whole point of the syllogism is to get people to talk about the priors. And that's fine. You could say, hey, there's the same amount of evidence, but because it's such a grand scheme of things, I don't believe it, right? I believe the crucifixion because this is what Matt Dillahunty says all the time, right? Everybody loves Matt Dillahunty, and Dillahunty actually is really good at pointing out priors on this. He says, I'm more inclined to believe that people have a dog because people have dogs. My priors are pretty high for that. So I could say that, yes, they have a dog. But if you say that you have a dragon, I'm going to need more than you just saying you have a dog. Now, you saying you have a dragon and you saying you have a dog is the same amount of evidence. But I need more than you just saying it for me to be convinced that you have a dragon. And that's all I was trying to get these people to. All you got to say is say, hey, yeah, it's the same amount of evidence, but I need more to be convinced that somebody resurrected than just saying, hey, this guy resurrected or was crucified. I could say, yeah, it's enough to say he's crucified. It's not enough to say he resurrected, but it's the same amount of evidence. It's a simple premise. What they want to do is they want to disagree with premise 3. That's the point. To disagree with the syllogism, the point of it is to get people to disagree with premise 3. Premise 3 is this. If two events are supported by comparable levels of credible evidence, then one should believe both or neither absent the independent defeaters. This is where they should disagree. They should disagree with premise 3. That this syllogism is not designed to win the argument. We didn't make the syllogism to convince people that Jesus Christ resurrected. We made the syllogism to stop arguing stupid things that don't matter. Like whether or not the Gospels agree or not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they all line up together. It doesn't matter if there's contradictions, because if you believe in premise 1, the contradictions don't disprove premise 1, so the contradiction shouldn't disprove premise 2. But you can disagree with premise 3. Very simply, you say, my priors say that, hey, even 2 equal amount of evidence doesn't always equal truth. Right? You're going to need more evidence that somebody was murdered or smurdered versus if somebody jaywalked. You're going to need more evidence to be convinced of that. And so what you want, guys, I'm trying to give you game here. When you come up, disagree with premise 3, because disagreeing with premise 2 makes you look like an idiot. It really does, especially if you can't give reasons why they're not comparable. That's my rant. The logical idiot came in with $1. New sub, saw you Wednesday with the abortion debate. And it's always sucks. He's like, I watched for the last hour when I started like calling a few people idiots, but then we had 6 hours of like really great, wonderful, cordial conversations where everybody was fair and rational and talked about conversations or talked about things perfectly, but they're only going to remember you for your last hour. They don't remember you. What is it? What's the saying that, I do need a Snicker. I'm fasting. So that's I'm a little grumpy now. Plus it's a 6-hour live. What's the saying? They only remember your last record. I think Drake said that or something. So you could put out like 1 million good records, but if you put out a bad record, they're going to remember your last record. If you do 1 million good debates, they're only going to remember your bad debate. All right, I'm done. I'm done ranting. How is everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? Grant Breeze came in with $2, says, get me in last, I'm patient. We already talked. Earlier. I'm not bringing up any more guests. I'm starting to crash out on people. I literally cussed the guy out. I need to call it here because I don't want to cuss you out. That wouldn't be fair. Quoting Drake, damn. I'm saying Darth been doing it for 15 years. Darth who? John, give me 15 minutes. I'm not bringing up any more guests, guys. I cut somebody out, and I have to, as a good Christian, draw a line. I know my patience now is thin, so I'm not going to put myself in a situation where I'm tempted to sin. Bro, I'm at work, and even I'm stressless. Fair enough. Oh, Darth Dawkins. I've never watched any Darth Dawkins content. I mean, never is a lie, because like I've seen some of it in passing, but I've never sat down and listened to what he was saying. Why do I need to believe in God to just be good, just to be good people? Never said you did. Unrealistic expectations leads to resentment. What's an unrealistic expectation here? John, I know you're not Orthodox because you're too ecumenist in this fair conclusion. What? I don't know what that means. Must be a first unmoved mover itself because unchanged, which we call God. Am I doing this tomorrow? No, we won't be live tomorrow. We'll be live Monday where Abby's going to be joining us now and she'll be able to keep me in check. So I've seen it when your last guest turns it around. You've seen it when one last guest turns it around sometimes, but again, I'm not going to put myself, I'll be tempted to sin. You're only as good as your last performance. Yeah. Last hour doesn't define today's stream. Amen. Hallelujah. Where can I hear the argument of motion? Thomas Aquinas. Big John Sinan. Amen. Hallelujah. All right, everybody watching on TikTok, we're going to leave. If you have any more questions, anything that you want to say, come over to YouTube. Link is in the bio. If you want to support me, support my ministry, you can do so on Patreon or through Super Chats or through PayPal. These are all great ways to do it. All links in my bio. Our Father who's in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts as we also forgive our debtors. Lead us not to temptation, but deliver us from evil. Lord, thank you for this day and the blessings. Thank you for all people that came in and had a conversation today. I ask that you bless every single one of them, even the ones that frustrate me, Lord. I ask that you just give them all their desires, happiness, and joys, everything that they strive for in life, so they know it's not enough, and so they strive to seek you and realize that they can find their joy that they're seeking within you. Lord, if we're wrong in what we do, correct us, put us back on the right path. If you do not like what we do, humiliate us in a way that puts us on the right path as well. So we behave in a way that's good and edifying in your ways. God, you are good in everything that you do. Forgive us of our sins. Give us grace. Continue to walk with us and give us all opportunities to share the gospel and be more Christ-like every day. Did I ask to forget? Yeah, forgive us of our sins. I think I mentioned that. I ask this in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Hallelujah. God is good. All right, guys, come over to YouTube if you want to continue the conversation. That's where we'll be. God bless and have yourself a great day. 5 hours and 51 minutes, guys. 5 hours and 51 minutes. I got a headache. I literally do have a headache. And my voice is gone. Is gambling a sin? No. No, if it controls you and it makes the decisions of your finances in your life, then yeah, it's a sin. But if you just like $10 at your bank account and have a little bit of fun, there's no problem. No problem whatsoever. Would you chuck a baby if God asked me to? So far. You should do this every day. Bro, if you want to see me lose it, then yeah. I think a 24-hour stream would be intense. We're not doing a 24-hour stream, bro. No. Be grateful you guys got a 6 hour. 6 hours. I just put in a full day's work sitting here. I still have to poop. Big John Steele, the last few months you've been a lot better and improved sleep. Today just a stumble. No, today's not a stumble. Today was that guy was being a douche and I crashed out. No, I wouldn't call it a stumble. No. Sometimes we crash out in life. Also, justified anger is innocent. Yeah, but cussing someone out, maybe. Maybe. I don't know, bro. I always see you, Dr. Blitz, an atheist stream at the same time. It would be cool if you two did a debate or a collab. I talked to Dr. Blitz like a week ago. I went up on his live. Him and Ian, and I brought him this exact same syllogism. And you know what? You know, I gave this syllogism, this exact same one, to Dr. Blitz and Ian, and guess what they did right at the end of the syllogism? Both of them said, all this is going to do is point us to our priors. So I disagree with premise 3. Both Ian and Blitz did exactly what I thought they were supposed to happen and disagreed with premise 3 because they're like, the issue is going to be on the priors, which was what the goal was, to get people to talk about the priors. Because I tested this premise with them before I decided to use it with all of y'all. How long have I been a Christian? Your passion and knowledge are encouraging. 4 years. I've been a Christian for 4 years. Foul language is not favorable. I don't think it's sinful, but it's probably not a good thing. You really need to step back and see how dumb you're being. I would probably be upset as you if I needed to perform mental gymnastics like you do. Whatever you say, random person on the internet who's too afraid to show their face and actually speak for what they believe in on a public platform, who hides behind a keyboard, whatever you say. Once you're getting to admit priors, where do I go next? Then we can start going into what is going to change someone's priors. And this is why I want to point out the fact that it's rational for Christians to believe in Christianity, because it's all going to be based off your priors, and priors are going to be purely subjective. So we're going to have to say, hey, how do you come to the conclusion of your priors in the first place? And so we can start going through evidence. Would this change it? Would this change it? Would this change it? The big problem with priors is it's supposed to be prior to the evidence. The problem is nobody makes a conclusion prior to the evidence. You're all going to have evidence that changes this. So it's going to be your prior. I have a prior disposition to not believe in miracles. Well, why? Why do you have a prior disposition to not believe in miracles? And then we can really get into the crux of the problem, because arguing about whether or not the Gospels have contradictions doesn't get anywhere. And that's the whole point. Y'all don't win over people with anger. When you win your hearts with patience and listening. Fuck you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, pray for me. I feel like the convos could be a lot better if they actually knew what Christians believed about these topics and how drastically different the premises of these questions of Christianity. Bro, nobody does this to anybody but Christians. And that's the thing too. I've seen Parker crash out. I've seen Ian crash out. I don't think I've ever seen Kip crash out. Or Blitz, sorry. I've seen, who else have I seen? I've seen almost every single atheist or political debater ever that does these things all crash out. And everybody's just like, woo, call them out, do it. But a Christian crashed out. That's not very Christ-like of you. That's not very, you're not being a good Christian. I've seen Dillahunty crash out. I've seen Andrew crash out. I've seen, I haven't seen God Logic crash out. If I'm going to be fair, God Logic, I've never seen crash out on someone. So God Logic is probably one of the few guys I've seen who does like what I do, where it's like open debate platform, where I've never seen him crash out. And so I got to give him props where props is due. So I give it to him. It's possible, but I'm just saying no one ever comes at the atheist guys for crashing out. They always ever come at the Christians for crashing out. Oh, you meant the chat. Okay, Grant, I apologize. I apologize for cussing you out then. That was unfair and unjust. Please accept my apology and forgive me. I apologize. I thought you meant me. Mike Winger crashed out? Oh, he did? I didn't even know that. Sam Shamoon crashes out all the time, bro. All the time. All the time. All the time. Yeah, Dillahunty crashes out every single debate. Every single one. And then he's got everybody, yeah, do it, bro, do it. Maybe don't get upset when you start to lose. You won't get heat if you genuinely listen. I don't actually crash out when I lose. If you actually like listen, go watch my debates. I don't crash out when I lose. I crash out when I'm winning and somebody's not getting it. That's when I crash out. That's what pisses me off the most. When I lose, bro, I take that shit. That's part of life. I can tell you the debates I lost. I've lost a debate with Ian. I lost a debate with Alex O'Connor. I lost a debate with Parker. I lost a debate with Dean. And every one of those debates, I didn't crash out. And they definitely schooled me. And I learned from it, and I grew, and I got better. You addressing the correct person. Maybe you need to read my comments. Which one? John is fasting, spent 5.5 hours. The amount of patience to display was actually a ton. Thank you, Grant. Appreciate you. Did they get the tacos? No, this is before tacos. This is before tacos. I just had prove me wrong, and I didn't have the taco offering yet. This was well before then. The nuh-uh argument pisses me off. I get Hitchens crashed out all the time. Just went back to God is mean argument. Amen. 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 Has anyone won a taco yet? Not yet. I fasted for over 4 weeks and I did not cuss out anyone. Congratulations for being better than me. I applaud you. You're a better person than I am. I debated Parker and Dean a long time ago, before they got really famous. We debated the abortion topic, and both times Parker schooled me the first time we did an abortion topic. I wasn't really familiar in philosophy. I actually got mad at him, not mad, but like upset at him for doing reductios. And he really showed me like it wasn't consistent. And we actually ended up having a really good conversation at the end of that. But I had nowhere to go, and his argument won. And then I improved my argument, and then Dean came in and showed me the issue with the argument, and actually showed me how that argument would mean that I'd have to say tumors have a right to life. And he showed me that, and he won the debate, and I had nowhere to go from there. So both cases were an abortion. And so because I had to go update and learn, and I had to come back, and now I'd actually love to do that debate again with them, because I think I can get them now on the abortion topic. But again, neither one of those times did I crash out. Yeah, you probably should do your best not to curse, yeah, because it makes people uncomfortable, and you don't want to make people uncomfortable intentionally without a purpose. Once you cite religious belief as the reason why other people can't do a thing, you're already lost the argument. That is a prior presupposition there. Why can't I do that? Yeah, you saw the tumor debate? Wow, you've been watching for a long time if you saw that. Oh, well, if you were watching, there you go. Water and vitamins. I did take my water and my vitamins today. Are the tacos real? Yeah, because you just order them from wherever you want. Yeah, the Bible does not speak about cussing people out. It talks about cursing. But probably shouldn't cuss people out because it's not building. What is the proper way to choose your priors? You don't really choose your priors. But the way that you understand your priors is through epistemology. You got more than enough fat to make it work? Yeah, good for you, bro. Empathy is a weakness? No. We still going? I'm just chatting with you guys. I'm going to end it here soon. If folks haven't fasted, it can be rough. Yeah, and also I'm not fasting for religious reasons, just so everybody knows. So I'm not doing it because the Bible. I'm fasting because I'm injured and I can't work out right now. So I'm trying to make sure I don't lose all my gains. What if there's more evidence for crucifixion than resurrection? Well, yeah, then you can make that argument. I just don't think there is. No problem, Chris. How many people get argued into Christianity? Whether that is the Holy Spirit doesn't negate the fact that people are argued into believing Christianity. I don't know how many people get argued into believing. Nobody's ever going to change their mind in the argument, but you plant seeds where they start to look into things in the future. Yeah, I think I got the abortion topic down now. Thoughts on the politics? Sean's fine. I got no issues with Sean. If cussing isn't good, then it's bad. No, it could be neutral. right? Like, it could be amoral. Like me saying the word the isn't a good or a bad thing. And so like me saying, I mean, I've already cussed, so I might as well do it. Me saying the word fuck isn't a good or bad thing, but in the context of which I do it. So let me, I'm going to cuss here, guys, just to, not because I'm want to cuss, but just to prove a point. Jacob came in with $10, says jizya or whatever. So if you got kids, please turn your kids away from now, even though it's probably too late. So let me give you an example of where cussing can be used in effect in a good way. Let's say me before calling a guy the fucking idiot, I'm destroying, I'm not building. Probably sinful, probably not good, probably shouldn't do that. I know that. But let's say I'm training somebody and he's doing push-ups and I'm trying to hype him up and I say, let's fucking go, man. You can fucking do it. Not sinful. Probably a good thing. I'm hyping him up. I'm getting him psyched up, especially if we have a relationship where the swear words doesn't cause an issue. But now here's where it could be an issue. Let's say I'm training a person and they specifically find swear words offensive. And I know this, and then I intentionally start cussing at them, trying to hype them up. Then I think I'm being sinful because I think I'm doing something that's causing them like discomfort, harm, and sadness. So it's not moral or immoral, it's amoral. And so I think it's more on the context. The reason I shouldn't be cussing on the lives is because I don't know who's watching and how it affects them. And I shouldn't be cussing people out because the scripture does tell us that we should use language that builds, not destroys. Am I ever going to do Christian versus Christian debates or video responses? Probably not. No, that's not my thing. Swearing is swearing. The Bible does not make adjustments for white wearing or white lies. God is pretty clear about these things. Really? Okay, fine. God condemns all lying because it's sinful. Well, then why did he allow one of his angels to put a lying tongue on the prophets of King Ahaz? And he used it to build his kingdom, to actually help the prophet Nathaniel deliver his message and get rid of Ahaz and pass judgment on him. I mean, if there's no black and white, if there's no virtue ethics to this, if it's all just do and do not, right? Why is it that God used deception specifically to pass judgment on Ahaz? I'm just curious. If lying is always wrong, would it be wrong for me to lie about hiding Jews under my floorboards during Nazi Germany? Would that be wrong for me to do? Nazis show up, say, we're here for the Jews. Give me the Jews. And I say, there's no Jews here. I lied to them. Did I sin? Did I do evil in God's eyes? Should I have handed over the Jews to the Nazis? Context is important. It's virtue ethics. It's not do and do not. It's not black and white. The world is gray area. There are only Sith deal in absolutes. Rahab is also a case for lying. Yeah. She was honored by God and she was held to a higher standard. She was brought into Israel for lying about hiding the Jews in her house. To lie with love is love. All right, guys. I love you all. God bless. Thank you all for the support. And we'll see you all on Monday.